Oh, that's better. Oh, hell yeah. God, can you imagine that parallel universe where Tom became the #1 podcast guy instead of Joe? Must be a fun place to be. That's where we're all supposed to be, if anything made any fucking sense in this stupid world. But it doesn't. And sadly, guys, we are all forced to live in this very shitty branch of the multiverse. This branch where Stu and Joe stole Tom Green's shittier version of it and slowly took over comedy in the U.S. government. As he continues to spread his wonderful mental herpes to all his listeners week after week. Hey, do that at Brow. I'm proud of you. Brow. Love you too. For your time, bro. Oh, yeah, thanks. Almost forgot to thank him today. You can watch in real time the moment there might be gold in the podcast hills. I think this. Thank you, man. See, God makes this thing ever. You know, and television is way better. He gets rock hard, praising its lack of corporate interests and griping about how advertising and money ruin anything good about entertainment. Corporate pressures. Yeah. The thing that comes up television. Watch the lad like of entertainment is money. Oh, really? Selling advertising. That's all it is. That fucks up everything. It doesn't make anything good. A belief he abandons literally within seconds once he realizes that he could be the sole beneficiary of this potential new advertising revenue stream. We need to figure out how you make money from this. I think we need a national interweb. A mass traffic, like a page. Watch right here. You can see the wheels turning inside his brain as he quickly flip-flops. Like a portal into the advertising revenue stream. You know? Yeah. So he just copied Tom Green, and he started the Joe Rogan shitcast experiment. Just for being an early adopter of podcasting, he was able to become the biggest and most extreme establishment media figure on the planet. There he goes, stealing Joe. Yeah, this visionary genius is comedy's George Carmack. Who's George Carmack? Well, he's the guy who found that first piece of gold in the Yukon, which started the whole Klondike gold rush. There was nothing special about George Carmack. He was just some guy. He was just lucky enough to get a tip from this other guy, Robert Henderson, saying there might be some gold up there in the Yukon. So George just went up there and he found some. And after that, loads of guys swarmed up to the Klondike there and ruined the place as they all tried to copy what Carmack did. And just like Henderson tipped off Carmack, Tom Green tipped off Joe, giving Joe the idea to start a DIY podcast. And he did. And he struck gold and caused a stampede of comedians trying to copy his blueprint, turning everything to shit in the process. Shitloads. Guys, please don't hold that against Tom, alright? There's no way he could have predicted the consequences of that tip. And Tom's a wonderful man. And actually, just like Joe Rogan, all his riches were never enough for George Carmack. He was always questing for more and more gold, never satisfied. He, like Joe, must have had some kind of dad-shaped hole in his soul that he tried to fill with money and fame, but it never really worked while working yet another new claim. I'm just saying. So Joe struck gold and, as we all know, became the godfather king of both comedy and podcasting, and helped restore faith that we are still living in a meritocracy-based society. And we love him and we thank him each and every day of our lives. We have copycat shows trying to coattails his success to the point where every single comedian now has their own podcast, literally every single one. And so many of them were built on the same premise of what goes on inside a comedian's twisted mind, what really happens backstage in that green room. The green room. most of them are just sick, twisted perverts and dangerous, big, depraved circle jerk. She made 100 girls like we go Jewish. Okay, don't forget you from coffee. That's the gateway into coming to Hollywood. Everybody knows that. How many girls did you have to that? Oh, 20. Yeah, I got to Hollywood though. She was beautiful. Making everything as fast, cheap, and low effort as possible. And then it's just a matter of reading ads for pills or nicotine mouthwash or whatever. Brain nourishing. Oh, it's not good. These lazy stand-up guys got into comedy because it was the easiest thing to avoid getting a real job. But then podcasting came along, and suddenly they had an even easier way to make the podcast eclipse the stand-up, and now all these so-called comedians are really just zero-effort podcasters selling shitty products again and again and again. That was the interview in 1 minute. First, I want to talk to you about the sponsors of today's episode, AG1. We take AG1 to stay healthy. And you're looking great there, bud. Jesus Christ. They really have become indistinguishable. You might even see an interesting who knows? Those are podcasts. I restore the clinically proven, game-changing hair growth device. That is a nootropic that my company on it makes. And I'm not saying this because it's my company. Oh, okay. I'm actually a very anxious person. I have a friend whose daughter was on ADHD medication, and she's getting off of it, and he started giving her Alpha-Brain. Very cool. He said it helped her. Respect for the daughter. Wow. He's become the new establishment, cutting deals with big pharma, backed by massive corporations like Spotify and the Big N. I think that entertainment in general is money. That's all it is. That fucks up everything. It doesn't make anything good. So Joe was getting more and more popular. But see, one of the core problems with this Joe Rogan guy is the fact that he has that dad-shaped hole in his soul that we alluded to earlier. He grew up with this terrible guy for a dad. My big memory from my childhood is my mother coming home with it was a hamburger that she had brought home for dinner, and he beat the shit out of her. He left. And do you think that somehow or another that put that bite in you? Yeah. Question mark. Yeah. Like I thought my dad was this great guy. There's that feeling that you can't give up. And after doing all that emotion, ended him. But he left him with a lifetime gift by his soul. He might not even be aware of. If he is entirely incapable of fixing. All his fears, insecurities, self-loathing coalesce around that dad hole. And over these 68 years of Joe's life, this swirling concoction of negativity has formed around the hole. And that's stressful, man. It's a real It wasn't really very fun stand-up by my friends from martial arts. Stop laughing, it's not funny. I was very insecure and nervous, and I don't like that feeling at all. Yeah. I watched the amateurs try. Like most of them don't know what they're doing, they're terrible. like peach suck inspire you to do it? All of them these days are sad people with black soul who get into comedy to try and get external validation from audiences and to indulge in the delusion of power that they feel when standing alone on stage with an amplified microphone. But who else stood on stage with a microphone trying to fill a hole, vying for attention, power, validation? It's classic Hitler stuff, psychotic stuff, free speech. That's all I'm fighting. That's all I'm fighting. Look, it's Dave. I'm on that one. He admits it. That's all I'm fighting for is free speech. Weird power fantasy where, if they're lucky, they can find laughter and applause they need so badly. Would you rather be happy and a lot of people not see your
be happy if people laugh? That's something hard of mine.
It sounds familiar. Why do you think that is?
Because I'm addicted to it now. I'm addicted to that feeling of
Validation.
Gratification, instant gratification, validation, all of it.
And this shit era of comedy is all built around guys' audience imaginable to get that quick, self-soothing dopamine hit. And at no point are they funny. And that's the real issue. And they're just too lazy and stupid driven by white. Oh wow, like straight at me back. People be like, everybody, I have an announcement. The podcast next. Joe made a big business deal with the partly Chinese communist party owned by corporation. Hello everybody, I need to make an apology. I on a podcast about people getting arrested, knowing how much he was bound to keep screwing up and how much trouble he'd keep getting in. Sorry. And if that wasn't bad enough, his best friend humiliated him for apologizing. He's my one thing about our money for the apology. Sorry. Oh, see,
Rogan, but he got him back.
Oh, yeah.
Poor Joe Rogan, he put the apology. Sorry. They would tell him, go. He was good when he was good in the basement, dog. Once you take that Spotify, you gotta start apologizing. Make him believe you can't. Poor guy. That's what happens when you get that money. That So, long story short, a pandemic started. Scared out of my mind at the beginning, but everybody's shutting down at the beginning, and people are saw it unleashed. Soon after, Joe kept talking about like shooting the homeless guys. I mean, nobody does anything about violent crime in LA. Pandemic stuff was way too stressful. With on account of that bad dad. This new group of guys and all the stuff Joe were talking about was getting Joe a lot of negative attention.
Joe Rogan, an extremely popular podcaster, announced immediately today that he has
Shit, anyone got a lighter?
ivermectin.
Oh, this is amazing. Look at the I look like shit. See, do you know that? His mind just completely shattered. I don't think I'm He had to defend this new guy he started becoming. And all his beliefs, which were the only thing evading his rampant anxiety. This is really important. And one of the problems I've had with any idea is that once I have an original idea, or once I start looking at something a certain way, I become married to it. I've had real problems with that. And the problem is you don't know. You don't know. Until you do know, when you say no and you might be wrong, it becomes a thing. If I wasn't doing this fucking podcast, okay, if I was just a regular comedian, I'm like, shut the fuck up. And I climb. And because I get through it every day, I well, despite winning so he was still pretty messed up from all access doesn't have guests like some villain evil rich guy. All these nutjob billionaire dweebs. And like, I don't know, a guy literally from the CIA that's on like once a month for some reason. And also like the entire government basically. Could any of these people have tried to influence the way he's sorry? Like, would it kill you to just apologize for no reason? Anyway, yeah, the manipulation of Joe. I thank the Lord each day of my life that didn't happen. Remember you is that all your peace and love and honesty stuff out of crap all. You're
Not careful, folks from TV, dark, well, right at the pier. So, like, dude, what did I do? Have a platform that is unlike any platform that's happened, because you're doing like a radio show style thing, information out into the world. Good luck. manipulate me, Duncan Trussell. How many people are people? What? If someone is so good at manipulating people, they can manipulate me and change the way I think about them. Yeah. Well, then, good luck.
So Joe got attached to all this COVID stuff. Everyone was either yelling at him and calling Joe. Which side would you face? Well, instead of posting more apology videos, he opted to he tapped into something he'd been searching for all his constant praise and affirmation. Guys, doing all the praising, we're happy to have found a powerful ally.
The letter to the right is the Warren Commission. Then you got the autograph of Lee Harvey Oswald, and you got the autograph.
Welcome.
Okay. This is with the
PSRJ, a blatant public sick fanatic rod juicing. And Joe just laps it all up, swallowing the praise left in his soul.
You're very important.
Finish him
I have a
off.
lot of respect for you,
Talk to me, baby.
admiration for you.
Don't stop.
There's true love for you.
Harder.
True protection for you.
Too hard.
Protection when it comes up to a street fight.
Perfect.
How to fight and take care of yourself.
Feels
I
good.
have his words. My book is coming out in December.
Rod juicing just felt so good, and they relieved Joe he was feeling from all that criticism he was getting. And on top of that, all those instances of Joe transforming his fear into rage compounded on each other, and through neuronic muscle memory, his brain began to default to the fear rage switch. And whether Joe meant to do this or not, I don't know.
Voted right now. I'm very pro-choice. I'm very women's rights, civil rights. I'm doing with children that were born in other countries and then brought over here as children, and then they're talking about deporting them. That drives me crazy. The hard right version of that is despicable. January 6th, St. Donald. Joe Rogan just endorsed me. Is that right?
here we go. Good guy is a very effecting out of the shackles of judgment anxiety. Simply identify a crowd that you
Thing that I never saw. Because some people are barely holding on to reality, right?
adopt all their beliefs and then convince yourself that they're the only group whose opinion matters, then you never have to worry about being judged and criticized ever again. What a relief.
guy is very difficult, and it takes many years to become on the fence. As we enter the year 2025, appears to finally be complete. Well done.
Yeah, I remember, like, they were probably messed up. The reason they're doing what they're doing is because something that's earlier on, teacher uncle to be expensive, controlling, and wanting to be acknowledged and do it exactly my way because I was powerful.
Actors too, and they finally get some success. Table's ready, Mike. Your trailer's ready, and then he's like, I just put the water. I'm telling you. Sorry.
Of stable materials.
Coffee's terrible. I just tell you right now, it's terrible. Sorry. And it really makes you wonder, like, how many times
living the dream, girl. All your days of holiday meals with peace. What's good in your neck of the woods? I understand if but you're shout out to you doing big things. I saw you were in here earlier, sleep, because you're an amazing person and you've got a really big future. You may not realize it. I know you're in class. I know. So you can't talk, is what you're saying. I get it. All right. Well, that's cool. All right. Well, you're in algebra. All right. How much longer? Your time? Well, just a little bit of time. You can go home and sleep.
actually facing the dead hole head on. And who was underneath all of those guys? And do the old guys still exist somewhere? Or do they float away to die in some astral plane? Oh, or maybe one of those other could face a jury of your peers at Comedy Nuremberg. Sorry. Anyway, so King Joe became a new guy. It's fucking insane, but he did it. He's the mainstream president.
He's definitely hated Canada right now.
Oh yes, they're
Canada's ass. Sorry. In Canada,
excuse me. Shit.
Yeah, well, first I was joking around, but I was thinking, so fun.
He's become comedy goibles, jobles. Just kidding. But if you think that's slanderous, you must have missed Joe's best friend's announcement that comedy is legal now.
The left wanted to make comedy illegal, you know? Like, you can't make fun of anything. So it was like, comedy sucks. It's like, nothing's funny. You can't make fun of anything. It's like, legalize comedy.
Yeah,
Legalize comedy.
but now it's 2025 and Joe's the only guy on earth still ranting and raving about the pandemic. Wants his bread and butter. And,
Why are you just accepting this? It's a noble thing.
addicted to something like 4 years ago. Addicted to the whining. He looks for stuff to whine about like a pathetic. Scouring the sidewalk again.
That Tim Walz sucker, that guy got into power, that weirdo.
It's insane, but it actually kind of worked out for Joe. But Joe wasn't going to stop there. I mean, say what you want about this guy. So it was still kind of stressful. Now Joe is putting in efforts to normalize the whole concept of becoming a new god to legitimize his own.
You look different. When you walked in here today, you look thicker. You look like a different guy.
Yeah, well, my favorite is
Joe's already dubious. He's worried that Mark is going to bungle the new guy unveiling here and undo all the hard work Joe's into normalizing new guy transitioning. At the same time, Joe the gatekeeper activated to defend the holy hobby of hunting.
I think like the most.
That feels like the most kind of important.
What kind of boat do you have?
Gosh.
See, do you know the company that makes it?
No, at the top.
Yeah, no, this is embarrassing.
Yeah. Joe was enthused to see someone else try and follow his path.
I saw your neck. I'm like, his neck's bigger. Your neck.
Good.
Are you using iron neck? Or?
I got to cut it off before he goes into infomercial mode again. Yeah, he wasn't buying it. Brendan saw right through Mark's new guy transition and refused to recognize it.
Yes.
Joe's not having it and jumps in to defend Mark and his new guy.
Do you? No, I kind of bow to you.
I think he did. He just forgot his bow.
Oh, you forgot the name of
Zuckerberg 2.0, and I love it.
And of course, Brian defends the new guy transition as Joe's blueprint as a guide. Back before he completed his transition, Joe was dreaming about all of this happening. And since he knows how difficult it can be navigating society as a new guy, and all the criticism you get for transition. He started envisioning a new world
a guy can become any kind of guy, time, then maybe reality itself can be changed just the same. Nobody can break the delusion of whatever we want.
Mean that anytime you are joyful and happy, on the other hand, you should have that fear. The Lord tells us, Rabbi asked Abaya, why are you so joyful? It says in the Pasuk, you have to be fearful. It says, don't worry, so I'm a little dog talking to allow myself to say this. It's not be sad. What do you see from the Pasuk? You should be fearful of it. Don't run around being joyful. It says, Zero. I'm wearing tefillin. It's okay. Keep me in check. Have a wonderful day.
Connect with a financial advisor in person or at private.com. Logan. Joe Rogan.
Roughly got $9.
Turn my day, Joe Rogan podcast, my night. All day.
Joyful.
Their stuff, and one of them immediately started with their Cialis Viagra in unmarked white envelopes. I was like, fuck that, I want to see opposite. I want my neighbors to know I'm giving them a hard day. He's like, my kids are hard. I'm taking you. We were just talking about it the other night at the comedy club. We were like, he almost props, like you can't do props now. When I was a kid, when I first started doing stand-up, and I'm sure you too, there were prop comics. There was a bunch of guys there was quite a few guys that were really good at prop comic, but you became so successful as a prop comic, you kind of stole the market. There's no young comics coming up. Shit, I still get it. So you got shit for a long time. I don't get shit. No, not as much. No, but I still get the aftermath of it. Just something kind of tastes good. I don't care what are you doing? You're Rogan. I don't care what everybody else says. You're funny. You're like, what? Who's everybody else? You know, I personally think it's funny. Oh, yeah. I'm one of the rare. Yeah. I'm one of the rare ones. Yeah, it's such a weird line. It's not like I think you took women shit from Canadians, and I never understood it. The weird thing that Canadians do, and they hate on other Canadians, like, good lord, we live in this film with war and famine and disease. It was only because I think I did get the hit, and I was, it was a good for television visuals, and I got a little success, and I think people like, they would ask Jay, why do you have carrots on one like every month? But I do remember improv, and I played mostly that, and the other one, Cheesecake Factory was, and then the Comedy Store
Sorry. Yeah. And I had my business spot tonight. And I said, oh, I tried it all. Both guys were there that night. They were just, I knew they were there. Every comic was coming over. Jesus, dude, this was fucking nice. You're Johnny would never book you. And I said, why? I said, you booked the show. They would never. He would never. Why? Okay, and then it was the same, like every quarter of them is still in the booth. It's like the Twilight movie, my team fucking whatever, there's two teams.
Thank God that doesn't exist in podcasting. It's disgusting fucking thing where if you were on one person's side, you're the enemy.
Yeah.
Shows. That thing on straight, is it where they're like women wear wigs? No problem at all. If a man wears a wig, it's loser. Man with a hair nice. When I lived in LA, this is true.
The shot is that she has the
My team fucking whatever, just take her with Jay. And it was just still the same studio. Right, blue shitty, the gold stars. Johnny was the same like it. The quarter of it was still on the booth. Everyone was still like there. Yeah. So like the Tonight Show, but I would ask if I could do Letterman. No, your team Leno. I'm like, I'm not how stupid is that? That's just like well, such fun. Because you know there was I lived in LA. This is true. I lived in LA. I go to Gold's Gym. So, and then that same gym one day, I'm walking out. This guy said, "Nice arms." I said, "Thanks." He's like, "Who did the work, right?" And I thought he's making it. I said, "I didn't. I put in the fucking work." He like, "Well, he's out." He said, "No, I mean, right?" I'm like, "I'm in LA. We should have someone in the gym walk up saying, 'Oh yeah, you have plans?' Yeah, I have plans." You fucking go to the gym. You do curls.
Assuming someone has implants is pretty wild.
I don't have that thing. If I'm this guy, you know, that's how gross LA is. Yeah, it's like the fault of
assumption is that everything's okay. No matter change your mind.
Lay the hand of the person, the one that holds us.
Where'd you get your nose
He
done?
said, that's the
Yeah,
reason
it's
they
always
have it.
Saturday. You know, it's here.
He
It's at the airport. He said, hey, you still working out?
You gave us so much
That
gold
was
and
the answer.
silver.
I just say,
Not that we wouldn't be able to say. The question is that the person had it
I don't
first.
myself, I'm feeling
How a phony
regardless of being famous people, I'm like,
regardless of what's
shit. A lot of people come to your show. They've been there forever.
Let it go until
I remember I saw them there in '94.
we say the things about the planet is like how much we persistently feel it. Or Yachid, which is a lesson of a nether. A person makes a nether and needs somebody else to annul it. Who said, I need Moshe Rabbeinu to annul my nether that I'm going to destroy. Or Melashon follow up my life for Klal Yisrael. Or it's Lashon the Midas Harachan and Sherez and Klal Yisrael. Or it's Lashon of Kulim, sacrilegious. If Moshe Rabbeinu is telling a Baruch Hu, it doesn't make sense that you should act. Sworn in the earth, just like heaven and earth, you can destroy Israel, that they're going to be confessed. Shomayim is going to last forever. But the and then she's talking about the importance. What is it? It says, it doesn't say they became weak like a woman. You were able to protect Israel against one nation, the Mitzrayim, one king. Resounds to the central, but it's the nation. Rabbbi agrees with it. The person that is first, you should give a Shabbat that is for what you need. man who killed another individual to no longer his life, even if he did tshuva. Once there's korban abayis, the gates of tefillah were locked. It could be opened, but it's difficult. Or put a mechitza, a barzel, an iron wall between us and himself. Now that tears are never locked. As Rashi points out, Hashem always sees the tears. He doesn't hear tefillah. He sees tears. You just have to be able to that. That thing says tefillah, as long as he's not ma'ayin it, as long as he doesn't believe that Hashem owes him something and has to give him what he has. But if you believe tefillah is so powerful that Hashem must answer him, he says tefillah, then he's going to end up with a heartache. And what does he have to do if he has a heartache? He'll never forget his original wife. So we rebel against Yahweh. How do you forget about him? Says, "Oh, are you crazy? I never forgot about him. 15 zeros for millions of stars. And they're all for your virus, like the ego. I'll forget that. Forget that's my hour. When did they have to have the street? They had to see out the Shemai that they didn't forget. Use the middle Shemai. Says the officer, Reka, you're a poor. In your own prayer it says, you have to watch your soul. I can take my knife and cut your head off. What are you doing? She said, give me a moment to explain. And somebody said hello to you. Would you stop? No. I'm talking to Melech Malchim Baruch Hu. How can I stop? We learned in the Mishnah, if a snake wraps himself around somebody's leg while he's having Shemon Esrei, you don't stop Shemon Esrei. Yeah. If it's a scorpion, they'll attack for no reason, you must stop Shemon Esrei. In fact, a person is thrown into a pit of snakes. The person is dead. Why? Because once you go into the domain and you cause them to be uncomfortable, they will testify that the person is dead. Because the lions don't always attack. Unless they come up, you run. And if it's a bull that attacked humans, as long as you can see it, you have to get out of there. Because there's a saying in Aramaic that he goes crazy. The famous story with and I wrote some call it mating with a toad. And if it's by a human being, there's a race who can get to the water first. Then the Aroid first, then the human died. And there was a Aroid causing a lot of trouble. They went to Reb Chanina Medaisi. He said, "Show me where he lives." He put his foot on his hole, and the Aroid bit him. And a nace happened that there was a Ma'ayah caused us to die. And the people said, "Wow, we feel bad for this Aroid that bumped into Reb Chanina Medaisi." It says it's the same thing as Pius Amazing. It's the same power. It's the same nace. And we say the same Talmud Model of Bracha in the Birkus Hashanim. That's the Bracha Parnasa, because having our fields with rain and food, that's our Parnasa. Havdalah comes in the Bracha Choinen Adas. You need Das, you need Seichel, the friendship between Chodesh and Chol, 3 brachas in the beginning, 3 brachas at the end. But the first bracha weekday is at the Chodesh. It says in the Gemara there are 3 things. 3 words that are surrounded by the name of Hashem. One of them is they great thing to have seichel, but you use seichel. In fact, person that doesn't use seichel, we don't have Rahmanas on it. The Beis Hamikdash is wrapped around with Hashem's name. Also great. Person that uses seichel, it's as if built the Beis Hamikdash. Nitchamer revenge, we need to explain, because revenge seems like a bad thing, and therefore there's a lot of confusion. The first takana was to say Havdalah in Shul and because by Israel money, later on they became wealthier. They changed that. They said no more shul. Say Havdalah and Shemona Esrei, because the first takana was the say of Shemona Esrei. But what if the reverse? The person they see so. This is the Raisa. According to Rabbi Yochanan, you do repeat it at home, and that's the halacha. And this brings us stomach pains. You can ask Esrei, then he goes home and makes Havdalah on a cup of wine. But what if he ate a kazayis of bread before he made the Havdalah on the cup of wine? Then we penalize him and we make him say Shemona Esrei again with Havdalah, and that's Shemona Esrei plus he has to make Birkus Hamazon. That's 24 brachas. Matzah Shabbos that falls out on Yom Tov. There's no Atachayim, so where do we insert the Havdalah? According to Rabbi Kiva, it's not a problem. According to Rabbi Lezer, it's not a problem. They insert it in their own brachas. Either blushing of Maidim, which means that everybody agrees to Rabbi Lezer, or the blushing of that we lean towards Rabbi Lezer. We don't tell people in public that some of those places just
hotel. I stay there every time.
Tell you about and the trip says Mike, and he says it, it's again Mike, that's what says it. He spoke to the different entities and we told them to be quiet. Shem I know you're three. Otherwise, it says if trouble can say, oh, there's a lot of sleep. You know that you see that Hashbard only has in his unsor only has his Yerushalayim. In other words, limits Yerushalayim. The answer is Moshe Rabbeinu was so good at Yerushalayim. But he considers it a small thing. Wonderful, but
Pluses and minuses, but for me, I mean, this is the first time in my life where I haven't toured. Yeah. Last years. This is nice. Well, I guess 4 years ago. I've just, since the club, I just stopped. And it's been amazing. I love it. You know, all my friends are doing arenas. They said, yeah. You don't realize, like how much you're destroying.
And having the show is nice for that reason, too.
Typically,
You have a normal day.
it has to get positive.
I had a dog for being a dog. You didn't go to work and come home.
The second time you start getting your
Sports
to
Center.
go, and the third time you go,
Do you feel weird living in Vegas? Vegas is an odd place.
when they ask you to get up,
You have to find,
Well, I live in the, in the Summerlin area where it's like very nice, very suburban, suburban. But then you go to work inside the devil's
then I
ball.
go inside the devil's
ball. Yeah, I put it. And and then I leave down the shaft back to Summerlin.
It's right out the tip.
Yeah, the tip is on.
we're just
That was help. I mean, I find it funny. There's a college there, and a big college, UNLV. I find that funny because you imagine asking your parents, like, hey, I want to go to college. I'm like, oh, right on. Where are you going to go? Michigan, Iowa? And you're like, I'm thinking about Vegas. It's good. You're fucking not going to Vegas for college.
My buddy Sam Triplett went there.
Yeah. It's a good college. For the joke purposes.
Well, it seems like Vegas has become more of a community now, right? They have the Raiders now. Aren't they getting a major league?
Knights.
Yeah, the Golden Knights with the hockey. Right, that's right. They got a hockey team now. Always have fights. Fights. Almost every
right.
Some kind of boxing or UFC event or something.
They're talking about building a baseball stadium. I think I heard.
That's nice. What's going to be the Vegas A's? It's going to be weird.
I guess. Yeah, I don't know.
Is it a
When I hear the commentators, like, yeah, I'm going to compare that. Let's say Washington Redskins every college or less, like, they gotta have rest to get off.
what do they call themselves now, Redskins?
Some article someone did. It was really great.
Yeah, but using the Fighting Irish, using that little leprechaun down.
Right. The luxury is about something. No, but I thought about that because I know people have it. And you great.
Yes. People like that on something.
Oh, guys.
It's always something. It's whatever it is. It's by actual humans versus like these crowdfunded ones where like they show up on the tour buses and they're on professional societies and they're doing their own shows from one protest to the next. That's your job. That's hours a day, and they fly around.
I think that kind of should be illegal. Yeah, you kind of.
Yeah, because it's kind of a lie. It's kind of
It's beyond
fraud.
It's beyond fraud.
Yeah.
Beyond, and the guy who was funding it is right.
Yeah.
It's usually NGOs, non-government organizations.
Taxpayer money, unfortunately. But it's a weird thing where you're pretending that these people are outraged when they're really getting exposed.
And then be like, no, you're just listening to the hype. What do you call it? You know, or what they it's just, you know, the conspiracies.
Oh,
So
yeah.
I love those because I was an engineer. He trained the astronauts in the
Was he involved in
simulations. I wish my dad was alive. He'd punch you. Oh yeah, we just had a discussion backstage. A couple days ago. I don't know what. Flag. It's a flag.
Flag waving on the moon?
No, well, my dad would know, and I guess I'm not the brightest guy, but I like an engineer. There's not. No wind on the moon. They've already stolen. They've already teared it. They did take photos. I think it was India. Was it India or China?
One of the satellites that they had hovering the moon took appropriately blurry ambiguous photo of the moon. Yes.
Now we're just playing on India. We're just still there in some sound stage in LA. You know?
I think the sound stage is probably in Vegas. I think it was out in the
I
Vegas.
really don't know. It might be your house.
Eric Pizza.
I think where they filmed. UFO back in where those guys take off.
Yeah, my brother did. Here's the crazy thing. Air Force, so he retired Air Force. And so jet pilot now. He for about 3 years he flew the Rothschild planes. And the one thing is I'm in the Luxor. Top of the flights. Yeah. There's 3 things you tell. So I'm looking out the window, right? Every morning I look out and I see I didn't know they were building that has all these jets out there. So and so then channels on my TV. I was like, well, I can't write this. And the Luxor channel. So the Luxor channel would have it on loop every day. This goddamn thing about it. There's all shows saying there's no red planes, and then take a picture.
That's ridiculous. Everybody literally knows where they are. You can see them from man to man.
Unless they are fake ones. The decoy goes, just like the 747, and then they have the other 747.
Yeah, when Bob Lazar was working on back engineering UFOs, allegedly, that's where he used to fly out of. They pick him up there and he'd fly over to Area S4. Quick little flight out to the middle of Groom Lake. Quick layover and get out and they'd say, thing out. Jeez. Alleged. That's
I thought there was a symbol of ACDC's album.
Looks a little bit like that. No, that's the sport model. That's what Bob supposedly was working on. And he was on one. Yeah. Yeah. You have to put the phone down and go flip it down. Our own brother. If you're my brother, I'll tell you what I did. They told me UFOs are real. I'd be like, I'm sorry. Maybe they're going to put me in jail. But I have to
Just have that question.
So let's just go headset less.
Oh my God.
Better? Let's struggle. Okay.
I take my pants off too. I take my pants off. No headphone, no. Where is it? I know.
Just structure your show, or do you just like reach into the
Show the structure. But what I kind of do, like, don't think that's not at all. It's nothing's zero.
Do you ever do guest sets like at a comedy club where you break that?
I used to make it. I think I do it these days. No, I mean, they kind of do like this one. I'm going to say, but Tony.
Tony Love. It was very fun. I saw you with us.
He said to me, I really want to props. I want to talk. I want to be, not carrot top pieces, but that's what I want. I want you to be. And he was right. It was right. Because a lot of it was both right. Yeah, it was fun to talk, be funny without doing problems, and then go in and show some stuff. And he was beside himself. So that's what I like to do. I'm here.
I'm sure they're going back. to say, get funny.
Oh, that would be awesome.
Sounds fun.
Yeah, awesome. Absolutely. Yeah. I just had Ron White come up on stage just last Friday.
Oh, he was in
He
Vegas.
was in Vegas, and he came. And, you know, so he says that. And I said, you know what? I said, well, you know, don't have to stress out. Don't come out in 2 minutes. Just, I think just pull your head out. I have a bit in my. We're talking about. But yeah, we're gonna ask that training astronauts and says like Armstrong and Chuck Glenn. He was alive. You can hear him right now. What the fuck? You just hear his voice. He walks out. He goes, and it was great because I'm watching the whole show. He's like one of my men heroes in life. He's sitting there watching the show. But then he's gone for like, I don't know, his bit's coming up. Fuck, I mean, Ron, you can't like smoke weed here. You just so I said, all right, there's the Ron White, and I said, so come here, and all these stripper girls, and they're all like, hey, I didn't know you smoke weed. Why? Like, I didn't think I've been in 19 years. I'm like, I'm a party. They're like, no, that's weed. They're like, holy, she's got good shit. I mean, it would just develop the whole hobby out into the lobby. And he can go hard.
I smoked weed with him, and then did a set.
And he left his weed and his wallet in my dressing room.
Oh, no, it's his wallet.
Yeah, that guy's so smart. And his weed.
You also make a shahada.
He's here. He lives here. He does. I know. He's here. He said he might surprise me.
Oh, nice.
And you drove with I don't know.
I do shows with him every week. Every week. He moved here in 2000, I think 17 or 18, I think 18. And I was like, wait, where are you, man? He's like, I moved back to Austin. I fucking love it. So the country. Fly here from everywhere. It's like 3 hours. I was like, all right. And then I was like, well, I moved to Austin. At the very least, like 1 or 2 shows indoors, like, which is crazy. Like, oh my god, which shows indoors in 2020? This is madness. And then, really, we're freaking out. You're chilling, and so, Ron, get out of said, and then it's like fucking bananas. Huge standing ovation. The moment he went on stage, 15 minutes. And then he came up saying, hey, cool, grab me by my shoulders. And he goes, whatever the fuck we have to do, we'll keep doing this. You gotta open that club. Like, okay, that's great. That comedy mothership. He was the original. He was the Christopher Columbus, but that's a bad example because that guy was a real piece of shit. He was the original pioneer. Yeah.
If this
What
is
about
softened,
that's Ron White's story. It's just incredible.
now
Like,
I'm gonna go and buy
you know, we go out to those fancy, like, these posh bars down somewhere in downtown. And I said, where do you go? And I said, this is kind of like,
that's
you know,
even more than you deserve. The reason
the
why we don't go.
bar. And he said, let's go to the one that there are here. There's three of
Now
us.
the question is,
His
why
girlfriend,
isn't the
me, and
cost
my
of the
I
David
said,
Berry
oh,
of
that's
sugar
Crown Rock.
the better? Very
Wife is
bargain.
like a
Flavor is
be fucking shit. I said, Ron, he is the cops are there. He said, well, there you go. He just thought, hey, who's gonna eat today? I said, you keep a pot back. He said, it's your fucking Is that how it looks? Or because I've got other other people back that I can't.
The next show is like strippers.
No fantasy. You know? It's like my show, except it's funnier. It's a new show. They used to have something like that. It was called Crazy Girls. It was like comedians would host that. They had a comic in the middle. It's for people who want excuses, strippers, but they don't go to a strip club. Right. So they took a show. Right. Season 10. Yes, exactly. As smart as the titty bar. Yes, it's such an ending of it, right? It's founded by the law where they do gambling. And then in order to have legal gambling, from the deal where the government blows nukes off it, so there's a spot where you really can't even visit because they detonated 56 nukes. It's just great. That's a movie in Nevada about Genghis Khan. It's a terrible movie. And he did that movie, and a giant percentage of the people that worked on the movie got cancer from it because they were literally like right down the road. It's fun, right? Yeah, but I always thought that's probably one of the reasons why they allowed them to do the gambling thing there. They probably made some sort of a deal. Like, yeah, you can have gambling, but this is what we want to do. Down. And then you can see the crowd. See it just part of something. It's always
so first of all, we're not knocking on because it's mostly
well, it's not nukes. Well, it's around the 2000s.
and
I don't know what he did.
talks about that's
What was that place called?
sort of
Yeah, something like that. 2000 or something like that.
just
Because when we felt fear, yeah, 2003 or 20 of them, yes. So I think they use asbestos, but it's just such a weird place.
Toe to toe at last, and DraftKings Sportsbook is in your corner from the opening bell to the final blow. From the opening bell to the final call, DraftKings has
knockouts, round, method of victory, and ever bet on a fight Sunday too. One app, all the action. New customers, this one's for you. Bet $5 to get $200 on behalf of Boyle Casino. Casino and Resort in Kansas, 21 and over, age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Fees may apply in Illinois, Boyd, and Ontario. Bonus bets expire 7 days after issuance. For additional terms or responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
There's a great idea.
Yeah, it's still phenomenal. You walk inside, it's just breathtaking.
I was there recently. I went to see one of the big
You
boxes.
walk in, it's like, I actually do a joke like this. Yeah, I had sex with a really hot chick, and then found it, and I just said something.
The body's exhibit is fucking crazy. Well, they don't really know like where they're getting the bodies, but they do know that a lot of them are malignant prisoners. It's basically like people that where they turn you into a statue, it has to take place within 48 hours after. So, someone's lying. Yeah. Someone's lying. People would just get on a fucking boat and travel across the ocean with no YouTube, no GPS, hope they didn't hit an iceberg. Not have the comics on this. That's the worst job you can go out.
Ever written one?
It's not the only one. It's one of those things. Jazz fan. He loves jazz music, jazz cruises. It's, yeah. And a lot of friends love cruise ships.
Yes.
I said to Jamie today, they took 50 cents, Many Men, and made it like a soulful song that seems like it's from the 50s or 60s. Have you heard?
They wrote a voice note that he said one.
Did most of
Yeah.
it's you've ever sent me.
They just did that.
Yes, through AI. It's not even a real human being's voice. And it's fucking good, dude. It's good where you like listen to this. With this kind of singing, you know, because it's like hardcore gangster rap, but with, listen to this stuff.
spread this. Even without binding them together, it's
Watch how you talk.
something called
When you talk.
also known as Buddha Hara. Iniquity
Cause
still, they
I'm
become
gonna
have
take
something
your
place and they
life
go,
away.
they're put it up.
How incredible.
Says the
Nobody
Gemara,
sings
that's what
lyrics like that with those kind of lyrics. It's gangster rap. It's an incredible voice. AI is fucking scary, man.
What is the reason
That's
there
so
are three
good.
explanations. One is
If that was a dude who sang that, I was like, who's this guy?
something
You know,
like
like this guy is fire.
That's the kind of stuff we're gonna be.
another shot is it's Indian bread
And the
is
first time I heard about it was Randy Travis had a song out, and I love Randy Travis. So I was like, he has a new album.
put
Oh,
some
he's not
oil
no
on it
oil.
and
You know, he hasn't no.
That's right. That was his decision, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I think he
Well,
wrote the music.
Yeah, I think he did.
Yeah.
Blew me away. I had a whole fight with my girl. Like, it's AI. It's not gonna happen. It's AI.
Let's say that
And the
But
king
it's
said,
not.
he said it right. He
The
said it
difference
was.
is, like, this is not a real person's voice. And it's probably an conglomeration of multiple different singers. At least I guess
I'm
I'm
trying to sell this like they're trying to make it seem like Decent covered this song or some kind of shifty brand.
Oh, yeah, but they do that stuff. They did that with the Chris Rock thing. When Chris Rock got slapped by Will Smith, they tried to pretend that it was an old television show. And they did an AI version of his old television show where he goes on stage and slaps the comedian. It's really funny. It's AI is so squirrely.
Yeah.
They're probably just trying to make money. That's why they did it. But god damn, it's good.
Well,
The Randy Travis voice, it's his voice. So
I don't think so.
no, it is. So what they do is like it's my voice too. Like they use AI with my. There's yes. Steve Jobs. Podcast is something with AI. Steve Jobs' voice, yeah, my voice. Every sound that I can make. My voice.
that's
All the computer has to do.
regular bread is
Weird noises. Weird noises. But all you do is just take a giant ransom phone calls where people call people and say, I've been kidnapped, I need money.
That's what it was. It was
apple
hey,
vinegar.
it's
What about
here come
honey that comes out of a pig?
help me out.
What
I need
about the body?
You know? Like that guy had so many great songs. Oh my God. I have to have.
No, he's got somebody.
Growing
I
up
love
in
that.
White
That's
Seas, you
my
have to
first
make a profile
big country.
about the past. That
This is Kenny Rogers. My dad would see Kenny Rogers every guy.
So what?
Every concert my dad went to. machine that you're like ironiness.
Zero, breaking down, there's something over, I want to pass the bread. Whereas he said,
And then second concert I go to was Kenny Rogers, right? So like, geez, all right, I don't think there's anything else but Kenny Rogers. But third time I go to this fucking thing, I'm like, yeah, dude, can we go to like Alabama? Can we go to my locals? No, Kenny Rogers is good. So then I meet Kenny Rogers in an elevator in LA. Like, it's just the weirdest thing. Ding, doors open. And he's standing, he gets on. I said, oh man, I don't bother you. Legend. He's like, thank you. I said, you know the first concert I ever went to? He says, when they say me, I said, yeah. That's awesome. I said, you know the second concert I went to? He says, no. I said, you. He says, wow, that's awesome. I said, 30. He goes, oh, fuck off. Like that. He goes, fuck off. My dad took me to your concert 3 times in a row. He goes, well, you have a real great dad. We're just, I kind of ran out.
That's exactly what we were talking about. Yeah.
And I'm like, what the fuck? That's what I said. And he was like, you look at me like, fuck off. I said, no, like, and the sides are great too.
That song, The Gambler, how many people that turn into gambling junkies? Right? Besides gambling, you made it seem so. They made a TV movie about that? Wasn't there a TV movie?
Called The Gambler.
I think there's a TV movie called The Gambler. Yeah.
We'll find out in seconds.
There's something about music that was created before the internet. There's something about stuff that was created before the internet. It's so fascinating. Right? It's like an archaeological dig. You know? Like this is because it's a thing. Like you're looking at like the way people used to behave and talk. Right. Right. It's weird. It's like oddly. It's like oddly interesting how you now I want to see what you're talking about. Yeah, being I'm an amateur archaeologist here. This is a different time. Human beings from 1980, different thing. Everybody would just leave that house. Everyone had a key. From movies and TV. Give me some of this. Oh, is it still playing the music? Oh, okay. Is this the theme select? The way it looks so cool. It's just you know, people just kind of accept it. I love the fact of how you like there wasn't even one shows in your life.
Yeah, we had a discussion yesterday.
Yeah, dude. We were looking at your These are wild animals that have just been introduced to technology, and they're eating what it's like to be a grown-up. Like they're just figuring it out. And now here we are, we're like the teenagers, we're the adolescents of civilization. So we realize that's kind of silly. And everything, but there's stuff from then that's better than stuff that's today, for whatever weird reason. There's some music back then that hits you because like you realize like how special this really like Prince, for instance. Like remember the Prince, I listened to I was delivering newspapers and look at this guy, man. Like this guy was completely androgynous. Like he was a beautiful man with this long flowing hair. Album is him with his shirt on. Maybe I'll compare with Michael Jackson because he's very different too. What year is this? How he's doing it, right? Oh, he's so compelling. He was so compelling. Beatles on stage, and everybody wants to fuck him. Yeah. He's that talented. And it's also his music. Like that song, Head. That song, that was like, what year was Head? Oh my God, I know the thing. 80? Wow, 1980. So this was before I was in high school. That Head, love you to your dad. Wow.
You know, Prince people reached out to our people one night and asked them if they could come to the show when he was at the Rio.
Whoa.
And we said, can't curse.
Prince hates cursing?
Yeah.
For real?
Well, yeah. So
Maybe I just wanted to fuck with you.
Yeah.
How much power do I have?
Yeah, I can tell. Well, yeah. I would tell my P. I said, hold on. Yeah, that's thing.
Words from his music and charging people for language spoken at his compound.
No, I'm already. I'm already. Buying $200 today. I think.
As much as I love that guy, I'm not
with your mouth, or you need sweet. You're saying it's supposed to be a sound that like it still doesn't quite grasp exactly. All that shit is nonsense. It's stupid. It's stupid, and it was mostly created, and that was the only place where there was advertising, and so that was the only place that had a proven audience. But proven audience on NBC and CBS, you had the institute laws where you literally get fined like a law that everybody, Sam Kinison was like HBO, right? Like, and you're like, what? This is way better. Like, why can't we just talk? Right? But again, this out that we watched any delirious. I think we were all like, what year was it? Delirious 6. I want to say I was like 15 or 16. I couldn't believe how fun it was. I was like, this is insane. Or no, he's talking about the honeymooner and the ass. Reflects. Jackie Gleason is fucking. All of a sudden, you're hearing someone just swearing on TV. Yeah, like, this is crazy. How am I even watching? We're telling stories by fire. We had nothing. I think we are the perfect people to like really understand the change the society's gone through and how spectacular that change is. What's going on over there? Over. You look, you guys are like basically close. It was the craziest thing in the world. We're talking to one of these people. Well, they would just start talking about stuff. Hey, what you up to? Yeah. They would just have conversations and people would meet people.
There's a lot of that from this fucking band. That was the time you're talking about too. Yeah, they were see people. They're all they were just
But you were the cool guy. Ultimate cool guy.
It's way better. I heard of
Vessel is full, they can't fill it up anymore.
when they look at
Oh, the
the
third wall.
Yeah.
Before we retain,
Early first being chased. Yeah, they got going down the. He was in the alley chasing. He's going like he's backing in like this. The camera just like he just
It's your rhyme. So good.
But sure, we got the great stuff. That was really great. Give you a double sandwich and chasing me. Sure. Stay here and you leave. Think about it.
Dude, Jack Leeson was amazing in that.
Attention getter.
He was so good.
That's called an attention getter.
Do you remember Burt Reynolds and Deliverance?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
That was an insane role. That was an insane role. That was when you could see him as an actual actor. You're like, oh, this guy is good. He's a good actor. Right? He's a great mustache, smiling at him. It was fun, man. Like, he delivers that. It was like right out of him, right when he was done playing football. But that's why he kills the guy with a flow.
it doesn't grow.
Came out, moves down to the second
Say
tier.
Chicago,
Marks here's Jay.
it's everything besides wine and bread.
That's right. He got hip into that. He was fucking his right shoulder at the end. Like, he's gonna kill you, bro. Look at the torque he got in there. He just got bitch slapped. He took a great shot. I want to say, he says, we'll be right back. Like, tomorrow night, let's get
Fish, chicken, eggs, cheese.
that was salt and pepper,
Bread,
Jay.
that's moldy.
Yeah.
Wine,
That guy took way
that's no
too
good
much shit.
anymore.
They gave him so much of a hard time. It's just like
Salt,
when Larry Holmes became the heavyweight champion of the world after Muhammad Ali. Everybody hated Larry Holmes. When Jay Leno took over after Johnny Carson, there's a bunch of
He ain't got a lot of grief
for no reason.
The writing was great. Never is great. No.
I always had hate. Like, what you should be doing all along is really what he's doing now. This is car shows. Right. It's like that guy, if you talk to him about cars, he's so
he loves. Anybody I've ever met in my life. He's done an insane collection, and he likes everything. He likes dots in a fire truck. Yep. He's just like a genuine fan of automobiles, and the way he talks. First thing I said, "Are you okay?" I said, "My question, what the fuck you standing on his eye?" I said, "No, but what happened?" He walked out of the looking. There's a little, like, not even like a what got his food went to have to do with a priest and a mob guy. The mob guy was yelling at the priest and swearing, and Jay's like yelling and swearing, like doing the thing, like saying what the mob guy said. I was like, seeing Jay Leno talk right now. What? Right. It's amazing. He's doing this like super hyper violent Italian mob guy, like screaming obscenities at this priest, and Jay Leno's yelling it out. It's a fucking amazing story. It was at a show. Show that he was doing, like, before he made it. I think at first point that when his priest was yelling at him, it's a hilarious story. That guy doesn't spend any right, so he's just stockpiling it all at the lucky Italian. That's right. Like, it's a dead one. Like, money is fun coupons. Should be just swallowing it away. But people that started out poor, which is like basically most comics, once you start making money, it's hard to believe that you're ever going to keep making money. You start panicking. You're like, oh, I gotta save this. I gotta save this. And then if you carry that into your 70s and 80s, somebody should sit you down and talk with you. I'm your financial advisor, and now's the time to go crazy. Yeah, you're looking into cocaine. She's probably buy more cars. Like, it's expensive with that shit. As your advisor, drug habit, buy some drug shit. Get you a nice car. Let's do something. You need to start buying stuff. You should have way more cars.
How much you have to
That's great. You're right. This is the new time. This is it. Yeah, but I don't. Yeah. Family. I don't want to have a lot of kids and a lot that you save up for them. Because them, like, giving kids like a ton of money. Giving kids a ton of money is not necessarily good for them. Like, if you look historically at people that got trust funds, it's a weird road to go down and not have any ambition, or not have to have any ambition. Maybe you do have it, like, inherently, but for a lot of them, it's like they don't have to make it. They don't have, and I think that's, unfortunately, in this society we live in, that doesn't seem to work. Like, in this society, it's very difficult to not be self-sustainable, not be able to take care of yourself. And if you can't take care of yourself, you gotta kind of learn how to, you can't just be constant fucks with you. Like, every guy that I've ever met that comes from a family that, like, gives a ton, not every guy, but a lot of guys that I've met that come, I've met some cool ones, they come from a family with a lot of money and they've never had a trust funds. They never really found a job.
I think about almost every comic and artist I
Yeah, but it's not mutually exclusive to it. Like, I started cutting lawns at 8 years old. Like, I started cutting lawns at 8 years old. Nowadays, kids don't do it. Yeah, I did that. I did not. Yeah. I don't know how many fights did he have. I really. No, Joel's good. That was good. That was pretty good. Yeah, I think it was like 22 and 2. Gosh, yeah, I didn't know that. Was that professional? Amateur level. So, yeah, legit boxer. I just know how about that? He's a guy who's changed radically. Like, if you go back and listen to Captain Jack, he's like Uptown Girl. It's like, oh, it's like it's great music, it's a huge hit, but it's a different vibe. It's like your guy who's in love now, and he's got a sugar ball for a wife, and he's worth $1 billion. Captain Jack was his gritty, Long Island story. Yeah, it's like, fuck, that's a good song.
great song. You're right. You can't do that. They're like, hey, got money, I got it. You ever heard the song?
He's got some great fucking songs.
Well, the one that I just especially just saw was
I listened to what year was that?
Why is that?
73, son.
Why is
I listened down, but he said, yeah, they were saying they hit off this album and they're making this big hit. Was that?
maybe on the sweets?
Take all your money and
Oh my God, that is a fantastic song. It's a story. It's a story of people's lives. And it's relatable. It's like it's real, it's raw. It's again, so a window into the bottle of red. And now he's just like a joke about my show.
This bottle of white, so really white bread is not just white. It's plural. He must have like more white wine, and that's how I pick up shit. Like,
Are you sure that's the lyrics? Or did you just say
no, like, maybe I could be wrong.
Just to make a rough on the additional food that
bottle
came out
of
after.
whites?
A bottle
Bottle of whites.
If you
Interesting.
bottles of white.
Right, that's a weird way to write. Cabernet and Merlot, you fucking guy. That's serving wine, like a legit wine connoisseur. That's right. When he was eating steak, and we're gonna do this. It's not gonna do it, but he got scammed when he scammed. There was a guy that he was friends with that was a gigantic bottles and shit. Like, and they raided his house. They found empty bottles everywhere. He was taking labels off of things, copying and printing them. And I had that with Luke.
then you have to make a rough
You
also on the
gotta
second
get the real stuff. It's hard. You gotta get the Portugal in my house. Right? But this document really highlighted, in my eyes, at least for some of those people, that it's kind of bullshit. All this, you think you know the difference between really good old wine, but this guy just tricked you. He tricked a lot of them. A couple guys didn't trick. There was one guy in particular. This guy was like, "This is trash." Yeah, one guy was like, "This is trash," but the other guy was just reading about it. All of a sudden, his opinion. I just thought this was crazy. This was a good old documentary called Sound Greens.
No more fucking Merlot.
Oh yes, that one.
Yo.
That's right. That's right.
That guy came on my show. Really?
Why
Yeah,
Paul
he's amazing at everything.
Why? Because they put a drink. They don't want a drink. And they're like, yeah, what have you guys? We have a whole bar. I said, you wanna go to Merlot? Wanna have a Merlot? And just his face, he was so funny. But I didn't say like I was trying to kill him. I said, this we have Merlot.
Private parts.
Yeah. Yeah, he's really good. I'm saying it, the NBC did it. NBC. Yeah, he's like a good guy.
Right. was the Lopez. I was like, oh, they're awesome.
I did that with that South Park. I said that was junk. I'm like, in a roundabout. South Park. They were doing everyone's parody. It's always like, it's just a couple casino and it said like carrot scalp, time playing in that show. Who says that? Like, it was in like Simpsons or Family Guy.
Just for jokes. South Park has been around longer than anything ever that's still good. How do they do it? I don't know. Brian. It's weird that they're still so on top of it. They're so driven to like still push the boundaries and make it really funny. You know? And it's been going on since
Same like that, how many years?
like the first video. The one that they were passing around, the VHS one with Brian was 95 or 96. Because I remember people on news radio were passing it around.
Everybody's leaving.
And we were like, what the fuck is this? This is crazy.
It doesn't matter. Everybody could have leaving.
95.
Won't
Yeah.
help. Everybody
Everyone was passing around with that. Whoa. Which one was that? Which one was that? Was the 95 one or the 94 one? Spirit of Christmas. So that 99 sounds like the last year. No, I have a false memory now. What, that was the one that Jesus for Santa fighting. That's the 9. That's the first one. Yeah. There's no Brian Boitano in that one? He said Brian Boitano, dude, in that, but that's not some song, is it? Oh, it says it's okay. That's hilarious still. I thought I had a fake memory. Okay. You have fun. You have me thinking it was crazy. The song was way bigger. Right. But the show, where he says it, was on the show. So that was the first thing. I was like, man, this is my fucking mind. I know it was on the first one. But it was just so groundbreaking. And the brilliance of it was that you don't have to have it look realistic. So you can get away with so much more. Like when he stuffs, Paris Hilton, right? When he has slaughter off, and stuffs Paris Hilton up his ass. It's like, but you can do that, right? If it doesn't look real, right? Like if it's like super realistic in 3D, you can't do that. It has to look like South Park. Yeah. They can get away with so much. They can kill kids. Kill Kenny every week. Never had complaints. Imagine if this is like a graphic 3D video, you know, that looks so hyper realistic. You can do it. It has to look like complete nonsense. Then we'll let you get away with it. Think about it. I bought it. There's like levels of realism that will allow you to get away with more if it's like you still like, you know, Wile E. Coyote, you know, shit was always happening. He was always, that was okay. Like blood all over the place. But if you make them look so goofy that their head's just a big circle, and they have like this, we know what it is. They killed the kid. You keep laughing. And right away. When Cartman was in bed with Saddam Hussein, or when Satan Brother was in bed, It's brilliant. Because you you'd never be able to get away with it. Like the one when they skirted around drawing Muhammad. They kind of skirted around. They never drew him. Right, like there's like, oh, there's the truck. He's inside the truck. He had a bear suit. You can do things in cartoons that you just can't do in any other realm. It's a perfect medium for comedy. And you can keep the kids young forever, right? You know, they're always going to be in high school. Like, nobody questions the fact that they're in high school for 4 years, right? It's just they're in high school. That's how it goes. That's true. They don't have to grow up. Shut the fuck up. Why are they to grow up?
Even though it's
Yeah, but they did make a commercial when they aged. And they finally like, God damn it, now, but you gotta see what they always look good.
It's sad. I don't give a fuck. They're in a trailer park. It's fun when he's the way he is now. He's like a little kid. It's fun. I like throwing hissy fits. It's fun. He's still. Kid. You don't want to. There's certain people you don't want to see them when they get full grown or when they're in
Episode they should do it.
Yeah,
When it's all done, this is the final. They're all aged and then they. And then they're like, you know, what they should do is do 3
like hyper version of the show. Like just do it all through AI. Yeah, for the last episode.
it smells good.
The most violent. This is exactly what they've been showing you for 40 years.
But what happened was, the pump up, person has to
Did you do it at the club or did you do it at the club? At the club.
people, because I don't want to tell this guy what's right or wrong. Coming from me, he said, no, that's not how it works. Just be you, just be yourself. And it was great, because I could just, if there was something specific that I thought was going to wrong or wrong, I say it in a clear, very nice way. But most of them, they got their minutes, they pop them out. Yeah, of course you see a couple, but the first 10 seconds in, you're like, okay. It's already not funny, whether they're just so nervous, they're like shaking, you know. Does someone have really quality written jokes?
Oh yeah, there's a lot of fun, really people out there. And there's also, because of Kill Tony, people realize that if they can put together a minute, it can change their whole fucking life. Your whole fucking life. Look at Cam Patterson, just Saturday Night Live. They're killing it blue. William Montgomery's killing it. You know,
There was a couple there on that night that they were really good.
yeah.
And I think Tony Capion, the sheriff, was one of the next guy, you know. He came out and was like, oh, yeah, he was solid.
Yeah. Art Guy. There's a lot of these guys that do that show. They won't show. Also have like 25,000 Instagram followers, then it's 100, then it's 150, like these things start rolling, it's like, oh, you have a real pathway. If you work hard, if you really you can, it's the biggest fucking job.
So there's a couple that I've been watching there.
There's more now than ever before. It used to be, it was like, there was a bunch of like that people, and every now and then someone would come up with
Mother.
These are extremely sweet bracha on that bread. The Gemara tells us that Yochanan loved these fruit very much, and his talmidim would bring him 1,000 of these. Rabbi Yochanan told the authorities to have them drive him home. 3 times a month, 40 saw. The Gemara says it's so rare that only happened once. Bring a little hold that will eat Shivas Aminim, you have to know, Rivas Hamazon, you have to bench. Why? Because the pasuk of Shivas Aminim comes 2 seconds before V'achal to the Sabat of Iraq, the pasuk about Rivas Hamazon. So Chum say yes, but there's a pasuk in between, and that separates it. That says that when you eat Shivas Aminim, you only have to make Ala Michya. Neil says the pasuk in between tells that if you eat shoe, wheat, you don't bench on that. If you drink water because you're thirsty, the Bible says you make a shahakal, you make a boiring, the pasuk. So let's see soon, it's machlokes whether you make a bracha at all on fruit is very similar to how we do it today. We say sure it's over here. Gemara does it. We say no lechem b'piyah, but it's going to do the rachem Hashem like you know. Southern finish with the bracha. The Kaddish Yisrael, the Mishnah Dina says that is that.
I said it was great. I said the only thing I would have done is we already had a laugh. The microphone was, reference it, at least reference it. That prop. It's already a fucking prop. It's not even a prop that's usable. Every company uses it for the, every change on the beach, every company calls it, everything. So I said, no, you don't have to make a prop joke. I said, just reference it. You should at least reference it, like this is already not going well. Something, and because the crowd was waiting for something, and he didn't do it. And after the show, he said, I'm gonna use that. That's good. I said, well, you have to follow a tall guy.
Yeah, don't set the microphone
Right.
my
That's
best
like
joke.
because I said, it don't work because it's improv. It happened.
Right.
And I told him, I said, you don't do it unless it happens. You know what? If it happens.
You should swallow.
Prop joke. I said, just reference it. You should at least. Reference it, like he was waiting for something and he didn't do it. And then after trying to use that, that's good. I said, well, you have to follow a tall guy every time for it to work.
Yeah, don't set the microphone high for my best jokes. Yeah.
an anxiety of 1 minute, and you can't leave your garden. Oh, Jesus. And that's where I'm like, oh, it's 100%. Tony, that's not how it works. Just one thing they do in Madison Square Garden is they have like a legend spot days like Jim Norton, I know Big J. Okerson. People did it now that David Tell come up to a minute of stand-up there. But he makes it so that even if one is terrible for the first time, it's only a minute, and then you have Shane Gillis and whoever else next to him making fun of it. It's like, you're just gonna stand anything and do like one talk. Hopefully. My very first time ever in New York City was at Catch a Rising Star. Old school club. I go there and I had, it's like it's pouring down rain, or snowy, sleety snow rain. I remember I took my truck in a taxi, and I've never been to New York City. In a club, and I go in, there's like 8 people. And, oh, fuck. Yeah.
How much does a person have to eat in order to
it's not even bombing, it's worse than bombing. It's just like never have nothing from a lot, nothing. Yeah. Now I'm doing God. Like, straight levels. Kills everywhere. Nothing. Fucking nothing. So, I think my open levels have more problems. Got a little less, not even right. Yeah, I've got more problems than other people there. Nothing. I get done. I didn't even do shit. So bad. Just there was no comic. It was like, all right, you're the next comic. And I the guy that I don't know, I got the thing. I'm like, just walking. I just leave the shit. Like, get out of the business, right? My idea of a comedy. It's kind of a third business. A bunch of people stop in. I do sets. It's by the time you get up, probably closer to 1. Yeah, but but those shows show you what's bullshit. They show you there's something about small crowd that shows you.
what you're saying is the brutal thing about comedy is you kind of really have to figure it out in front of people with jiu-jitsu. When you learn jiu-jitsu, it's really important to not be afraid to tap. Just open your game up and but if you could just relax and not use your ego, not try to win every session, just try to figure out why and figure out how to avoid it. But I'm going to throw this out. This is half cooked. This is half. Do you think, is this where we're going as a society? Is this where we're going as human beings? And there's some, not fine. That's the only way you find it. Because there's some right come to you. When you're willing to step out on stage, you might fucking bomb. You might transfer out of that. Like it's like you have to. It's a balancing act. This bit might not work at all, and then I do the same. But I
why should I think it's full cooked? I think I went out there. That's good. It's just been marinating for a while. And then when you eat shit, you're like, yeah, that was a good bet. Damn it. For me, it's one night one track, the next night. I just did a joke last night. I killed the night before.
do you say it the same way? You record yourself. That's the thing. I said it a little differently. I fucked up before, but I didn't realize I fucked up. When I said something wrong, I didn't realize I said it wrong until I listened to the recording. I'm like, because I'll fuck words up sometimes. Just like, I talk too much. You know, it's just like on autopilot talking sometimes. That, like, I didn't do anything different. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. It's like, just slightly different. And that slightly different makes all the fucking
Meet me at the pool. So I put it up on the big screen. I said, this is my favorite billboard. Look at this. Meet me at the pool. It's hot girl night. Gotta laugh, but not like, should have done more. Like, then you get there. They're like, Ava? She was here earlier. I was buried under like cotton or something. Last night, it just killed. I mean, almost for a minute, they're still laughing and applauding. I'm like, it didn't do anything different. It was just the mood of that audience.
That does happen too. Maybe it was like you were doing better before that, so you had more momentum.
Maybe. I never, I'm just,
That's some of it. Just coming up. I've seen your show. Your show in Luxor was really fun. I saw it. It's been a few years. I gotta check it out now. I had a bunch of my friends come back and see your show. It's very fun. It's fun. Thank you.
Tuesdays I do Spanish and sex.
Do you really? I speak Spanish? Tom's
It's Spanish night. I come back
Tom Segura, who looks totally white, he speaks fluent Spanish and does stand-up in Spanish. Just so he'll talk to how many dates did he do where he did your mom's house?
Yeah.
There's podcasts at all. Or 2 Bears, 1 Can, 22.
I'm doing
With this one bird? Oh yeah, that's your mom's house. Yeah, they're both real fun. Bird's a great example. Bird's a great example of what we're talking about. One time we were at the Improv and Bird did this the first set, it fucking killed. And the second set, it didn't do nearly as well, and he was confused. And I had seen both sets. And I said, oh, no, it's because in the first set, he said, like, he was at the, he was at the supermarket. I know this already else about Rothschild. I wouldn't say it. It was like, he was at the supermarket, and he was standing there talking to his wife. He's like, he goes wrong. No, but the joke was the way it was. Like, she said it that way. Like you were so fat. Like, he forgot to say one part.
Workers, if they're considered a or foreign profits, you add zero to it. Therefore, the rises is whether or not the final profit after I make this is the rabban of the rice. We can be branded up to this point that it's the rabban. So now that says the rice, and therefore the first rice, so both as the rabban, so people are benching, you have only two profits.
For sure. Like, it's weird. You know, you gotta listen. You gotta listen because it's painful. You hate listening to your own voice. It's gross. You already know the jokes. Like, shut up, or shut the fuck up. You're so tired of listening to you talk. But you have to listen to it because if you don't, you're not gonna figure out how to do it the best way you can. You know? I think that's great. But there's a lot of very funny women that don't do it that way. I never want to see myself again. Everybody's got their own process. You know, I know some guys who are really funny that don't record any of their shows and they don't write at all. They just go up a lot and they have ideas to work them out on stage. They're really, really funny.
Yeah. I'm kind of in that my stand-up probably should have known that. But the stand-up I kind of just, I have like a little point. I don't write it down.
When you do prop stuff, like, how do you even come up with ideas? Like, what do you like sit down with like a whiteboard? What can we do?
No, I've never sat down and done a wait.
So how do the gags like come?
They come just like a lot of them happen by just sometimes I'll see a prop or a prop. That's not a prop yet, it's just a thing. Cozy. Or I'll see a thing, and I'll know there's something funny about that. You know. He says, what up your hand? He's like, oh, yeah, I'm fine. I said, what'd you do? He's like, your Joe is paper cups tree. And tell and a tree. I think, what's going on, Bob? And I'm watching it, and I'm like, this is, I don't
child version
And
of
then
the
it
Cubs,
says
we
he
need a
has
new version. So I said, we have to have
Second.
another that comes out for call wait.
below. So
And it was like, that was my free version. I mean, I told someone in the front row, what's your name? They go,
well,
that's
it's
it.
3 people.
I think you seem so close, you know, the street.
Driving
And
to the
she's
suburbs of
like, what's your name? And she said her name.
the
Oh,
traffic
hello.
sign
And I call you back. I'm talking to whoever. She was crazy. And it would just murder. And they no call waiting to come out. But it was, you know, right call wait. So you had a second there. And then I had to break up their conference call and climb out of that conference call and throw it. I think call forward and I'd throw it. And then I had a clear cut. It was for caller ID. I said, I know you're there. Pick up my things. It was like a bam, 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 bam. You know, like a really good problem. It turned into like
the one that starts
like a routine.
he's the one that
It'll be
does
funny if you tried this. Those things today. What? No. This way. You know, I do things sometimes on the show where I hear classics. Yeah.
and he
This
does
is stuff from people that grew up with me in the 90s. You'll remember some of these. Then I do like the ice train. It has a level, and it's great. The biggest the big cube ones. If you don't, maybe that jokes. It's normal. I think it's. I use them sometimes. I'm gonna see when you go back in. You gotta leave it. Yeah. Pagers, make pager jokes. What? That's great. Yeah, I mean, I remember when I technological.
Soccer screamer. Somebody said a full taste. Now, tasting and eating are the same. Word teaches us that when you eat something, the name of the word that you We're sitting around the table eating, and one of them gets up to get a drink. The second person will wait patiently until the first person gets back from the drink. But if you have 3 people, the one gets up to get a drink, the 2 don't have to wait. Well, the person that comes to bread, he should start the meal, he should dip into the dips first, unless he wants to honor somebody that's greater than him. A lot of I said, the column Shabbos, do not start funning until everybody says, okay, now you don't have to wait for somebody to say exceptionally long. I mean, it's not proper to say exceptionally long. Amen. The word teaches us. There's about Amen Messiahs where somebody says Amen without even hearing the bracha. The sword says Amen because people around them are saying Amen. Now, the one is that you don't say what comes under the aleph, you say Ashva under the aleph. You don't say Amen, you say Hime. The one is you don't pronounce the middle at the end of the word. You say upon the person. Get the person. But Lawrence is Amen says properly. That will actually give him additional day.
Like, why are you making me fucking read it? This is so weird. I'm like, it takes you 4 presses to get an S. Send you a text message. That's great. Why are you doing this? So, let's call him back. You couldn't text you, so yell at you. It was fucking scream. He'll text you now. That's great. He was a wild boy. He was fun. He was just such a fun dude. But if you call and if you did not call, he would get angry. It's a Joe. I want to hear you fucking text you. Like a little girl, what are you doing? Doing red band. That's right, because Red Band loves texting. So Red Band was like, you press it 4 times, get an S. And then I remember people got those sidekicks. Remember, you're the coolest sidekick. Remember that? And some of them act. Right? Didn't like Paris Hilton again, didn't her sidekick got hacked? Something along those lines. Yeah, like, or something happened where people like stole her, something happened. Wasn't there something about that? Some sort of privacy concern with the sidekicks back in the day? Yeah. There was like strategic releases of stuff back then, like when they would accidentally have a photographer looking at their vagina as they got out of a call. The photographer on his knees with a camera pointing out. That's so crazy. Nobody has a camera pointing out here. Yeah, like, come on. That guy would go to jail. That's probably illegal. Probably. And meanwhile, you don't have any hunts crazy. Like, why? Why did they do that on purpose? He did, but it's smart. Know your name. It worked. Right. We're talking about them right now. Yeah, but that was like a brief moment. People don't remember Pussygate. Where just nothing. Respect. These legs put on up like that. I said, and it's hilarious looking. I said, I made a Bud Light so guys will drink it again. That's one of the greatest bits. He said, the people out. Tell Bill to have a oh my God, my parents took me to see him live in the Sunset Strip when I was in the movie theater. I was like 15, 16 years old. And it was incredible. I couldn't believe how funny it was. I will never forget this. It was the first moment where I realized like what stand-up can do. Because this guy was on stage and just talking. It was the funniest thing I'd ever heard in my life. Ever. I thought about all the movies that I had seen that were really funny movies. And I was like, there's nothing this is funny. And this guy's just talking. Yeah. I was around. I forget this, man. And there was people just going like this, body, like, oh my God, just dying laughing. I was like, this is incredible. It's just talking. It's incredible how funny this is. The
I did a for Steve Harvey one time. And I said, all this stuff. For my people, no, all black.
If you have 7 people that
I
are
said,
stressed, somebody to help them.
they were like,
Yeah.
I know it was his crowd.
And then he
He was
another
peeling off the club. It was so loud. He's alone. His punchlines. Yeah. It just was fun. There's some dudes who just know how to just hit it just right. No, is that way? Oh my God, it was so fun. I mean, there haven't been really a lot of
many
those
millions of
tours like that. There hasn't been. Because they were tours and then they made films. Right. How many films they made a King's Comedy. So Dan Collar did a couple tour. How many did they do? Interesting. It's funny. But it's also like everybody's already doing it. It's just like there's more people doing it for arenas now than I think ever. It's hard. So I came to my show about a month ago. Like, oh, what's going on? So I said, yeah. I said, you go. Where are you going? It just blew me away. I'm like, yeah, 30 now. Yeah. I'm like, he's some cat. I'm like, yeah, it's so fun. He's doing arenas everywhere. Combination. Yeah. That's a great one too. Yeah, Fluffy does LA doesn't he do the Dodgers if by himself? Yeah, so insane. Yeah, Fluffy is a giant problem. I remember when we were at the Jesus, that's nuts. Yeah, man, they're killing it. It's just playing some crackers on that. There's Chicken Kills killing it like that. Tony's killing it like that. That's incredible. Holy shit.
So the first thing we see for hours is they make a rumble before you.
Oh my God.
But why do
Oh
they
my
come so
God.
low?
Oh my God. That's incredible. That's incredible.
Either because women like it, or because Shaw says,
oh my God.
Oh my god. Oh my god. That's incredible. Fun time. Fun time for comedy. Bert's doing giant places. Segura's doing places. It's really it's wild to say.
Yeah, which one? Car.
Oh, you never met him?
I don't think so.
Oh.
I don't think so.
You'll love him.
I don't know. I don't know. But
He's like 187 pounds now. Dude, he was at the car. See him? Great. He was at the club the other night. I'm like, fucking great. Like, what do you weigh? Yeah, but he's like healthy.
Had a good joke. I don't know. Or my meet and greet, and my man said to me, "Oh, you look good. Are you okay?" And I get those. I'm okay. Yeah, you okay? He says, "Yeah, I'm fine. Why?" He says, "You look sick." Lost weight. She goes, "Oh, you're skinny or something." No, I'm not nothing.
The only time you're going to find people when you're doing good is if they're doing good. So if they're having parents out, you're looking great, man. They don't feel threatened. And some people do. They feel threatened by other people. So they don't. They want. That big? Yeah, the fat guy has willpower to lose that weight. He's pussy. And then they feel better. They feel better about themselves because their life sucks. Yeah, that's a lot of people. That's a giant chunk of the population. That's why you're not supposed to read social media.
I hear my friends say, like, yeah, look at her.
You know, if you're 600 pounds, that's probably a good idea. And my friend was telling me, my friend Brayden was telling me, who actually runs a pharmacy, he's like, the issue is the dosage. First of all, people are doses. And they, loss and bone loss. And so when you do if you're really struggling or whatever you want to call it, medication, what does it actually do? What is it? Because that's essentially what it's doing. It's not just your appetite. Which is the last I fucking love appetite.
Yeah, that's
Actively pulling down the rate at which food leaves the stomach, gastric emptying. It also influences the brain's reward system, reduces cravings for high-calorie food, and dampening the motivation to eat. These combined effects contribute to a reduced overall energy and a fullness after meals. I think it's like everything else, man. Like you could probably use it responsibly. It could probably help you if you're really obese. But I think there's way too many people that are hopping on it that just need a little discipline, right? Just get a little
that doesn't mean that some people shouldn't use it, right? And if they can think that's the real thing, right?
That's why they're downplaying it for people with diabetes, I think, but then they found out that it could
Exactly.
help people that were
Exactly.
like you said.
Benefit done correctly for people that there's so many people that are fucked, man. They're 500 help sometimes. And maybe they need a little boost. Just something to fucking terrible state and move you and then you can feel better. This is a problem. You'll think better. You'll be nicer. You'll have a better energy to do the things you like to do. There's no downsides to being, the only downside is it sucks. It's a lot of hard work. But once you get there, the satisfaction of having accomplished something in your body into a condition where it's like healthy, and you can do stuff. You can take a fucking yoga class, you can do CrossFit, you can do stuff. It's physical.
Plans like I did is a lot.
Got like the most implants. It's really good. Talk to him a long time. Like, whatever you like. It's just like, now, like, you look crazy. I don't know if you have a mirror in your fucking house.
Yeah, no, God.
But that's the thing with people, when you start doing that kind of stuff, stop, and it becomes addictive, just like eating becomes addictive, or gambling, you get addicted to just fucking with your friend. That guy, there he is. He's got a back implant. $21,000 to do a back implant? It does look like he's got crazy lats. I feel like that guy must be a rock climber. Right? If you saw that, that guy's jacked. Look how jacked he is. All the way down to his wrists. And you're like, hey, why are those wrists on that body? That's crazy. There's something wrong. Like, you know what I mean? It's like, it looks great. So, like, whatever it is, the boobs are on. But there's some part of your brain. Those are great fake abs. That looks normal. But one of the ones that you just showed earlier, like okay, are those just real abs? Because if you can get those abs, if those are real, like you could. You could have done the whole thing. What kind of damage are you doing to your body just going under 190 times?
He doesn't look like a small frame guy.
Exactly. Right. Get down his wrist. So, like, that guy's murderous. This is insane.
The wrist was weird.
Yeah. Like,
Apps saying he did everything else.
oh. Okay, well, if that's true, and it may be true, they might not be able to do apps back then.
I think they don't know. I know they do apps.
I know they do that sculpting thing. Sculpt the fat away. It makes it look more apps.
I have a guy.
Those are pretty good.
But another guy.
Oh, that's that crazy guy. That guy's had a lot of those things, too. So that's fake apps. Yeah, those look real. But that, like I'm saying, like if somebody just talked that dude into lifting weights, on the look, what is it? I think those are his real abs, which are pretty good. Like he could have got a tight swimmer's body, and
instead of what he did, Jesus Christ, that's the whole thing was that was not like that when they're like right them out. Yeah, they cut all the fat away, so it exposes more of the abdominal area, abdominal sculpting area.
I think I had that tomorrow before.
Or tight. You're gonna have to get drained the yeah, so I was coming out outside, leaking pus. Because you just had a wound. Cut your fat away. It's that weird. You want to look better, and I like. Yeah. I have to do this one now. Jesus, fucking off. That's just it. Let it go. You'll take it, lose weight. I just don't know if maybe somebody does. Probably. Just fat will burn away. You'll fucking coming out look like Chris Evans, like Captain America. That's gonna happen, dude. It's gonna happen.
Yeah, well,
They're already doing weird. Like cartoon. We're gonna look like Thor. Fun time. Completely changes. Also, looks like Ken. Why wouldn't you do that? Why wouldn't everybody get a chance to be hot? What's good on the vlog if everybody's hot? It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be awesome. Everybody's just rewire everybody's brain so it's like really passionate, and you have to sign up for it. If you're passionate, we're gonna have to do it. Yeah, everyone's gonna be hot, and everyone's gonna be nice. It's gonna be hair. All the no motivation whatsoever for you to ever like
They all
right, you know, like friends because is 5'3", and that was the way to get women to love him. He's so talented that like the people just were blown away. And you're acting like a woman. They don't even understand.
Rather you invite him in. So he said, well, after this, so just make him. I'm just stand there.
We're discussing wine, but we're not
He says, boy, my she's like, what? I said, he's the only one. He probably doesn't know you're on the show. So I insisted over the door. I said, this is Princess T. He's like, okay, no. And Prince is looking at me, he's like, let's do her. What the fuck was that about? You want to my fucking tea? I need tea. Listen, that seems insane. Insane. I didn't know what I was supposed to do. So the next time I'm big, I don't know. He did his thing, and he brings us all on at the end. This is everything. Yeah, he just asked me. Follows along with my theory about that kind of talent. I always think you have to be at least somewhat insane or have a relationship with your show. I start walking down that hall, and this is big. I mean, big black guy just standing right in the center of the walking towards him, and I'm like, and go like, I buy it. He said, oh, I'm sorry.
If you don't know what you're doing,
I need you to, he said, you can't go past here. He said,
one that's made out of wine.
I'll go after my room. He says, you're not going to find me. It wasn't mean about it, but he says, you're not going to go find me. And I made sure, I said, I can probably get by you. You're being funny. I said, I can probably get by you pretty quick. Didn't laugh. So I said, all right, I went back to the girl in front and I said, she's like,
Immediately afterwards, whatever that beer is made out of,
that guy. No, I said, well, look at you. Come on. She's like, no, I'll go with you. I said, I brought back up. Now this is an old lady.
You drink the wine variety because that.
And he said, like, sir, he's really wrong. He said, I'm sorry, you can't use something behind him. And I kind of just one of those like, well, I just gotta get. And it's Prince. He's standing. He's only, he's this guy's. And Prince is standing. I say, Prince. And he goes, hey, I said, I don't know why I wrote. He goes, yeah. He said, can you tell him? He said, yeah. Prince just stand. He's a weird guy. That's why he's so good. Yeah. I just never forget that. I was like, I don't think anybody gets that good without being really out of the run. Too. It's the same thing. Music business. All-time great. Reading about Billy Joel's first record doing. And I saw it before. That song you're talking about. It's like I gotta figure this out. Well, Captain Jack. You ever see him do it live? Oh, yeah. Damn. See if you can find it. Now about Billy Joel. Look at this. How quick is this? Live, 1976. We'll come back. Now we're back. Now, big. So we talked about music earlier. But there's nothing. It's hard to find. I don't know. They just don't play it too. You gotta find the artists, man. You gotta find the artists. There's a lot of artists. So listen to, yeah, but there's great guys right now. There's Jelly Roll right now. He's Oliver Anthony. He's amazing. Teddy Swims. That dude. Do you know who that guy is? Oh my God. Play the door. By Teddy Swims. Sorry. But I just want you to listen. Here's from you guys. Okay, now this is one of the best songs I've ever heard. Check this out. Yeah, but you come back and listen to it. You got oh my God, Billy Joel. I'll give some shit to listen to. There's a great shit there. I love Zach Brown too. Yeah, there was a arena with Shane Gillis. Phenomenal. And another one of those guys, several boys. He was in the military. He was making songs on like TikTok in the military. People's in that. Is there a picture of them on stage? Yeah. Like the luxury. What's the big show in the stadium further home? I mean, it wasn't a Carrot Top show. That was wow. It was hard to imagine. My thing would say, we do a soundtrack there. This is okay, no. 100,000 people. This side was going to be alumni, this side was the kids. All ages. Now, they had rules. Kids say, you could definitely get sex So my
Very
guy
fast,
brought all this
it's
stupid shit, just, you know,
that heavenly voice
it goes out and his first joke is like, yeah, this chick out, right? My guy kept running in, like, dude, my wife's like, his opening line was, I mean, this girl, and I said, no, he goes, yeah. But the crowd wanted, they had heard all this. It was actually my advantage. They did all this horrible, dirty stuff. I was
A
kind of like,
person
let's
only
get
has
here.
one eye and he has to have Abdullah.
You know,
The meal
I
of
did
Dusim
like
was what
like
you
acting up
says
because
the Gemara that he could eat a full meal before Abdullah. He used the one cup of wine to both bring Muslim and Abdullah. What is the order? Says the Gemara, what he does is he first does Muslim, then he does Ner, then he does Summon, and finally he does Havdalah. Who does this go? This goes according to Mishnah. How do we know?
Sound check.
Oh, this is a big machlokes between the Rameir. What is a machlokes between Mesil and Misham? Not to be confusing. Everybody agrees that Abdullah is all the way at the end. And in Rameir, everybody agrees that Ner is first. The machlokes between Misham and Mesil is in the middle. Do you say Brik Samazan and then Musamman, or do you say Musamman then Brik Samazan? And in review, though, everybody agrees that Brik Samazan is first. Like this is only is Ner before the Summon, or Summon before Ner. Now, if you look at this list over here, where do we see that Brik Samazan comes first? Then comes Ner, then comes the Summon, then Abdullah. Like we said in the Brisa. The only one that says that is Mishamai, according to Yehuda. Issue is that see, Abdullah is all the way at the end. Abdullah is equal to Kiddush. And in the Mishnah of Mishamai hold that first you do Kiddush on Friday night, and then on the wine. And over here is the opposite. First the wine, then Kiddush. Abdullah. The answer is there's a difference between bringing in Shabbos and letting Shabbos out. When bringing some Shabbos, you want to make it as early as possible, so you make Kiddush first, and then Bar Priyago. But when Shabbos goes out, you want to prolong Shabbos, so you make Bar Priyago first. Only afterwards, you do
like there was like an inside
required to have
open air.
a cup of wine for Zima.
It was all covered, and then there was inside
because the Brisa
the
said
roof area.
that if
Because once it got
the person
out,
was
all
about
the
to finish
echo
his meal,
from
before he benches, you see that according to the Rama, you don't need.
and so
But in the Mishnah, there's no cover.
furious. They were all
It's possible that he actually
hear someone talk. We would do shows, and he would get high as fuck.
now we're going to go into the
And
Pyro.
he would put a
Very
rope
interesting.
on. That's how you stage with a bathrobe on, just broken, and with slippers on. And so I was just loving it, just as a pure fan. I was like, I can't believe
Usually
she's
you go
down
down
with a
But this year,
bathrobe on.
one class of football, every time you see
around the casino.
Bro, I saw
the
it.
Southern liquid.
I didn't see a dick, man. I saw him in a bathroom, but I saw him go on
The
stage.
first was a shaming.
And that was
Punches
his
that
move.
liquid,
No,
that liquid goes up a level, it becomes a Risha. And it has the power only the Rabbana to be Matana something else that makes that a shame. Therefore, we have a place in our Mishnah. What comes first?
It's my mom.
You wash your hands on the Philisodayim, and then pour the cup of wine, or you pour the cup of wine, and then you wash your hands.
Crazy.
What's the
He
matter?
meant to. He
The
was
point
like,
the Shammai were concerned that the cup will become pumic.
In our dressing room, at the club,
Shammai holds that you're not allowed to use a cup that the outside of it is pumic, outside of it is pumic.
so it's his handwritten notes in their own
That
frame
if your hands
with a photo of
pumic,
Rodney.
not
Yeah,
washed,
it's pretty cool.
then perhaps they will
One
touch
of the
the
things I
cup.
loved about him, man,
If
is
your hands have
he
liquid that will touch, or that
introduced
the
the
cup has
world
the
to a lot
insults,
of
has
other
the brine
great
that came off
comics.
the top.
He introduced the
Your
world
hand
to
is the chain,
Kinnison,
touches that wine.
Hicks,
That brine in return
Robert
becomes a
Schimmel,
Risha,
Dom
which has the power to
Herrera,
be the
Jerry
top of the cup.
Seinfeld,
And I'm not allowed to use a cup that's not a
comics
signature.
did.
But we still say you're allowed to use a cup to the outside of the cup.
HBO, Young
My
Ladies,
concern is
Specials,
that they
Specials,
say that your hands are going to become pumic. You're not allowed to eat with pumic hands. That's why we wash the
comics.
So if the cup is
Your
pumic,
show, which
you wash your hands, you have moisture on your hands. You things right in your hands or to be shut. So that moisture, by talking the cup, will become a rishon, and that rishon will make your hands a shaking, and that's a problem.
Person behind it.
And not make hands
Other
tight.
shows like
You need the water, you
late night
need the
shows don't
moisture.
have comics anymore. They
And
tell well, that's
hands without water cannot make a cup come in either, because a shady doesn't make a shaking.
because it's all the whole show was
Another method is another
nothing wrong with
the
that, right?
table, the
The
shady,
problem is it's not
and the
what the
shows
host
are
is interested in.
therefore, put
Barely enough time to scratch the surface of like one or two stories. Like I said, I guess what I said, like anything. In fact, the only time I had something to
you
actually
have to
promote,
store
I stopped
before
trying to promote chairman of the
you-
board.
That's
Yeah,
what it is.
yeah.
Clear the table.
One
So,
time you wanted out.
are you allowed to use
Coming out.
a shower, a
Yeah,
waiter,
like,
who's an amor, who doesn't know the halacha, so
I
doesn't
gotta
pick
move,
up the
Jay. I gotta, you know, yeah, something
from the bishama,
that we
Allowed to.
ask you to- It's
because
not what the host
you're allowed to use a shamish that's amor, and
The
therefore
way
have to be
that
concerned
don't
that
have
people
their
are
way.
pieces and
Where you
water
have to
from
get
your
on
brain
the
and
famous
put on
people,
the
you have to get on the
those
rock
pieces.
star, you have to,
So
you
say,
can't just have weird people.
not
Come on,
concerned,
you can't have some
but
guy
you
work for the
only allowed
CIA,
to
come
use
on,
the
right,
proper
tell you about
and
it,
hold
aliens,
those
right, this is what I know so
halacha
far.
in this case is like bishama, unless you switch the shittas and say that what bishama says will be
First of all, you only have 10
Therefore,
minutes. Each
entire
cast is
mission,
like
entire
an hour
power,
real quick.
all the
You have
halachas will
barely
be
enough time to
like
scratch the
this,
surface of like one or two stories. You don't get
Well,
like,
my point is,
I used to do it. I
between
did
bishama and
it.
tzila,
How many times I did
when
it?
you
I
use,
did it.
according to Rabbah,
It was
when
always,
you
I
use the
never
word
promoted
oiler,
anything. In fact, the only time I had something to actually
means
promote, they
in the
didn't want to
past,
put me on.
Hashem
I stopped
created
trying to
life.
promote chairman of the board.
Oiler means right now he's created,
That's hilarious.
or perhaps it also means
One time you wanted
in the
to
past.
really
That's
know.
not like bishama
No, I
says.
did. I have this
According to
movie
Rabbah,
coming out. Yeah, I remember
that can
Yeah,
mean,
they're
we
like,
say units are oiler and
I
function.
gotta move.
He's
Jay, I
creating
gotta,
like
you know, I
we created,
gotta move.
she just made rich. Therefore says,
It's the
the word
strangest.
oiler,
It's the strangest
oiler,
in front of
even
us.
taller than I've ever had.
I'll tell you
According
what,
to Bishama,
so I was on the
or
Tonight
you
Show.
can still it has
Dick Cheney
the
was
oil
on.
red. You don't say oil, you say oil red because it has
I
red,
think it's-
yellow.
I had 5,
The halacha is that a
maybe 6
candle of a
crops.
good use for life from it for a Bella, because you know this is what Shabbos is amazing that he did a song of the good. Now that he's coming off of some sort of big proposal of party. Wonderful day.
I opened the Secret Service. Everybody's there. They, I can't. Princess, you can't go by again. No. And they're like, he's going to be a guest. I said, well, that's just what I'm doing. I mean, I can
And
have
use on Shabbos for Isurim for the good. You're not letting use it after Shabbos. A candle has a combination of a flame that existed beforehand, an old flame, and every second it regenerates and becomes a brand new flame. Therefore, if after Shabbos the good lights a candle for the Jew, you're letting it go because it has a brand new flame in it. On the other side, if you take a candle on Shabbos and one and place it in another domain, or hide because you're taking the old flame that is going to another guy's candle. That's the same road that you're going to use the original guy's candle right after Shabbos. there's a concept that the flame must be for light and not for any other purpose, such as and if one sees a very large flame coming out of a furnace, well, the plant is beginning of the process of heating up stones for lime, then they'll make a rough on it. At the end of the process, and they're using that light, that fire for light, then it's smoldering. What about the light on the shoulder? Very much depends. If they put up a candle in honor of an important person, then you can't use it for alcohol. If it's there for the caretaker, even though there's an important person, maybe the caretaker needs more light, you could make a rough on it. And if it's a full moon, but the caretaker doesn't need light, so even if the caretaker is there, you're not using it for alcohol. And they brought a candle to the church. It says everyone should say rough for themselves. Because if one person makes the rough, just like if somebody sneezes in the middle base members, you know, because of the concept, we're ready to have smell it. Like one person makes kids, everybody invites everybody. Better than one person invites everybody. A candle that was lit for the dead, depends. If they would light that candle during the day, use it for city, not make a run on it. It's from a minority of the voting doesn't count for alcohol. And if you have a minority, then you must benefit from it. Sing the flame means it cannot be behind the bed, behind the corner. Rav says that you don't have to search, right? The Mazid, you must go down on the other hand, just like Basil, but on the Mazid part. He walked away on purpose and benched far away. He was eaten off the bench. He got back on, and they continued on. He said himself, if I tell them that I forgot the bench, they'll laugh at me and they'll say, bench right here. Hashem. So he lied to them and said, hey, I went back and he benched. Where it says that he found the golden cup. The reason why he used dove is because Klal Yisrael is neutral to a dove. Once it's a dove, it's ready. Let's say it's ready. Then it's more than that. And that's it. Very small meal, then it depends if you're still thirsty.
Hey, I mean, I think it's silly now.
Or is it preferable to
This
answer
is fun.
one of my notice says the soldiers first, and then you send the
Spring.
so the homemade
Clearly,
washing
the
his
joke
hands
would be,
should not bench until he washes his hands. Since you don't have to be careful. Comes a long ride to Hawaii, oil on your hands. Ani Hashem teaches us we should bench with was a wonderful
like I said, like Richard Nixon dicks or something. He said, just get rid of the joke. I think it's funny.
Rothschild said it should be like no. It should be like, look, if you want fucking the Black Rose flag, they sing their song. You know what the song is. You know what the lyrics are. Swearing, like what are you doing? You're being silly.
I'm writing the joke now, but it's just that's all. It's just not now.
One when he comes in, and sitting
In the rehearsal, just it was they were like, that's the best thing you've ever brought. Oh my God. I just, yeah. I said,
we go.
why you can't use your hand before I made it. Is there a way I can release it? Yeah, I don't know. They looked at it. I let it 5 minutes. I said, fuck it. So I do the whole thing. I said, I did not need, and the hand comes up, and I said, it's not now. I use my elbow. And of course, the crowd get killed, and because they always come and say, "What a great set!" It's a good. Tracy just did. She said that was phenomenal. And I said, I was there. What? Jay's like, how are you? Okay.
You say the Rabbbi also
No, they've already bleeped it out. That's good. The East Coast, they went live. I said, like, you fucking like celebrity. Well, you said don't use my hand.
I don't know. Where that's going.
Yeah.
They were right. They were
You ever get in trouble for something?
Not like that. No.
Well, this is when I got in trouble. I got banned from Fox. I think for life for this. And this is for something else. Rock. It's Chris Rock and me. It's like, you know, the top, you know, and then I'm out there. But Chris Rock is, you know, see, I went to a rehearsal and I had like 4 props or something. Came over like in a band, right? Middle of the show, we have our bits coming up in about 40 minutes. He says, I need you guys to go longer. And Chris Rock's like, bye. What do? He said, just come up with something. I said, well, I can have my guy go back to the camera grab more props. That'd be awesome. Chris is like, yeah, perfect. You know, we'll kill the time without having to change to it. I can just pull out more shit. But I tell my guy, go clean, get it like this.
When you see the amount of salt from Light's wife, that's a disaster. So you don't say a nice brown, you say 4 minutes. When you see Light, when you say it's borrowed, so they don't remember, they can say Light. Says the Gemara, there are 4 people that must say Goimel. The Lashon of the Gemara is Goimel L'Chasadim Tayv. We, based on the Rishon of the Rib, we say the voice. Eventually, the Baruch will be giving you to us. And I said, oh man, I no longer know how this goes. There are 3 that need special protection. And they are people that have mazel, a sick person, a woman who just gave birth, and some say even another. And there are 3 people that have the sea of Shaitan, they are in danger. That's a custom and a kala, and some say even a chacham. And finally, there are 3 people that are zoicha to longevity, tarina something because they do something at length, and that is they have a long davening, or they have a very long meal. They have a lot of company, a lot of poor people as company, or they spend a lot of time in the bathroom for medicinal reasons. Wonderful thing.
The thing, towel, and then they go on the seat, the toilet seats. So,
Hey, the Gemara tells us
it was a great joke. The seatbelt, so when you get a top belt, right, you sit on it, I put it on, and I hit my sound. The effect of the show is that Houston, we have a problem. It's a great, stupid little bit. But it was about 20 seats leading up to that when I was like, oh, how can he have that? Pretty cool. And one that held the women's hair when they threw up, and one that hangs up and had spikes on it. So the last one was the seatbelt, right? So it's very clean, right? Just great. We walked back, and I'm thinking they're going to come high-five me because we just saved the show. We had time they needed. The guy's like, they banned me because I said Taco Bell because it was sponsored by Taco Bell. How that's sponsored by Taco Bell? That's real shit. Yeah, I said, no, you say Taco Bell. Like,
Oh my god, that's
how do I
so
get fired
funny.
for that? They thought you're banned for life. That's hilarious. Because I said Taco Bell. company musician. Don't do anything.
Yes. Yes. 100%. That's all I do.
Your son, our father, and his
I'm like, oh, I thought you're banned for life. That's so hilarious. Because I said Taco Bell.
so,
I mean, I'm not the guy. They should have come to me and said, don't do anything. If they told me that, I would have.
Yeah. It was a lot of fun. And I'm looking forward to seeing you kill Tony.
create the world, the zero of icy ice. Once you open it, then that will start. Good dreams, bad dreams, they don't happen 100%. As between them, a bad dream is better than a good dream. When a person has a bad dream and he's sad about it, that sadness is actually horror. On the reverse side, a person has a good dream and feels all good about himself. We learn from this that sadly that not everything in the dream comes true because he's talking in his dream about his mother dying and his mother wasn't alive anymore. And you learn from they get a plate grab all that's referring to when a person comes back with a long state does something neither. Any person that doesn't dream and dream of three people that they should do tell us is better. They should tell it's really good dream. And they tell him, it's a great dream, it should be good. And the court should seal it 7. I made my super Rabbbi together. He said, why don't we each say a statement that the others have never heard? So the first one got up and he said, if you don't know what dream means, if you're worried about the dream, so you should talk about, you should say the Rathschild when it's and that's what we do today, not this. The Rathschild that says, I'm yours, my dreams are yours, etc. Very long Rathschild, and you're supposed to finish on that Rathschild with everybody as you're saying. They don't say Amen on your Rathschild. So then you're supposed to say, the second one gets an example. Whoever is afraid of the ayin hara should take his thumbs and go so, grab the thumb of the other hand, and then he should say, I'm complaining, I'm so and so. I'm a descendant of Yosef. Even if you're not a direct descendant, you probably have some Yosef blood in you, and therefore Yosef Tzaddik, his descendants don't have ayin hara. If you're worried about your own ayin hara, try to steer at your left nostril. After that, sick, and he told this Rabbi, don't tell anybody the first day. But after that, he said, tell everybody, whoever loves Rabbi should have for Rabbi, and whoever hates Rabbi should be happy that Rabbi was considered dreams of Let me show you that. I said, well, if the dream comes from Malo, then you know it's true. You know, what before going to Rabbi Yeshua passing through himself and gave me as a picks all the dreams of today and tomorrow. Tells us two stories where good night the Jews inserted something in their what are going to dream night during the day so that they think about it and they dreamt about it. For instance, they said you're going to be captured by the Persians and you're going to use a golden staff to raise the sheep. We're not going to go into all of them, but the bottom line is that whatever he interpreted to Rava in the negative, he interpreted Habbai in the positive. Oh, Rava, your wife is going to die, your children are going to die, your business is going to be terrible, your king is going to accuse you of breaking into his palace. In fact, the king did accuse Rava of breaking into his palace. Then he told him, you're going to go to the shul. He saw two blind people fighting and trying to fight and get hit twice. About to hit him again. The Rava said, stop. I only dreamt. I'm going to get hit twice. He's going to have unlimited fall means fall down. Now all of a sudden he throws a bite under the bus. He's going to go everywhere over my brain. Meaning the regular hollow. That means you're going to have says both our heads were over, we're about to bark on a ship, and our head were why do you interpret my dreams that way? Look what you did to me. You killed my wife and my children and my business. I forgive you for everything. Daughter of his my wife. And I get him a curse that his head should split open and his brain should go out. The king's clothing are wormy. You're in charge of watching it. You know they were. They took Barhedia, they tied his two legs, cedars, they bent the cedars, tied his legs, let the cedars go, and Barhedia's body was split in half, brain came flying out, and that was the end of him. The Gemara tells us that Rabbi Shmuel also had interpreted dreams. Bardoma came to him and said, "My two jaws fell." Says Shmuel, "Don't worry." That means that the two Romans that were after, so that means that the anger of Baruch Hu fell off. Says Rabbi Shmuel, that means you're not going to need parnas anymore. My 2 feet fell off. You're not going to need to walk anymore. You're going to have a luxury horse. I was pouring oil on top of olives. Says Rabbi Shmuel, that you have relations with your own mother. I grabbed the star. That means that you kidnapped the Jew. And I smothered meat. That means that you had relations the wrong way. Pigeons, they flew away. Sent away your 2 wives without giving them a gift. I peeled an egg. That means you steal from the dead bodies. Says the story. Unbelievable. I agreed to everything. I did all of those things that you mentioned. But I did not steal from the dead. Moment a woman comes and says, "That trip," and my father said he left me money, that he left me money that being stealing. In fact, there was money there. If a person dreams of a river, a bird, or a pot, it's a sign of peace, as long as the pot can have any meat in it. There are 11 things that the Gemara brings down, and we can't get into it because it's one you have to say a specific pasuk and not a different pasuk that could be detrimental to the dream. If a person dreams about a river, about a bird, about a pot, about grapes, it's supposed to say special psukim, about a shayfer, a dog, a lion, if you're shaving, a well, a reed, or not. If a person dreams about a reed, you should anticipate chachma. If he dreams about wheat, plural, you should anticipate enough to understand. If a person dreams about boards, parts of cloth, and wax, it's a different dream. Boards are dreamt only by people that have Hebrew Shemai. There are 5 things that are said about an ox. If you eat its meat, you become wealthy. If it bores you, your kids will be great and learn. And if you ride it, then you're going to climb to greatness. But if it rides you, then that means it's a sign of death. If you dream about a donkey, you should be waiting for Yeshua. Dream about a cat. All this cat. Then you'll have a nice soul. It's called in your Shmuel, that you should know that your philo will be in the sky, but see family dream, that's a really bad sign. Wonderful day. We have a bonus on him, and it will redeem him from Shemai. The person sees the name, Yishmei Rabba, the person sees himself saying, that means that he's heroic to have the Shin on him, but his generation is the cause that it's not. If a person sees tefillin, then that means he'll grow and be a Ben Olam Haba. If a person dreams of the Shem Sabinim, he dreams of wheat, it's peace, barley, is won't have any affairs. If a person dreams of business will expand or grow. If it's split, then he's Tam Chacham. It's a sign of Torah. If he's Amar, it's a sign of mitzvahs. If he sees olives, then his business will get better. If he sees olive tree, he'll have many children. Esrik, that means that Baruch Hu thinks he has a Gilula, that means he's one Baruch Hu. If a person sees, that's a sign of Chachma. And if he has relations with the Jews, that's a sign that like Rabbbi said he dreamt. It's open, then his request will be answered. If a person dreams that he goes into a city, his things will be taken care of. If he dreams that he's shaving, that's a good sign. And if he's shaving his beard as well, that's a sign. He's going to grow. If he goes down, that means he's going to be a Rabbbi on a bike. Say no. Once you go up, even if you come down, you're still going to be great. If a person is gripping his clothing, his dream, that means currently Xar did. If he sees himself in a forest, he will be the head of the road. With a snake, that's a great sign. That means they'll have carnosa. The snakes don't have to work for their food. If the snake bites him, they'll have double carnosa. And if he kills the snake, that means he won't have carnosa, even though Rav Shesha said that his carnosa will double. That's because Rav Shesha dreamt it and he pays the Talmud Chacham. It's a great sign. If he's not a Talmud Chacham, it depends. So there's no real interpretation for it. The Gemara says if this person sees Sefer Malachim in his dream, that means he'll rise. That's all a sign of corruption. That's a great sign. However, that comes to exclude he sees outside. There are three things that go into the body and you don't benefit from them: cherries, inferior dates, and unripe dates. And the body benefits from it. That's bathing, the sun, and the bathroom. There are three things that calm a person down. That's good sound or good voice, Rashi brings, of a woman, and good smell. There are things that expand a person's mind, and that is a beautiful wife, and beautiful five things that are one of six. Fire is 1/60 of Gehenna. Honey is 1/60 of the month. Shabbos is 1/60 of the oil. Wait for a sick person that's sneezing, sweat, diarrhea, carry, sleeping, and dreams. Womb, intestines, diaphragm. Some people say small fetish, beat, and dry penny royal. 10 things will cause a person to become sick again, and even worse. Press, milk, or bathe, eating nuts and cucumbers. Cucumbers are very difficult on the body, like swords, but that's a large cucumber. Small always had small cucumbers on the table. They're very well. Even some people dead person or drinking, it's a good sign. If the dead person removes shoes from the house, that's a bad sign. Anything he removes is good besides shoes. Other reason when he wanted to eat a loaf of bread, he had to perform 11 different functions. Out in the field, he had a seed, etc. When he wanted to wear clothing, he had to perform 7 different functions. I could just walk into the store and buy a loaf of bread from all these people that made it, and clothing from all these people that good, yes, and a bad yes. For the he mentioned the food. He didn't do it for me. No, that was Father Yishai. When he came in, he left 2,000 people. When he starts, don't make the story was like, went to see the king. The duke said, "Oh, here comes the king." Says, "Yeah, here comes the king." But that's how before he comes, there's a lot of wind, there's earthquakes. And when he comes, says the duke, "Why are you making a rumble? You can't even see it." Says the duke's friends poke the duke's eyes out, or Rashash is of bones. Another great story. Rashalah gave Malchus to a Jew, oil and Baya. So the king is the son of Rashalah. The king summoned Rashalah to Rashalah because he boiled a donkey. Says the king, so you should know. Once we let her destroy, he said, "Do you have a witness?" He says, "Yeah." Eliana came and testified that this guy did boil a donkey. So the more the wild officers hold on, Rashalah starts saying, so the king, "What are you whispering?" He says, "I'm thanking Hashem for giving us such a great king who knows how to do great judgment." Says the king, "Oh, you love the kingdom? Take this bat, take this stick, and do it for yourself. Whoever needs, will dish it out." Says the Lord, they were leaving the palace, and this snitch Jew tells Rashalah, "What if it's witnesses for lies?" Says Rashalah, "It wasn't a lie. You wore boil of Hamar. That's considered a Hamar." And Rashalah noticed that the guy was turning around to snitch on him once again. He said, "The better folk Hamar." He took the stick and he killed him because Abola Hargofa, Hashkim Hargof, he was a writer. Or it says, since you're saved by this concept of Fashion Akula, say Darjah. The Fashion Akula means my separations. Rabbi Kiva says it's referring to the house. Bagura, Rabbi Shale says it's in Sarah, Rabbi Kiva says it's not the fire. Bat Peres is the sun that stood still for Yeshua, and Rabbi Kiva says not the fire. Netzach is the fall of Rome, and Rabbi Kiva says it's Yerushalayim. Bahoy is the war of Arnoin. He says it's the system of irrigation, and you go over the side, that should be his job. Well, that are settled, you say the bracha, or matzit kulam mana. If they are in a rubble, you say or dynamics. If they're Goyish houses, you say base. So a story, the rubbles of the house of Rav Hana Hanilai. It's like 16, Tzaddikim was destroyed. Or Raven says the house of Tzaddikim are going to be rebuilt. He wasn't himself. So he said, "Listen, you know better. You're just a servant of Kosh Baruch. And Kosh Baruch's home that his Amish destroyed, so too yours." Says the Gemara, if a person sees a caper, a cemetery, or just a grave of someone who dies, where you say this long bracha, or a Hashem, she loves us with it, loves us with it, loves us with it, loves us with it, loves us with it. Nachman used to say, I'm going to end off. What's that? He always said, or a Hashem, you say, Doisha great, say, Doisha Nikon. Shimulay says, if you see a friend that you haven't seen in 30 days, you should say Shechiyanu. It's more than 12 months, you should say the Chaya Mason, as Rabbbi would say, it takes 12 days. We should bring down nowadays, we don't really say this bracha. But one of the son of Rabbi Shua another great story. They were walking and they bumped into Chanina brother Aviko. He picked up. So they said two brachas on it. First of all, Shechiyanu, they haven't seen him in 30 days. Second of all, they said, I should call you from Muslim area. Said Chanina, let me do one more than you. I'll say a third bracha. Let me say, because you are equal to 600,000 people. Look at him, 600,000 people. What are you so smart? You made something up. They looked at him and he died. Notice it said in the Mishnah, you see different types of people. So one of the says in Gemara, if you see a Bahamkin, somebody that has major freckles, discolored face, you say, special bracha. That's if he was born like that, but if it happened later on MS, you see a kushi, a very heavy or elongated face. If a person doesn't have hands and have feet, or he's blind, or he has Says I know all the paths of heaven. No, this means here in our life. I just don't understand. Brand was set on Shabbos, leading over the 2,000-hour path where they receive a WhatsApp. I guarantee you there's a lot more smiling, there's a lot more camaraderie than the 8-minute daf. The Gemara tells us that there are two constellations, Ash and Kima, and when Baruch Hu wanted to make a Mabel in this world, he removed 2 stars from Kima, and in order to stop the Mabel, he replaced the 2 stars they took out of Kima with 2 stars from Ash. The question is, why did he just replace the 2 stars that he removed? Since the Gemara is a concept, you cannot fill up a pit. You take dirt out of a pit, you try to remove some dirt missing. Take a figure necessary or a prosecutor or something that calls a Mabel and not stop the Mabel, cannot become a defender. We said in the Mishnah that when you see an earthquake, and make a bracha. It says the Gemara story. Rabbbi was walking by. He was a person. Of course I know. So before he thinks about lights from the bullets, he sheds 2 tears. And those 2 tears create the earthquake. It says Rabbbi, that's not true. He's lying. Says the reason why other or when class 4 water one to another, or Rebecca says it's when the lightning strikes down the ground, then it brings a shot. The is when the wind goes through a hollow cloud, similar to those above creates escape the start of the day and go into the night. It says in the Mishnah that when you see lightning, you say Toshos broken on the toilet. Rabbbi says that our certain lightnings are terrible. They won't stop it. Scare people. And to take out their crookedness in their heart. You see, Luther and Riz, was another novel, and them over research and time in the moral. Rivers, all those you make 2 drops of Rabbbi said that when you see lightning and thunder, you can make either or. But when you see mountains, you can only say, oh, separations. You can't say she put the gross on the other hand. It happens after it rains the entire night and then usually when the wind. According to Shmuel Levi, you say, oh, it's a nice separation. But Jesus says the one The Gemara says, when you see the sun as it was created, that teaches me
That's it. Okay, you gotta. I'll just do what you'll think. Doing this in college, and you know how to do it, right? This is why we say gross. It's easy. See, it's gross. Oh, I barely got the sand out of my car. Please, let alone my ass up. A million and one things to do for an evil person. A million and one. Okay? Oh, and I'm so freaking okay?
5 days. Divide that by 4 for the 4 seasons. Each season is 91 days, 7.5 hours. It happened at 6 p.m. and on a Wednesday or Tuesday night, early Wednesday. That only happens every 28. That's Saturn. Also created that's when I created the sun. Say once humans they burn the river, you can no longer say Rabbah. This means part of the Rabbah. And it says Rabbah, the people of Gaza, they're very sharp because they drink the water of the earth. The reason why their faces are red is because they're shamish bayai, and their eyes wander because they live in the darkness. Anything is good for multiple people. There's a partnership. Even other farmers that own field say, not own a field, then you say a very, very long bracha. Only you alone. But if you have son, you say, or any vessel, make sure you all the past. If you bought it for the second time, according to the first caution, if you had it because you inherited, so now there's a bracha, and according to Rabbbi, you do make a bracha from inheritance. And this is the first time you were buying it. Even Rav Huna agrees to make a bracha. The argument between Rav Huna and us, even though it includes some good, and the same thing in reverse. When you have something really good that happened, but it includes something bad. For instance, you found a metzia, you found something in the street, but it's possible that it's bad because the king will find out about it, will make a rule, and that will cause you great aggravation. And unless you say, it's a fila shop, it's cruel to just dive in and say, I wish it's a boy, it's ready to play. What about the fact that Leah David and she switched her baby to be Dina from a boy to a girl? That's a case. We don't so that was within 40 days. 40 days. Good. Now, as you learn, you must say that or says that we're shaking in fear and says, I'm not on the phone. Actually, I'm coming. A person should constantly be in fear. Always be careful that you're going to a dangerous city. You should make 4 prophets. One of the 4 he said, we need the city in peace. Once he gets into the city, he says, thank you for bringing me in peace. He's about to leave, he says, once he's out, he says, just like it will be out in peace. Like we say, Mar says, place that there's no judge, there's no court system. But in a place that there's a court system, there's no reason to daven. Everything will go according to the law as long as you keep the law. Does Gemara no? Or you can say that perhaps even a place that there's a law and court system, nevertheless you should daven. Perhaps you won't find someone to testify for you on an upper level and have fire underneath that floor. And occasionally it would collapse. So you had to say a special davening that included the video, believe it or not. It's a saying, why the crash is up? Not even we were let down and the floor fell out from under, and with the next was saved one of the things, and he's able to save 101 people by them holding on. If you go into bloodline, because it says Rabbbi that the Torah gave us permission to use doctors and medicine. When a person leaves bloodline, and say, you guys wait out here for me. You say, it's captain of the body. The person wakes up, and time the Gemara, you say, oh, that's not like something which is the person understood, or the mind that knows how to differentiate. When you open up your eyes, you say, like, yeah, Hebron. When you sit up in your bed, you say, Hata Surim. When you wear your clothing, you say, Mal Bisharumin. When you stand up, you say, When you get onto the floor, you say, Break our heart. When you start stepping, you say, Amen, it's at the governor. When you tie your shoes, you say, Shal Sulim, you put on your belt. You say, Oizei Shal Mikura. When covering on your head, you say, when you say, Resad the Tzitzis. When you're wearing tefillin, Shaliyah, you say, with honey after the clemens, you put the Shorosh on, say, it's us tefillin. There are those who say, hey, guys, who have a body, they say, Rothschild, make us used to learning Torah.
Oh, yeah.
The Sefer, which means to do mitzvahs. Baruch Hashem, Bainel, without a head. Rooster, and then his rooster, and then a lion came in his donkey, and he said, "Oh, that's what they're calling the Kaaba, and everything's for the best." So came, everybody captured it, Jerusalem, and he won. Roughly, that's how the gap complaints into the book. This key word is not one by wisdom. It says in the passage by Yitzer, with two yud. It means that the Lord created man with two Yitzer. These are Ra and Yitzer Toy. Two inclinations. It says, if so, how do animals create destruction and fight people and all that stuff? They don't have a Yitzer. Therefore, the two yud won't come to talk about the Rebbe. You should fear him and you should fear your Yitzer. Rabbi Yehuda says that other Rishon was created with two faces. In other words, Chava was back to back with other Rishon, and the Torah separated them. Before this Rabbin Shmuel, when it says in the pasuk, Selah, does it mean the side, meaning Chava was back to back with other, or does it mean other Rishon's tail? He was slipped off his tail and created Chava. So the Gemara, a beautiful thing that he wanted to create other Chava like the animals, individuals, and then he decided to make them one. Should explain. Like this, a husband and wife have a connection that a mother and child don't even have. They always yearn to be together. When Ami says that it says in the pasuk, "Omer mekadem sartani," which is a contradiction. The Lord created man last and human beings, nor buzzer that according to the Omer that says that it was a tail. So it's many. There's a lot of flesh that could go meaning, according to the Omer, it was only a tail. What did he build? He built a Chava. He did his that means that he created her like a storage, for storage to save from getting better. Rather than walk behind the woman, so you don't come to that it looks like. The Gemara says, "Let's sense that the two openings of a human's heart, a human being has two kidneys. One to give him good advice on the right, and the left kidney gives you bad advice. The heart, the tongue articulates in the mouth, finishes off the words. The esophagus brings in and out food. The windpipe is to speak and sing. The lung absorbs liquids. The liver is angry, where the gall throws it in a drop into the liver and calms the liver down. The spleen lifts the intestines, and the nose wakes up a human being. Now, first, the intestines of the nose, where the intestines of the person in the nose goes to sleep, will have a big problem. If both the intestines of the nose go to sleep, will they both wake up a person, the person dies immediately. It's otherwise, you won't and a person needs to know whether or not he's a complete sadhu. Meaning that's for people that body more than their body, but that's success in Kol that's what says with Kiva. Lastly, you should give it in public. It was not the realize that he gave Josh's and Cyrus's Papa started that. I'll give you a mushroom. They're going to be put in a we can really survive the war. How are we going to survive that in the world? How are we going to survive without fire? Fire is our life. We can stop learning fire. It'll be like a fish out of water. Both of them were caught by the Romans. Says publisher of Akiva. How can you give a conduct when you're in such pain? Says Akiva, what do you mean? My entire life I was waiting for this moment. I always wanted to know. I was wishing for this moment that you be able to have the Shem Shemayim die in this Shem. But the question is, it says that we live or said something of high is invited for any of our doesn't matter that's not from a place you can see the production is no fence and at the time with Shira and Shara and going through not a lot of you're not allowed to use the bathroom. Illegal, you know, that's also facing July. have some faith. The Lord tells us that we keep us because the Torah was giving the book was right hand. Put on fill with your right hand. Your right hand constantly comes close to your mouth. You show the signals of the time of the truck with the Torah with your right hand. And you write the Torah with your right hand. It says, but as it Rabbi Kiva, isn't that Azos, they go to the bathroom with the Rabbbi, says Rabbi Kiva, Rav Kahana hid underneath Rav's bed, and he heard Rav first talking to his wife, then laughing, and finally doing struggling. And Rav Kahana screamed, little than it's in fact, we learn halachas from Rav Kahana. Observe. Person who uses sneeze in the bathroom will be saved from snakes burial that had a very bad reputation. Even if two people went in there together, they would be damaged from the mazikin. Rabbi Ami and Rabbi Asi didn't have any fears. They walked in there by themselves, and they weren't damaged because they Surim overcome with shtika, meaning a person who doesn't complain and accepts the Surim upon himself, happens for the Yisur. The Lord tells us that Rabbbi was born defense, even though other people may hear him. And if it's an open field, yes, the defense, and if they can see him, he must listen to him all the way till they can't see him. There's a lot about people who watch oil that fruits for the iris that's not I mean, Horets should come and touch them. And they made it cool, and they said they could believe themselves right beyond the fence. Or in a place where they can watch the oil. So he said, wow, you're such a tsanua. He's very modest. He says, how can you say that? Did you observe him in the bathroom? That's where you can tell if a person is tsanua. Now, why was Rav Nachman so necessarily does he have to go the same distance into the field as he does during the day? Where it says it's better for a person to try to go to the bathroom early mornings and evenings when nobody's around, rather than going during the day when he has to go out really far to the bathroom. In those days, they would manipulate the opening before they went to the bathroom because where it says it can cause great damage of tissue. So once you do it only in a standing position, not in a sitting position, if he does it in a sitting position, you should say this whole thing of etc. But as I said, a person should not sleep on the ground. So it's sleeping and believing oneself by Abudah Shachar. But Torah would sell words and sayings. And one of the things he used to say is, eat and drink on your sell your figs. When you hear that bell, even if it's not your figs, even if it's your father's figs, it's one you to sell. Very interesting. Notice it says, Harner the Rabbbi, bathroom, who was Sapra, read it Edoi, a Roman. It was about Shaul, he went into the cave. And David had an opportunity to kill him, and he did it, and he learned talking about the David is a person, not David HaMelech, and the answer is the birth of Shaul. Extreme measures of sneeze when you go to the bathroom, you go a cave with an offense after offense, and you make a sort to be tzanua. What it was cut his coat. But then he was punished because he embarrassed. So later on, when he was really old and they tried to warm him up with clothing, it didn't work. Hashem said, David HaMelech said to Hashem, the Hill says, Hashem is sitva, Hashem tripped you. So Hashem punished David HaMelech and tripped up David. Everybody knows that when you count Klal at the point, David HaMelech didn't count Klal like that. And when Evan died, how long did it last? Just 2 hours. From the morning when Shep would come in until the Shrikas Hadav would come in, remembrance and the sons. Because Roman told the Malach, give me the best of them. And in fact, he took Abishai ben Tzruya, he killed him. The Torah says, Vaynachem. Navi says, Vaynachem. Shmuel says, he wrote for again. Ruzik Nafa says, the Kesef Kippur, and Reuben says, he thought about the Beis Hamikdash, and that comes down. We learned in the Mishnah, a person should not make the Beis Hamikdash a country. Say, if around about a short if you do, it's as if you're spitting the eye of a short hole without to wear shoes that spit. So Rothschild have some gimel in the Beis Hamikdash itself. They didn't say the word Amen. They would say Baruch Hashem L'Yisrael Min Ha'olam V'Ad Ha'olam. In the terms of the Zukim, they added the word V'Ad Ha'olam, and they said so in every single bracha. Rabbi says this following pasuk, you can read it front to back and back to front. Eistas Lois Hashem, the favorite Torah Sefer, referring to Rishon that doing Averis. If they do Averis, then it's Eistas Lois Hashem. It's time to speak up for Hashem. Or you can say that the pasuk refers to Tzaddik. The favorite Torah Sefer, there are times that you have to be over at every Torah. If you do an Avera, sometimes in order for Eistas Lois Hashem, says the Gemara, something would say, in a generation where people are gathering, we're not giving over Torah, you should step up and give out Torah. And in a time where there's a lot of Torah given over, you can take a back step and be an honor. If you see a generation that loves Torah, give it over and you design a Torah. What it says, also referring to, if you see that the price is low, gather as much as you can. If there's no men, step up and be a man. It says, Abaya, if there is a man, in other words, there's a goggle that's passing, then even if you're equal to that person in halacha, give him the right passing. Torah says, it says in the pasuk, meaning, in every mundane step of our daily life, we can concern about Baruch. And you mean Asa, where it gives an example that so says you're going to come to fight. You should not appoint Pasha Saita. The Saita was Nishal because she over. And a person who sees that should say, so poor, you'll have to accept nicer money. But if you give nicer, you promise that you're become wealthy.
You can buy a 16-foot roll.
It was a conversation somebody has in Torah. Person needs help when it comes to day goes up against. This is the morning
So much better than
brother of
the
Yeshua.
exact same material.
And he was really excited. He said, "What are you doing here?" He said, "We came to learn prayer from you." So he announced in public. He says, "These two are G'dolei. Once they got that askama, everything Rav Hanina said, they said that. He said, "Fine." They said, "Come in." He said, "We'll do it." He says, "What are you doing? These guys are nobodies. Hey, they're liars." I said, "It's too late. You can't tell us because you already announced that we're G'dolei." And then they told everybody, said, "Listen, either you come with us or you announce. He announced, I'm Baruch. And they told Rav Hanina, if you don't, we're going to put you in Chayrim." Why would they so much? Because it says in the Pasuk that Iber Chodesh is only in Eretz Yisrael, as it says, Tzion Heitzei, only from Yerushalayim. What kind of tuma? How are they able to say on something that's tummy that it's hard? Because they realize if they don't, people might go with Rav Hanina. When Rabbi Seinu went into Keren B'Yavna, went to Galus, Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Yosef, Nechemia, Rabbi Eliezer, they spoke about the importance of having guests because they were guests by other people. Rabbi Yehuda, who was always the first to speak the learning, he said that the oil moed was 12 mil out of the matzah, and it says, anybody that yearns to see a good part of the Baruch would go to that. He says, if 12 mil is considered a Mavakish Hashem, certainly the Chachamim will go from city to city and from country to country, which is a lot more than 12 mil. When the Pasuk says, Hanim al Panim, Hakadosh Baruch Hu told Moshe, I would like to discuss the discourse of Torah and Halach with you. With Panim, let's be joyous with each other. And it says, Rabbeinu, I want you to return to oil moed. And if not, it's not good that me and you should both instead of you, but in fact, when Moshe Rabbeinu returned it, Yeshua said the Pasuk of Sharas, Moshe came to Moshe. The word discusses the word Haskes Mishpat. The Yom Hazeni is 40 years later, we became a nation. We were a nation 40 years ago. It says, because they or said this concept of Kriyashma to us every day. If you don't do it, doesn't mean everything. The other pshat is case. Another shot has to open Torah. Shlomo says, doesn't stay by a person unless he proves himself over. First, you have to know the whole Torah. And then you delve in Umit Af Yotzidam Dini Mamanot, which the Gemara says there's nothing greater than Kotos moment. It says in the Pasuk, is not saying, if you shame yourself for Torah, at the end of the day, it's going to uplift you. And if you are quiet and you don't ask questions and try to figure out the Torah, you'll have that. If you don't put the extra halachas, you'll be all day. Yes, it's the last daf of Second Bracha. It's an amazing accomplishment to finish the first and second shot. She makes that commitment. You're going to learn the second shot is beginning to end. If you're not part of a shear, you're looking for a shear, you can check us out online, Fancy or Rabbbi. We have an app, 8-min daf, and we are on Torah anytime. We come in Wednesday Yavel. First, Rabbbi spoke about the importance of taking the host. And Rabbi says, it says in the post, like the Sai of Adomi, it says, don't despise Adomi in the mitzvah. Why not? They invited us in. Don't forget all the evil that Mitzrayim did to us. So too says the Gemara, if you invited us to your home and you give them your money, certainly you're going to love you for that. So that's the son of review. He says, Rizo touched the aura. And he died. Tried to touch it. There's a spear. So he took the aura and put it in his house. He dusted it off once in a while. She had 8 children. Her 8 children plus her, they all had sex covenant. They had 6 children in one shot. A total of 62. What's that? 62 side. The question is, if you push the time will push back. Don't force anything. For instance, the Gemara says, Rabbi Yosef was considered Sinai, somebody that knew Kolatari Kula, knew all the prices. Rabbah was a baker heart. He was very sharp. When they were looking for Rosh Hashiva, they decided they asked Rabbi Yosef to be the Rosh Hashiva and refused because Parties responded that he died after 2 years. He pushed it off. Rabbi was in the Shiva for 2 years. Rabbi was left over. When Yosef was over for 2.5 years, and then he was different. You see that taking things when they're supposed to come, you don't lose out. In fact, you can gain the half figure. The Gemara tells us the unbelievable humility there of Yosef had. Although he was supposed to be the Rosh Hashiva, but for the first 22 years when Rabbi was the Rosh Hashiva, he acted with humility to the point where give you Shem Elohei Yaakov of Yaakov. Why does it say the name friend? Shouldn't say Leif Bishon, the base, but rather Leif Bishon. Then, Marshall then says that person Leif Bishon says, Moshe Rabbeinu Leif Bishon, Moshe Rabbeinu went up to the highest one. The first soul, if the base man to learn Torah, himself to receive the Shema. It says in the Pasuk Eichel, the Kalim, El Koil, one step to the higher step. The Lord does that. Chacham doesn't have peace and rest in this world, and that is the world to come. He's constantly climbing madrigas that he can't rest. Famous ending, which was brought down before the success and the Simeon Banayu, but because their performance increases, Allah are Taniyah. شنو نايم في أشياء رجل بنات أدرك أنا شغال على كذا شغال شغال وده يمكن السبيرت وغيره يمكن السبيرت that man has been doing welcome some day. Lord tells us that if a person is faced with an Avera and controls himself and doesn't do that Avera, it is the greatest mitzvah a person can do to his master. The greatest mitzvah. In fact, the Lord brings three stories, one with Hanina, the other with the Han. All three that face a situation where a woman invited them to do that. The Karina jumped into the Hasidim and he was saved. Reb Tzadok jumped into an oven in order not to go over that way. And Hannah actually jumped up where the Yohanavi came and saved him. And tells the Yohanavi, the reason why they got into this beginning was because of selling baskets to women and because of poor. So we don't give him money. The point is that when a person saves himself from doing a Avera, later on does research such a person. The famous Mishnah is born children for somebody like that. I guess the wonders why isn't she can? What this is the Mishnah. She got a can that Torah says, "Get a rich young, the Mazal, my boss." And the answer is because Mishnah is only doing things that is good with the Torah and with the fellow. You never hate. God tells us that a mitzvah has limited. Hashem takes more than the actual value of the mitzvah. Whereas in Avera, Hashem takes one exception. The person does an Avera, other people learn from him. He does one person, and other people do that very good, and therefore they receive a punishment for the dividend. It says in the possible situation that a mitzvah which Baruch is Siren, but Shavuot Ma'isa. The person thinks about doing a mitzvah, and then he has some sort of argument that he can't do it. Hashem will give him the same machshava. If he had a machshava, then he did it Avera, he gets punished for the machshava. Or if he had a machshava of a Zara, even though he didn't do that, Avera, even though he didn't follow through. brand new Mishnah. Mishnah tells us a person who has these three things. He learns Mishnah, and he has their he won't take this up. He won't sin that. When a tzaddik has Yisur, it's as if he's that's in a Mokum Tahara, where the branches go up. When we take off the branches in the Mokum Tahara, everything, the entire tree remains in a Mokum Tahara. So too with Yisur. A tzaddik is a bit of a problem. A little bit of food. Hashem chops off that place that completely is hard. When it comes to your shun, they're completely stomach. You have a little bit of Tahara, that doing a mitzvah is greater than learning Torah. Mingle the government. Your body came together, I know you came together and they said that Torah is great because Torah brings a person to do mitzvah. And therefore you have hope. You have Talmud Torah and the even at Torah came 40 years before Kala, 54 years before Jerusalem, 61 years, Shmita, and 103 years, the Yovel, that's the shot at the beginning. Or the first thing goes up to Shemayim, the first thing they take care of, the first business they take care of is have you learned Torah? How much Torah? Why did you learn Torah? And the first Sakar they give him is for Naisha. Along this world, just like a person who eats in the marketplace in public, similar to a dog, a boyside. I mean, wonderful day.
Somebody look at the box.
800 cc's, Dr. John Remus in Florida. The reason I got them done again is because I wanted the larger. So I had like one finger gap between them, but I wanted them super close together.
Was.
I want to wish everybody practicing a playbook that yours for a year of health, of nachas, parnasa, and all the best things. Showing for myself. The person says the regions and how often it is for face of shocking. That the book is going to say not the idea of shliach, but rather that all plays role to be yoitzim for one single animal deal is possible to give each person desires. So how do you know the idea of shliach with korbanos? That it's not a shulchan with other korbanos. Look at the vehicle what happens. It says it twice by replacing the idea of shliach. And we know throughout time, you made a new set, they matter. Right? It's supposed to give, they already have another one. Let me use it for something else, for other korbanos. The fact that the verse says, ish is the other one. We learn ish means an adult. Find an object that's reading. You have in mind, that for each shaven, they appointed a nasi, a prince, to take care of the Yerusha of the Sahara. And the Gemara learns from here that Bezin could appoint a prophet to these sons. Let's say there's three brothers, lost their father up on Islam. That Bezin appointed a prophet to each one of the three boys. The Bible inherited the Yerusha. Even though they intend for the good of that child that they're representing. Nevertheless, it's possible. Rabbi's, let's say, inherited a field. Now, the Abraham gave him the exact same value as his brother's field. It's not good because he wanted the two fields to be close to each other. So it's a mistake to move like side. That's something that he could go back and annul. When you're Nachman, you never annul anything. You never know why. Because of the idea of paying like kind of Bezin Yachid. What power are you giving Bezin? Bezin has to have power that whatever they do, regardless if it's a mistake or not, it's a good division. Yes. They made a mistake. Now they gave another person. So let's say the case was you have somebody who borrowed, like Bezin said he has to pay, and he runs away. Bezin takes the money of the property, sell it off. If they made a mistake in a shtos, which is a sixth, but Nachman himself says that sale is off. But you just said that Bezin has power. Well, that's because by Yisrael they didn't make a mistake. It was a perfect division. Just one of the Yisrael didn't like it. That's it. Rothschild you're trying to that when Bezin make a mistake, the sale or the division is good. It's kind of even if they made a mistake in more than a shtos, where typically in a purchaser would annul the sale. Rabbbi said that brothers who divide up property the halacha like a purchase. The halacha is that if of the market value, the halacha is it's a good purchase, but the seller has to pay back that sixth. And if it's less than a sixth, it's a good purchase. So when it comes to brothers, that's exactly what that halacha is. Besides, if one of the brothers sent an agent, then you can say, no, even if it's less than a shtos, I don't want this. Because I sent the agent, what should there be for little who says that good for me and not to harm me. Another very interesting about that is that anytime you divide up the property with a measuring device, a measuring stick, you divide anything up with weight or even a count, 100 sold something with a measuring stick, divided something up with a measuring stick, and it's off, you have to give back. The person doing the act that's wrong, he has to pay, not the sender. But there is an exception to the rule. There's a number of exceptions. One exception to the rule is being evil. When a person from the Beis Hamikdash, it's not high. One that said it is high. So why don't we learn the whole paragraph of Milo? Because it's not just Milo, it's somewhere else. It's Shkichus as well. I'll explain what that is. But before we explain, once you have Milo and Shkichus Yad, it's Shnei Ksuvim. It's two Ksuvim. Say the same thing as Allah. They Milani can't learn out the rest of the time. What's Shkichus Yad? It's not Milo. If I give somebody to watch me, the show watch it, and it's called a agent, use that object, then the streamer, he's responsible for maybe you see this idea only for places Megillah and Shlichus. According to the Shammai, they say hey in Shlichus Yad, no back. That I even thinking about using that object. So I can't use Shlichus Yad at the same time. So they learn people here, and that is if a person steals an animal and he goes ahead and shuts the animal or he sells the animal, he's high 4 times that animal or 5 times the animal, depending if it's a sheep or not. If you send somebody to shech or to sell for him, not the shaykhah or the seller. right in as if I did it. More systemically speaking, I cannot send somebody to put out there with a hard exception. And one of them is, if you love, like you said, that's what they were talking about. And that is, if a person steals a sheep or an animal after he steals it and sells it, or he chefs it, he's high 4 or 5, depending if it's 5, if it's a sheep, he has to pay 4. The law is that a person who sends a shliach, you chef this ox for me. Show you the you gotta best of it. Why? Because it's just like material. When you sell something, you need parties, you need a purchaser, you need a seller, so too. Like, here's the concept of gauge the other side. Here's the case where I send a messenger and the sender has to Shamai home. See a Russian, I'm going to explain it. If a person sends somebody, he hires a hitman, he kills somebody. What shot it? Shamai was told that it's next to about that bug in the London. Typically speaking, when we have to assume that it's in the London, in the London. But in this case, Shamai was always in the London. You love it. Say a lot about that. Gauge the other part of it, and we learn for the rest of our gauge the problem is, there's another composition of course. Maybe perma, the way that happens. Instead of shucking it in the same you shuck it out in the same gosh. You are the sender. The sender is not high. The guy that does it is high. Why? Ain't the same animal, the same thing. Hold on. The same night. Shut the animal out. Good partner. Also, they say make idols or a snake. Partner. You can also explain what shopping means. The shopping men, if you hire somebody else who's hired, what does it mean? They show money. So what does Hill say? Partner, obviously not. Hill would say, hire not for murder. Hire for someone's hired for Roman for murder. Shanti, no. Yes, not you as if you're a murderer. It's real strong. More tells us, even if you say that according to Shaman, each of the environment, that if somebody sends a messenger to an agent to do something, it goes back to the second. That would work with all others and prayer like Shabbos and Torah. But not for Navera, like our rights and Caleb. But we never found anywhere where a person benefits from employs an Avera and somebody else pays for it. Going to be still if somebody sends 3 people to be with Kaddish woman, they cannot be this is Sugya of Shliach Matzah employees. And an agent brings usually to be Kaddish woman. The day to testify, yes, this woman received the good. Yes, this malva was paid back by you, by myself. But a Shliach becoming a there's another sheet that makes sense says no. That a Shliach could become a bottom line is we constantly Shliach Matzah. We know that it's so we always talk about it. So either way you cut it, we have to say that it's so whole. They said they're not saying. And Rav also, obviously, I'm not going to argue on the soul ever. You have not said. Figure out the same colorful applies to the institution that Shliach becomes the base, and the same element would apply. By the way, I'm out. Commits partial claim against me before. But over Misaki, he denies the entire claim. Therefore, an agent brings money from Malva, and he says, and later on, testifies that he gave it to Malva. We don't believe him. Fine. Yet he would say that he gave it to the labor will invoke the request as Rashi says this comes from the halacha of 10,000 that a storekeeper sometimes extends credit. So if an employer tells a store, I want you to give my employee credit, that's not going to pay them their salary. The store owner says, I gave them credit. The employees say, we never received it. So each one says to the other one, I have nothing to do with it. The one that owes me is the boss. So we go to the boss and both of them make sure. The store owner and the employee make sure. That would be the same idea by us, that the agents have to make sure, and the other day, the labor have to pay. The common hold I get of a Naira Rothschild, and that is, if there's a girl who's either Adam, and even a Naira who's controlling 12 and a half, and she's only, no, she's receiving, yeah? In addition to her father receiving get more, even though she's in her father's domain, she's still receiving that. The Shulchan takes that as just like we say, receive again, she can also receive her condition because conditioning is not the same. It's not to the height, so whatever you do by get, you get condition, whatever you do by get. According to Rabbi Noah, there's a distinction between that by condition, the whole agree that only the father can accept it. Why? Because this condition takes you out of the father's domain and it doesn't allow the daughter to receive it. Coming back, this is considered a shower for the parent, and it doesn't work. Rabbi side having is I get that if your father has a young daughter, she's married, not only does he receive it, but get for her, but she can also receive it. And what about what about the kid? There's a lot of Garish not saying that she receives again. The chin, that's a lie, so what if she's engaged? She received fusion and father's fusion, and then her husband or husband dies without children. She comes to your mama, she calls the evil letter, calls one of the brothers, and wants to give her a ring. That's called timer, because it only is effective with the Rabbana. For that, you need the consent of the father. He told me, no, you don't need the consent of the father. Why not? Why did it? Because in the Raisa, she's sukkah. Sukkah means there's a bond, she's attached to the other someone. The other is only finishing it off with this ring. So for that, you don't need the consent of the father. Even if you do that, goes by a gift. The argument doesn't talk about this anymore. The argument is that the girl cannot receive a gift. And she decided to stop it. Over here, a bit, the girl can receive the Bible, but she's already received it. Some say that goes to the father. A Naira doesn't need to ask her father by Naira because consider Naira something that can be done even forcefully. Was ready because so too the active condition so the Rabbanim, the Hamas on the other hand, but no, the active Naira is like a regular active condition, a regular woman for that. So do Naira. Even this part of the mission is Rishon. On the end of the mission, which we're going to have on that above, you see the Machlokes, not on her book, going back to the original Machlokes. The person takes 5 collateral. And according to Rothschild, what's the Shua all of that? According to Karakamba, they should run the beginning. My answer now, if a person tells a woman, I want to be Kaddish with this group, and I want to be Kaddish with this group. So did not let start. The value of the two of them are they set a lotion. That would seem to be Reb Shimon, and therefore the beginning is also Reb Shimon. The Lord tells us Reb Shimon, however, also holds over Judah. Hold that a girl not receive the issue by herself. Only the father receives the issue for her. Now it says in our Mishnah, Mashma from our Mishnah that only the ish, only the father can. At the end of the day, the Lord tells us no longer to do. How do we know this? Because Robin came out of the experiment. Everybody passed over Israel, and the Rosh was screaming, "The Yotz of the Haisi, the Gerushin." Nobody cared. In other words, only the father receives the Gerushin, not the Lord. It goes on to tell us that when it comes to get a Nara, a girl who's told her mother, is like the extension of the father's hand. She's not a chutzer, she's a yad. So the chutzer, the only person with a hand doesn't have the ability to make a shtiya. You need fast, must engage in possessions on her own. So the Lord tells us, so she did accept the solution. Why does she have to? Or, I'm sorry, the father didn't accept the solution. The answer is, this act of meal shows that it's not a real solution. It's only the Rabbana. And we want people to know that perhaps there's nothing going on here. And if individuals that engaged to her sister, people, well, what was it get? They're right, so that engagement with the sister is nothing. Anybody can marry her. That first girl is not in possession. The second one is. We need to show that the first one might not be in possession, so she is meal. And therefore, people will be careful with the sister. The Gemara tells us this all alone from this place. They should include the shidduch. In other words, then we can say that the father agreed to it. He spoke about it. According to Lula's Gemara says, a girl who gets engaged without the father just doesn't need a yes, it doesn't need a deal, it's a big fat zero. And you know, shot it no shidduch. Or some say he ain't no shidduch. This that we found that she got engaged herself, or we know what she said. She's talking about it, in other words, she's already married once. Then, because she's married, she used her father's money. Second time around, she got engaged with her. This time we find her father sells his daughter to an altar. How's that possible? I'm talking about that he sold her as an altar. And the master married her. So he had some sort of consent to the marriage, but it's not really as if he married her off and never received anything. And therefore, people are logically sell her after she's already married. The boy side, have a wonderful day. Kiddushin, how's everybody doing? Welcome to the We're talking about a case where Hannah accepted Kiddushin from her cousin without the father's consent. And then unfortunately this cousin passed on to the next world without any children. So if the Kiddushin was a good Kiddushin, then she would fall the evil. So the element is that she required to do Chalitza, and then with the rights of all people, even though it's only marry, everybody knows that Kedushin is good Kedushin. I will explain. Because if this Yavama goes ahead and gives Tana, the original Tana, gives her a ring, minor, this Kedushin only the bottom, and because you require that for that minor, that's not the problem. Now people think, hey, they were married with their rights, so why did they have to give her again? And I don't see the rights of the father. Not married at all. There's no connection. So therefore, God is there to deal. People absurd. So I think that if the Yahweh, instead of thinking it's enough to be married to the first one and maybe married to maybe he wasn't married at all. And therefore, we're not concerned that maybe the father agreed if they made a deal. Let's say two fathers had a discussion. But a boy is always dying. He wants to make sure he doesn't want his father. There's a couple that had a big argument. The father wanted his daughter to marry his relative. Oh, my relatives are the best. The wife says, no, my relative. So Rabbbi says, this particular case, when they made a big party, nobody wants to lose a party like that. So therefore, the future is not good. The guy says, no matter what, once the father told the wife, let's marry off our daughter to your family. We know that marriage has two stages, Kedushin and Nisuin. If the father agreed to the Kedushin, stage one, the money part, the ring, off overseas business, and the girl lost patience and she married the husband without her father's consent. According to everybody, he doesn't get the inheritance. This stays in its. However, this is machlokes whether until the father comes back, if she eats truma, if she marries a fight, because with the rice she eats truma anyway once she can get. Or perhaps be concerned that when the father comes back on business trip, well, this reason this marriage and retroactively she wasn't allowed to eat truma. And he doesn't say anything. He sees his daughter getting married. According to her, you don't eat. She doesn't eat truma. Why? Because even though he's quiet, the reason why he's quiet is because he's furious, he's angry. He says no, she can eat. Why? The fact that he's quiet shows that he's okay with it. But what if, even the Kedushin, the first part, you're watching it, Ravuna says, the opposite. Now Ravuna says she couldn't. Because no one can be quiet between two stages like that. And the reason why he's quiet is because he's not very supposed. As if he agrees to the whole thing. And Rabbi Isai, have a wonderful day. Kedushin not involved. How's everybody doing? Welcome to today's minute. We're kind of got engaged without her father's where the father agreed that he married his daughter, but she doesn't want it. So he's in the civil power, and she's against it. You see, she could be Michael. The right to right. No, he's not a right. But you could say, like you always learned in Taylor, and we're talking about that the man didn't have that's her fiduciary. You don't want to marry her. And even if you say that it's a Shem fiduciary, it would be necessary to do another fiduciary, or you would rent another fiduciary. Let's do another fiduciary because he didn't have the father's consent. And now we're in a brand new mission. And the first one is a Lashon. It says, well, I like it. What exactly is this? Scotch and Scotch and blessing of according to Rabbbi, it's talking about the end of it. He doesn't say scotchy, scotchy, but rather he says scotchy, kazoo, kazoo. All of that, we see a number of things. First of all, we see if somebody gets engaged, you should, with the middle of the loan, it doesn't work. Because over here, you see it doesn't work then. You can't use the previous dates because they're already done, they're consumed, they're a mill, but they're alone. Yeah. In addition to the forgiveness of the loan, the fruit of the guy forgives this woman $1 million. And he gives her one lousy date that's where the fruit of her das is on the fruit of, and it's a good condition. What if the condition is not? What happens to everything? To begin with, all the things he gave her, she has to pay it back? Yes. And that's why she has to give it. If a person does something very bizarre, he goes to his sister, he says, I read the Kudash, he gives her money. Now, everybody knows he can't get married to your sister. So what is he trying to do? According to Rouse, she has to return the money. Because if you wonder if you're watching the figure, she doesn't say it in a funny way, she won't accept it. According to Shmuel, if you're a gift, she doesn't have to accept it. The reason why he didn't say, here's a gift, and he said it in a funny fashion, he didn't want to embarrass her. He figured she's not going to accept it. The halacha is that when a person separates challah from his dough, that's great to use to the fight. But what if he separates challah from flour? The halacha is the type of flour. The Gemara wonders why. Where's the flour? So the Gemara tells us what's concerned that the type is going to fall on track. He's going to forget, and he's not going to realize that what the Yisrael gave him is higher and more challah. And he's going to take that flour and add it to his own person. He's going to make bread out of it to the house. He's not a challah. And it's clever. Another shot is no point won't make this mistake. The concern is that Yisrael think that what he did was fine. He's mafresh challah from flour. You're going to know he's supposed to take from dough. Oh no, that's just to make it easy to define. When you used to take from flour, you could take from flour, but the truth is no. Gracious, I would say same. Challah is only given from dough, not from flour. Now, there's a number of things that goes into it. Perhaps the client should keep the flour and just give a little bit from the citrus from that flour that he gave. Why should he use back to this from? We see from a pot that has perforation, which is the rice high in on a pot that doesn't have a hole in the bottom. Just positive rice with the rice. Or if he say he should take truma, should go ahead and take truma again, like her pot is definitely more sensitive than pot. The person understands that he made a mistake there. The one that's high, one that's low. It's one bowl and it tastes of a sour, spoiled watermelon. So there we say, Yachzor, we should take a second truma that's the same idea I was thinking. Where it tells us there's so much to learn from the non-Jew government scene of a famous story. Muhammad came to purchase an extremely expensive jewel worth 600,000 golden coins. And because government Zena, his father Zena was sleeping on a pillow with the king, per se, so his father lost that battle. A year later, he had a Parazuma, red heifer. He realized that this is no coincidence. Before he's paying it back, he goes to father. He came to purchase it. He said, I can ask you any amount of money. There's only one like this in the entire world. But I'm only going to ask what I lost last year. The word because the mitzvah actually prevents him from doing mitzvah. So we that have that deal, we have a bigger mitzvah. So we have a bigger he's upset with this. Because he thought that he get more time. But then he realized that he gets less time to around the block a little bit. So when he heard it from a distance, he stands up, he's standing up for the Shekhinah. Why does this person could feed his father a very expensive bird? But it takes him out of Elam Hazet, takes him out of Elam Hazet. Because he gave it to his father's how do you afford it to his ration? He says, keep on eating, don't bother with it. And that kind of, those words, thinking words in the flip side, he tells his father, here, deal with this. Some hard work. I want you to work on the rechaim, on the milk. So somebody standing inside would say, wait, that's not what I mean. That it is. In this case, what you didn't see is that the soldiers came to take the father, and he said, I'll go instead of you. You dad, you the rechaim, you son of my boat. Avini had 5 sons who were smoking the whole day. Yet when Avini's father came to the door, Avini ran, he wouldn't allow his son to do what Avini wanted to do. One time, his father said, give me a cup of water. By the time he got back, his father fell asleep. He stood over him in a bent position, full of fear and covet, waiting for his father to get up. And that's when a beautiful shot. Josh explained, she and this one
we have 16 million euros. 16,160.
Sometimes when things are destroyed, it's a young Hashem saying,
Euros.
wood and stone is not on a human being.
Is it euros or euros?
When a father and mother want to give their child, wholeheartedly,
Wait. It is actually real.
that's not even half of what it is.
Mr. Beast.
A real test would be if you took his money and destroyed it into the ocean. You don't see it. Yonan says, so much is praiseworthy the person that was born with converted.
Hey Jimmy, I'm streaming. I wanted to ask you a quick question.
Although
I'm in a kill and you're gonna go in like 10 seconds. Hit me. Someone broke a record. You're talking about the guys at Bridge Fairs? Yes. Yeah, I donated $10,000 to it because I thought what they were doing was really cool. But technically, they didn't do it in a single stream like we did, so they broke a different record. Oh, so we're good. Yeah, we're still good. Okay, all right, Jimmy, get back to shooting. Bye. Hey, wait, before you go, wait, did you get the thing I sent you? Will you send me something? Yeah, in the mail. Shit. Okay, let me look at it. Oh, shit. Okay, all right, man. Bye-bye. He said he got me a package of this shit.
So,
What is it? What do you guys think it is? Okay,
Garbage. It's garbage. That's what it is. Hey, Loser douche.
Using that ramen base, how's everybody doing? Now look, here's like the manoma that says, whatever thing, you don't have to use your own money, use your parents' money. However, you have to stop working in order to do whatever thing. So even though it's going to cost you at the end, prevent yourself from making money. If your father decides to throw his own wallet and waste money, throw the wallet in the ocean. Even if you're the Irish, you're going to inherit this $2 but who knows? Michael is own covetous son, and he tested it by putting his clothing on the ceiling. He wanted to see the son go be upset in the past. Once give your own son nicer awning. On New Year's 6, give the awning so nicer awning. With your own father or somebody's father, you're not going to give it. I want to make this mistake and I love it. You have to tell him. There's supposed to be a story that says this and this. Rothschild was some guy married around. He went and he put himself down by and he's putting himself down by. So according to everybody, a king is not only Muslim's covet, but a Nazi is Muslim's covet. King says king. So impossible to come down. Standing up for Zaka, he's a Zaka and a Hawk. He's an open person and also not a person. One of the reasons missing a day of Torah. Three shittas when it comes to standing up and talking from an older person. We'll make it simpler. The Torah says the word they're in the tremendous minutes. Okay, because I think the mitzvah the shaykhah, we do a mitzvah, you're more cautious than I'm talking. Another Pshadik Lord said, you don't want to discourage those who are bringing the Kurd life. You want them to come next year and have a great feeling. So let them feel good. Rashi says this is very cautious. Just say Shalom Aleichem and everything. But if the shot in, but basically, you say this American bathroom or bathhouse, you don't stand up. But the outer room, the people are stand up where we're standing. It's possible he's standing in the inside room and his father is thinking of learning. Rebbe, Rebbe said, maybe thinking of learning. But what do you think? Of course, be a racer. Don't let in your mind. Don't play games. Don't close your eyes as the Talmud is coming into your field with the Dalai Lama. And as it comes to the Dalai Lama, I don't see it. My eyes are closed that you're playing games. Like in the morning or in the evening, because he's Ishmael twice. Nevertheless, the Talmud should be careful not to make people stand up for it. In fact, if the Talmud goes out of his way, look at Arita Siyamin. But if you're not talking and you don't stand up for your Rebbe, you don't have Arita Siyamin, and you get the learning, Abaye would be upset first those who were learning Torah and say, oh, I don't stand up for my Rebbe. I'm learning. And even from us in the Chasio, comment, but they didn't even put a head covering when they walked up to you in the public. We everyone would give honor and stand up for a non-Jew because all elderly non-Jew went through a lot in his life and realized that Nisan and he broke his friend. Abai would give old man his head rubbed into the Shtiach. We're not an officer. We're not says it's not for my Torah. I would be just another napkin in the marketplace. Therefore, it doesn't fit somebody that learns Torah to help in our people. I'll let my office do it. And what are the suffering? If the son father is ready, up for him. Maybe everybody should stand up for him. The Gemara says that they talking to other animals. There's two ways to walk here. You have to stand up for him. The Gemara says that somebody that's on an animal is this kind of oil. But a tree, everything other than tree becomes common. So that's only the person holding the stone is sitting. Or you see the idea. So you have a wonderful day, unbelievable year.
About resource shaving. You don't have to shave it, whatever way you want. Well, the answer is talking about too much in the other place in the body, on the head, where there's hair. So if she has a beard, it's considered like she has a beard. It's being a filter going that has this unique halacha for a place with hair. I can look at this feel. A lot of people say,
You should not want both. How's everybody doing? Well, now, but you are considering that you're sitting here on Sumidali home. It's being that's very the answer is very right so of Korba, which is if a person had a using a close rips out your hair from some karma. The big picture says this is sort of doesn't apply to why do we see that? Yeah. The three-way like they're all just saying what says it wants to work very says I'm published higher nation, holy nation. It's referring to another is called Lida. Where a person takes a tool to skin out of paint for the base. And Srita is with his hand. Now, he holds that Lida is in the entire body. Everybody holds it's on the entire body skin, whereas Earth is only in the head. So therefore, he removes, since that doesn't apply, Goya. Abai and Rabbi have it differently. Abai and Rabbi both say that the word body is referred to the sun, rather all of Israel to the bottom, gardens. We're going to get into it a little bit. So according to Abai, this is going to hold as a Shabbat. It's a cake that says about Baruch was without Shabbat, I would say the Pasuk Gimel makes it great. It's referring to the entire head, all here, the back, the front, and the side. And if a person rips out places of his head simultaneously, he's high 5 times. And it only applies rip out your ear for a mace. They're shoving the extra hay of course.
Yo,
They're
what up, Omniduck?
just like villain, women are fucking wearing clothes, so they're fucking.
How you living?
Good. Did you hear about that guy who got shot through the throat? I think yesterday.
That was today, and yes, I heard about him.
Where's this here? Back and go to the shear.
What is your opinion on it? I think it's sad.
Yeah, I don't think it's good for life.
In other words, if somebody has long hair coming down, that's not the buffer. The buffer is where the roots are.
Let's go with your ex-girlfriend.
I forget.
You forget?
I'm currently doing something, so.
Okay, well, you do you,
I don't
big
think it
dog.
was well.
Okay, dog.
I don't think I got it over yet.
All right, well, if you're doing other stuff, then you're pretty much over her.
Yeah. I did meet someone in Discord yesterday.
And how did that go?
Not well.
Okay.
Not well at all.
Why not well?
They called me a lot of. I'm not gonna say here. I don't really know how to better put it, but basically they're just assholes.
Okay.
Also, were using my name that was out. That was not the one I have right now. They used my old name.
Okay. Well, just.
So they knew me from before.
All right. Well, just ignore that person.
Animal, with the Yisrael's partial, that one done. Everything's over. But when it comes to a bird, the belief is only the kind, so certainly that point done after you're done with the kind. The hazah of the product Shabbat, how's everybody doing? Welcome today. Mishnah tells us that any mitzvah that's dependent on the land, on the karka, or on the growth that comes out of the land, like Shemitah, that's a mitzvah that bring together two of plants. And that's how we should see that according to Lezer, the word Moshe means every single place. Moshe means after you inherit Eretz and you settle it, you Moshe Yeshiva. That's the word Bia and Moshe. Yaakov. And some say that it applies also to the word of Bia is by itself. Why would you learn from Bikurim and to make yourself a king? It's not considered biblically speaking, when you have one halach in the Torah, you take that one halach, you learn the entire Torah from that one halach. When you have the same exact thing, this book is saying it's only these two places. If each one of those places has this, so now you can learn from them. So what's the big thing? Why wait for 14 years until you inherit their straw, divide up their straw? Bring the right now. The person knows, you wait for 14 years. I would think that the Quran is like Kala. Kala, the third is Kavayah, and immediately when you come to the straw, you're tired of Kala. There's always something to do. On the flip side, king. I would also think that it's something immediately go there to show a king. I need a leader. I need a general. That an individual brings the soccer. We bring a carbon. The carbon is required. Oil, wine. The soccer, you bring wine. That only applies once you have Shiva. 14 years in a once you reach Shiva, that an individual is already bringing the soccer to the day. So the verse says that when you come in there to stroll, what's going on when I come there? So what changed? I already brought this up. That when you have your own private mizbeach in your backyard. When there to stroll, what changed this? Now you start bringing the sucker on that private bubble, where the mitzvah is. Any mitzvah that depends on the person, not on his own. Like Shabbos, Gila, etc. That all over the world. So straight out, like Shabbos, teach us that this is the Shabbos. It's dependent on Bezin, in Yehuda. Once you know when this, it's our thing that maybe every Shabbos is the days of Jewish, no. Not the Torah, the Kaddish, the scroll. Not only in the time of the Bible, even though it says the halach because we have this idea, same reason. Now, it's the word Bia, like and the Hamar, teach us that this was the mitzvah. This was these two mitzvahs, and the Hamar. side. Wonderful. Kedushin Daf Ches, everybody doing? Welcome to the Daf. All new rings, 5 rings. It becomes closer. Between the Omer, we don't have to be simple. So the second day of Pesach is not. The answer is because they had plenty of fun. The fun lasted them all the way from Zion last day that the Omer fell. They had this fun from Zion all the way to Zion. Lisa. Moshe Rabbeinu was the third sitting there not without his fire. And as I saw, my Israel obviously was already in the Israel heritage. There's a total of 40 years that Israel had fought. Because we're going to take into consideration the Ugois that they took out of the tribe. Moshe Rabbeinu said that Esau of Esau Shana Noche, I'm 120 years old today. Born on years of order of Shimon Bar Yochai that take place everywhere with their rights. Chodesh, Orlo, and Klal. It says the word of Chodesh. They can have a fun. Easier this way. You could bring a carbon oimer and it goes there. You're allowed to feed the oimer even before you bring the carbon oimer. You're allowed to feed that meat, that grain to your animals. Certainly, which they are also Bahanoi, and feed it to your animals. Never have a header when they're also. So certainly, they also for or the master is not an Israel. In other words, after the years, this tree becomes mother. Shimon Bar saw the laws are argued on after they came there. So essentially, the rule says with the laws of virtue. Two halachas. The halacha of Ashkotas Psalm. If you loan somebody money and Shvina comes, he doesn't have to pay you back. Even according to Rabbbi, that it only applies in a time where the Shvina started. And Shiloh Havadim, when you send off your slave, you have a Jewish slave, you send him off. By Yovel, even though the minute of we're only knowing only the time when there is a Yovel there to show. The Mishnah that says that Chodesh is also and we learn that Orlo is on the Sinai, although there are those who argue they say
My fault.
rather it's something that finds your offended. Something Syria is local. Of course, gets even better. When it comes to Orlo, as long as nobody sees him because picking it, implying you're not allowed to pick it yourself. The boy side have a wonderful day. Finishing up on the test. How's everybody doing? Welcome to the Canada. According to everybody in Lawrence, we will have a summer. Sure, 100% that this is a piece of our law. Proving that those who are not confident in our law, the Lawrence, don't have to do something about it. And he said it's also to make a suffix via dime. In other words, you can't go deliberately pretend that it's a suffix given somebody else. Before my they and the reason is we say it's just like our vote. It's like you can't put two animals together to create a third species. So too, you can't take two trees and put them together. It's the same issue from before mapping. The third is the word your field. That field that was received from Shemayim. That's an Israel. The complete swallow why. This that round, the famous Golador round, the Yeshiva. And for his paper yeshivas told me that he planted a garden of the well, don't say easy for him to find them. With this, her voice I finish half a shot. Right now, we're on the second half a shot. The beautiful mission that got it done. The mission tells us, and we just read the simple words. It's difficult to understand, but that's why we have the Gemara. But the point of Gemara tells us, the Gemara individual, that he has 50% mitzvahs, 50% of one extra mitzvah. Now, let's say 1%, whatever the percentage is, that puts the scale for the good. What about the famous mitzvahs that we say every day? In Rothschild, there's a way I said after again, these are very five special mitzvahs. To the point that the person is exactly 50-50. And on the side of the mitzvah 50-50, not 51%, 50-50, that means that the power to the scale in his favor in the places after score we consider them a side of dollars. Whereas in other mitzvahs, Yaakov is of the opinion that in this world you don't get awarded for business. In other because he saw this story. And he had the question, how is it possible that a son is going to kill another aid when Jesus of God doesn't have a reason to? And immediately he went on. The Lord says, oh, the road are going to kill him, and his tongue is on the ground, and pigs are dragging his tongue around. And when a person is in perform the mitzvah, and not only that, he gets a special shmirah of protection for a side, having wonderful things. Lord tells us that if a person is faced with an amazing it's mitzvah to lose it. The greatest mitzvah. In fact, the Lord brings all the groups. Hanina saw the jump in the oven in order not to go over down there. How to actually jump up where the God overcame and saved them. And tells the God, okay, the reason why we got into this deal of selling baskets to women, but they don't give them money. The point is that when a person saves himself from doing a barrel, it's a tremendous hand that the Lord says, you know, and the hand you hand with your fellow Jews. You don't keep a hand, you don't use chesed. It's that we're supposed to hand it to everybody. The Lord tells us that a mitzvah has dividend. Hashem pays more actual value to the mitzvah, whereas in a Hashem pays exactly as that Avera is. One, the person does an Avera, other people learn from him. He's an important person, but other people do that Avera because he did it. So now that Avera that he did has done it. Other people are mimicking him, and therefore will receive. Person he had a machshava that he did in Avera, he gets punished for the machshava. Or if he had just thinking about that Avera, even though he didn't follow through, you see, but or it's better for looking in Avera in hiding, so you don't feel Hashem, rather than do it of a Rabba. It's referring to the discer of looking at a rainbow. When it comes to Chil Hashem, it's very important who doesn't wait, he doesn't let the build up friend. Moral he secured Avera very quickly and swiftly. And not only that, the person has last minute. You won't. You won't sit. When the tzaddik, it's as if he's a tree, a little bit of a travel, a little bit of tumor. Hashem chops off that place. Completely is when it comes to Hashem, the opposite. You have a little bit of tahara, so it's rid of their tahara, just keep them tahara, so that when they come to Adam Emet, they don't have. Tahara tells that doing a mitzvah is greater than learning Torah. Even with Gadol, the Rabbanim came together, and then came together and they said, I don't think we're Kiva. That's Torah is greater. Because Torah brings a person to mitzvahs or power. 54 years before there was a nice 61, or a person goes up to Shemayim, the first thing they should take care of, the first business they take care of, is have you learned Torah? How much Torah? Why did you learn to give it? As far as Torah, why? Because Torah comes before myself. The person doesn't have these three things. Their Torah. That he's not Yishuv, doesn't belong in this world. God, have a wonderful day. I still got it. So, Hernoso. Best thing a year full of players. Stroll to be used for one of the possible using first. The fact that the player says ish to be upright in objects in the street, you have in mind, let me result on this object says ish in the Puff says they pointed another in a point that comes for each one of the three boys, they inherit the Yerusha. Even though they intend for the good of that child that they're representing, they decide, in other words, one of the boys, let's say, inherited most each other. So when you're mapping, you never know anything. You don't know why. Because they seem like kind of messing you up. What power are you giving Bezin? Bezin has to have power that whatever they do, regardless if it's a mistake or not, it's a good division. Yeah. If they made a mistake, that was you have somebody who borrowed money, and Bezin said he has to pay back, and you run it off and pay the lender. If he made a mistake in a shtus, which is a sixth, but Nachman himself says that just said that say all the business. I believe they have a lot like a purchase. But if somebody purchases the object, because there are people live out here, I said, it's good for me and not the hardest. Another very interesting element. Anytime the buyer of property with a measuring device, or tells Salaka that in other words, because there's no shliach with Marabeir, it's a concept. Different Rabbbi, different Talmud, different Rishon, your face, different Lama. Oracle says to do one thing, but there is an exception to the rule. There's a number of exceptions to the rules. One exception to the rule is Mitilah. If a person uses money from the Mesa out as well. Let's explain what that is. Before we explain, what's the Megillah? And Shlichus Yad is Shnei Suva. It's that the halacha they you can't learn out the rest of it. What's Shlichus Yad? It's a somebody can watch. It becomes a shomer, a watcher. He's called him Neva Aveda. He uses that object without agent. Then the shomer responsible for Neva Aveda. It's like the only two places in India. According to Canada, they say that you hide in Shlichus the word the back. That you hide even thinking about using that object. So now you can't use they learn here, and that is if a person steals an animal and he goes ahead and he shot animal or he sells the animal, he's high for the animal depending if it's a sheep or not. They have a very meaningful kipper. Laser shall see after kipper. I cannot send somebody without beer. But the art. And one of them is that is a person steals a sheep or a house. And then he goes ahead after he steals it, he sells it, or he shuts it. He's high of 4 or 5, depending if it's an ox. It's 5 if it's a sheep, he has to pay 4. I love that is that a person who sends a shliach, you shut this ox for me. The shliach doesn't have to pay. The God has to pay. Why? Because just like Maduro, when you sell something, you need party to party. You need a purchaser, you need a seller, so too. But here's the concept of a shliach. Here's the case where I send a messenger and the sender has to pay. Shammai holds. I say a lashon and have to explain. The one that hires is hired. That shakes him above that hut and the laundry. Literally speaking, when that person that's in the same hut, getting the laundry. But in this case, Shammai will hold it to the laundry. Off of that. You are sender is not the sender is not high. The guy that does it is high. Why? Are there? The animal. After they said, no, they offer. Also, they say that showing items or a mistake. Well, you can also explain what Johnny says. Is that, yes, when it comes to murder, the sender is high. It's a special Allah by murder. It says by David Abella, he said, yeah, in the front line. What's the murder then? Why you say a rack to the third day album? Do the murder. For the Muhammad, David is not high at all. Because Uriah actually was a lawyer. Aveira and somebody else takes one. So there's a sheet in the Gemara that according to Mitzvah, if somebody sends 3 people to be Kaddish woman, they cannot be a sugya of Shliach not sending clean. Agent, Kaddish woman, I think the test by myself. Yeah, be one of them. So another sheet that makes someone that says no, that a Shliach could become an agent. Bottom line is, know that either way you we're not to say that it's so it's a partial thing. You have to make sure the whole side, even if he denies the entire claim, you have to make sure that therefore an agent brings money, therefore buys, and now we don't. And there, Rashi says this comes from the halacha of that is a storekeeper sometimes extends credit. I want you to give my employees credit. That's how I'm going to pay them their salary. The store owner says credit. The employers say we never received it. So each one says the other one, I have nothing to do with it. The one that owes me the boss. So they go to the boss. Both of them make sure the store owner and the employee take the a common home by get of a Naira Rothschild. And that is, if there's a girl, either a adult, and even a Naira who's 12 and 12 like that, will receive it. For something she takes that as a just like essentially, the same. The other life, so whatever you do, whatever you do, that by Kedushin, Chacham will agree that only the father can accept it. Why? Because this father gives to the coming back, this is considered a child for the terrorist. Does work on both sides. Have a wonderful day. There's a lot of says, say, just like she received again. What if she's received? The old. A year-old, but the girl purposes the Bible because she's ready to. Some say that going to the mother. A Naira doesn't need the dance of father like Naira because consider Naira something that can be done even portions of our one. Was red people that he done for just like evil doesn't even set them be done for someone. So too, the homicide on the other hand, that no, the act of Naira is like a regular act of so to Naira, but our definition of this part based on the definition of above. Going back to swears. Nothing can be sworn of is found there. All five ties them. Is it considered one in order for it to be considered five different shores, he has to say the word. That would seem to be Reb Shimon, and therefore also Reb Shimon. The word tells us Reb Shimon, however, also hold the girl who not receive permission by herself. Only the father or now it says in our original English, from our Mishnah. At the end of the day, the Lord tells us how long this goes on. How do we know this? Because Roman came out here to push the garrison. Nobody can do it. In other words, one species is something we get as a yacht. Remember, English is an yacht. With a hand is an ability to make a shliach even faster. Mocharim, a mother that did not have permission from her father to engage, became precious on her own. Father. This was maybe so why did she have and we want people to know that perhaps there's something going on here. And if or some say even who was talking about even in that she got engaged herself, or the must be said as an couple, and her married. So you have some sort of consent. Marriage, but it's not really as if you married off and never seen. Therefore, people are logically Lucian, Dr. Hay, how's everybody doing? Welcome to the We're talking about a case where Tano accepted Lucian from her cousin without the father's consent. And then unfortunately this cousin passed on to the next world without any children. So if the Kedushin was a good Kedushin, then she would call the evil. So the Allah says that she required to Chalitza, but perhaps father agreed to this marriage. Because everybody knows Chalitza is only also in the Rabbana. And if somebody goes ahead and marries her, let's say Yama, would marry her, everybody knows that Kedushin is good Kedushin. And we'll explain. And the rights of the father agreed to it. It's also possible that they're not married at all. Probably agreed with all the So people will be concerned and they'll think if we're not concerned that maybe the father agreed if they made a deal. If, let's say, problem is not do the best environment. A boy is always been that one area. In that case, that a father marries off his son, somebody else's daughter, another law. A bundle of vegetables in a township. He's not to marry his relative. Oh, my relative does the best. The wife says, no, my relative does the best. I want her to marry mine. At the end of the day, the father was about to greet his wife, okay, let her marry your relative, let's make a big party. Before they were even engaged, during the party, the father's relative went ahead and was a party like that. So therefore, the issue is not there. A guy says, no matter what, once the father told the wife, let's marry off our daughter to your family, shares don't lie like that. The whole church has two states. Confusion and innocence. If the father agreed to the confusion, stage one, the money part, the ring, and then he went off overseas to do some business, and the girl lost patience and she was fussing without her consent. The point about it, if she dies, the person doesn't get married. It stays in its proper first part was against the father's. She couldn't. But no one can be quiet two stages like that. The reason why he's quiet is not the reason the whole thing. And the boy side have a wonderful day. Where Hannah got engaged without her father's dad, without her father's Machlokes between Rav Asi and Rav, whether or not she could renege on this engagement. She accepted it. But her father didn't accept it. According to Rav Asi, she did not renege. Rav, she could. You want to talk about the right to the father, even in a case where the father agreed that he should marry his daughter, but she doesn't want it. Right? Right. No, it's not a right. You can say, like, nevertheless, no condition, it wasn't a all the things together. Shove it up. Then, she eats it right away. Need the last date you have a shower fruit up. Where it says, you see in the first one you see, if somebody gets engaged, tries to make a solution with a builder with a loan, it's $1,000. But he gives him one lousy date that's where the fruit up, her das is on the fruit up, and it's a good condition. It's on the builder, and that's why he has to give. If a person does something very bizarre, he goes to his sister, he says, I read the possessions, he gives her money. Everybody knows he can't get married. According to Ralph, she has to return the money. The law is accepted. According to Shulman, if you're good, she doesn't have to return it. You know why? He didn't say, here's a gift, and he said it in a funny question. You don't want to embarrass her. You figure she's not going to accept it. Fall in traffic. higher and more flash. Now, there's a number of things that goes into it. Perhaps have a hole in the bottom. Or it takes a sour, spoiled.
Hey everybody, it's Frank Dell. And I was in a movie for the high school track back in the day. A couple of years later, I started making YouTube videos to scenery. And I did the first video of myself in December of 2009. And I did the first video of myself in December of 2010. Severe earthquake warning for California. 2010. Southern economy.
How's everybody doing? Yes, it's the last daf of Sefer Brachos. It's an amazing set of shots. You should take this opportunity to make a commitment.
We got red, homie.
Sefer, it's very, very difficult. On YouTube, search for watch them every single day. Fans, you are not going to change that. The only we have an app in daf. Oh, he says. It says in the post that decide that it says don't despise that in the mitzvah. Why not? It's an hard side. They invited us in. Don't forget all the evil that woman you give from your food, your drink, and your money. Serve them. That's what this Lily says. Who's the alright? And he died. Tried it out. He was very scared. So he put the art and put it in David's house. What did David do? He cleaned it off. He dusted it off once in a while. Yeah, the Torah says that by Baruch Hashem gave it wrong. So certainly if you take care of the Torah, will pay you back. What bracha that was wrong to give David? That his wife Chamoitz, she had 8 children. Said sorry. The Gemara says if you push the time will push back. Don't force anything. For instance, the Gemara says, Rabbi Yosef was considered Sinai, somebody that knew God. We need a Sinai, somebody that knows everything, all the prices, from all the Thursday. That's Rabbi Yosef. Either a Shiva and refused because the stargazers told him that he will die after being a Shiva. Rabbi was the Shiva for 20 years. Rabbi was left there. Welcome to the 6,000 new subscribers. Just joined us the last few days.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm lovely. Are you ready for me? How was your day?
Good. Busy, but I got one more day.
Yes, ma'am.
Let's go. There you go. There we go. Good
Nice.
beer.
Bear.
Thank you.
Give it to me.
Listen, you got this.
Get it.
Rabbi.
There we go.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. Get it.
Look, Rabbi. Good.
Oh, give it to me. Oh, that was good. 9. Get this. Yes, ma'am.
more.
You got it.
Okay. Oh, anyway. Come on, Rabbi.
Get Get it.
Come on, Rabbi. Yay, another strike. Yay.
We're there you go.
Oh.
Oh no. Get it. Oh.
Come on, Rabbi. You got this. Come on.
No doubt.
Yay.
Get this. How do I even get this? Sweet dreams.
We should all be together to start shots and finish shots with Mashiach and Yair and Yair. Why people fall off of that family and what we could do to overcome that. The saying is, it's not about You learn all the fire, you learn all the shots. When are you going to do that? And finally, the Zohar says, it's time to now, everybody talks about it. If somebody can learn something in this world, when you get to the Shemai, will be able to live that way. Even if you don't really understand that way, but explain it to you better. But if you don't learn it, you're going to learn to do it. The numbers, smoking, the hardest stuff. Don't go back to the shield. Let's make this up. First, because I don't want to have a hole like a bar. What you missed, and you'll make it up at a different time. But today, you must skip. When you go to sleep, nighttime, and when you rise in the morning. And what is nighttime? Initially, we're going to have 6 sheets. Divided into 3, so people you're going to see how they get together. It says, and certain brothers that are only for one day and a night, such as Hafiz and Asham, the shear is until the real shear until Hamodah. The reason why our mission started Krishna Myra, not Krishna Shakas, two reasons. Because the first person was shocked with us, go to sleep, and then only afterwards we come back and get up. Or because the Kriya side is like better first and night, and then I can work here the day. As we mentioned before, I'm coming. But true after he's coming, after he says the cover, and maybe before he the cargo, because the third is the cover, begin with this, and it says that the cover came the day the light is God. And now we'll go to the 6th, this part of the says that the mother is on Shiva. That's when they have to eat the true one. That even says, after it says, that's when most people sit down to eat. That remain and eat their meal at night, having a wonderful day, result of the finished house together. Oh, describing the last multi-verse that brings us up to 75. subscribers in the last 4 days, I think it is. Our goal was to get to 10,000 subscribers during the Sima shots. We're almost there. With your help, it's a Krishma. Feel so much for shine up to the end of the first English. There are three Mishmars that one sheet of and when one Mishmar ends and the next one begins, that's when you can say Krishma. The question here is donkeys neighing and making noise. The second, at the middle of the second Mishmar, you'll hear the dog barking. And the beginning of the third Mishmar, end of the third Mishmar is already daytime. I don't need a sign, but it's to tell you that in a dark room and your wife starts talking to you, or your baby wants a nurse, you should know it's time to say. Facing. Wow to the nation that because of my sons, I had to destroy my house, I had to burn my head off, I had to send place off the go. I went to ruins, the whole of say, says the Leonovi in the set finds from if we go. Why don't we go to the court about two personal fee with a Zion. We'll say this with a Zion. The second reason is my friends from Rothschild. It says, mainly Hashmoros. I woke up 2 Mishmoros before, says the Gemara, because I will say they woke up 6 hours for the end of the night, plus 2 hours. Kings would sleep before everyone else. 8 hours divided by 2 equals for the other. Yes, it's only 6 hours of nighttime. 1.5 Mishmoros was 8 hours before the king, which is equals 2 Mishmoros. Rashi says saying, I never slept as such a strengthening some of the line. Or the shot is a says, Katsis, lie local, a week of a Katsois. So, it means one time they came in, he said, we need Carlos to find strolls, let them do business with each other. They fun it's not enough, and times everybody, he said, go out for war. He said, you might have to go out for war. You guys have to fight them. In other words, the strategy of war, you get them out to fight them. The opening, the other, means you ask for shoes from the side. It also means you ask the food of the women, and yo, let them to war, had a wonderful day. Few months back, another system of that day I started a program. Just recently I found us we achieved that mental occasion and Shoshana or consider your friends. And he embarrasses in dialogue. Love, and the reason is because he was worried, perhaps will sin, he won't be certain. As you see, Barak Lavino, you know, Protestant Shmir of perfection, it says very strongly. And the reason why he wasn't certain is because Torah. According to Eliezer, we know that the Shofar means when people go until the end of Ashur or Shai. According to Eliezer, the Shofar doesn't mean when you go to bed, it means was sleep. It's very dangerous. If you try to take a short nap, you fall asleep the rest of the night. Another shot that I want to tell you, you should know Myra's.
How you living, pimp?
Good, Rabbi.
Well, welcome to the club.
Thought about that. The thought came up that you just passing pain on to someone else. When you participate in violence, all you're doing is passing pain on to other people that create more violence, and then the cycle goes on.
Word.
More, you're just going to start more wars, strategical wars.
Word, dog.
And, so the key to ending war is stopping violence. We've got to stop passing pain on to other people.
Agreed, big dog.
And that's what it's so hard to live in a society where we can't forgive people and we disagree and we debate people instead of, okay, we have a disagreement with someone, well, why don't we just forgive and get over it?
It's a good question. Are you ready to lose?
No, I gotta go. Take my dog out.
Okay.
I don't have time.
All right. Well, are you gonna be back?
Say that to the world that
That Zoot is pro peace. That's good.
pro peace. I'm pro. Not. I'm anti-violence. I don't want to live in a violent world anymore.
Dog, neither do I. That's all you wanted to say?
Yeah, we should stop violence. We should stop things that are causing violence. We should stop medicating people. Then causing them to be violent, head and hit me in the back with a metal bottle. And I get a letter from his mom. It's like, sorry, my son was off his ADHD medication today. I don't want to take that shit. Fuck that. If I take ADHD medication and that's what it does, if I don't take it, I don't want to take that shit.
No one's gonna force you, dog.
Yeah. Violence.
Not the answer, dog. All right, well, come back when you're done walking your dog, okay?
Yeah.
Sounds like a plan. You don't know who Tommy Johns is?
For your trouble and secret issue. The Shiloh question is whether either the main part having the question is according to your judgment on just like what the lady says as a package. With those crazy kids, it's a package. So that way, the tongue letter sound like a translation of those. Like the apologize was simply over constantly. If that doesn't work, spirituality though. And Rothschild says, he says, I don't need a puzzle. Everything though, the boss says if you do everything on this thing, he's upset. The Lord forgave us the player up and he's excited about it. He says, when Rothschild has able, when a person has his surah, and this is a sight of the life, the person should introspect, check, see what might have caused his surah. If he doesn't, if he can't figure it out, he should assume it's because he's not learning Torah about the Torah. And if not, you should understand that Yisurim Shalahaba is a concept that he both is Yisurim in order to both your Sachar and Oil Haba. And the Shbor says the Gemara on one condition. It was the Machlek is if Yisurim Shalahaba is only a situation where it doesn't create the Torah. This is also the way of life from life, all of the life, all the hairs every day. Meditations and Gemara, Sarat, and Eretz Yisrael, and a lot of tradition. In America, in Babel, yeah, so that's the spiritual ahava. Another distinction to make is if the Surim are visible to others, if the Sarat is visible to others, that's not the spiritual ahava. He had 10 boys that were nifter, and he carried on himself a bone of one of his children, of the last child that died, and he said, "Thank God for that zero." This is a reminder of the Surim ahava that the Baruch Hu gave me. Because if you don't know Surim that weren't Shalahava, the Gemara makes a distinction. If a person never has children, that's not Yisurim Shalahava. But if a person, a Muslim, uses a child, that's Yisurim Shalahava. Here, Abba was sick, and Rebbe went to visit him. And Rebbe asked him, "Are you happy with the Yisurim?" And he says, "No. I'd rather not have Yisurim, and I'd rather not have the Sachar." The explanation is because it causes him to fire. Rebbe says, "Give me your hand," and gave him his hand, and he healed him. Rebbe himself was sick, but he couldn't heal himself because a person cannot take himself out of jail. Rebbe said the same thing. He says, "I'd rather not have Yisurim. I'd rather not have this." Rebbe once visited Rebbe Lozer, who was also sick, and he sleep and became like a house. Rebbe's skin shining. And he asked him, "Why are you crying? You're crying about the fire that he's going to accomplish." The famous concept of the Marco, the man is the your beautiful face, your beauty, one day going to be buried. They explain, because we can't explain, you really know was the last of the woman of ice. And that's the end of an era. And they said, "Listen, you have to look at what you've done. There's a reason." And he said, "What you questioned me," and they told him, when they were showing him, they knew that he did something. They said, "What you questioned, they were questioning." And he said, "Well, the sharecroppers, the God, he stole from me, that's why they pay." And said, "Nevertheless, if you steal from him, then you taste a little bit of your neighbor. And in fact, either all the small 100 barrels became wine, or the vinegar became higher than wine." In the West, and if you do so, you'll have white wolf, Miss Carrie had. Rothschild is now gone. We have the capacity to see shaded. Many more than us. The right side is 10,000 shaded on the left side. And you blame the shaded for everything. fact that our clothing is worn out, that our feet knock each other, that when we go to a shear, it feels as if it's crowded. It's all the female black cat, who's the eldest, who's the daughter of another black female eldest cat. You take the afterbirth, burn it with the ashes in your eyes, and then you see shades of Rabbbi try this trick, and it actually damaged them. Muhammad had a doctor for him to be healed. Abba Binyamin continues to say halachas, and he says that tefillah is heard only in a shul. It says, "Shmaya elaruna elatfila." The place that tefillah, that the singing, there is where the damage takes place. The Shbaruch was found in a shul, and he comes, or it's a minyan, he actually comes before the minyan gets there. The Shbaruch was there when they're doing the Torah with the three dayanim, the Torah is considered Torah. The Shbaruch was there when a person is learning Torah. The Shbaruch is even there when a person is learning by himself. The difference between a person learning by himself and Chavrusa is that Chavrusa is exclusively written down in a sefer that's for everybody to see. Yet, for an individual, will be in his own private sefer. That's how places explain it. It says in the pasuk, "The Choshmei Shmoy," famous Gemara, and a person thinks about doing a mitzvah, he's had a oinus and he couldn't do the mitzvah, he'll get schar as if he did the mitzvah. And the Gemara wears tefillin. The Gemara says, "Klal Yisrael gave me this one great shvach." He said, "Shema Yisrael Hashem Elokeinu Hashem Echad." I'm going to say, "Mi kam kol Yisrael kol Echad." One of the Gemara put in his tefillin, one of the bathroom he has, "Kimi goy gadol," and the parsha "Mi goy gadol." In the second bias, he says, "Ashrecha Yisrael," and the parsha will be the Amcha. The third bias, it says, "Oy Aniso Lekin." And the fourth bias, it says, "Elyon." He's coming to the shul, and it doesn't show that. If he finds out that it's mitzvah, the person will have light. If he finds out that he went for shul, won't have light. It's not but this is what a person is going to earn. It's impossible that if a person has humility, and it says in the Rabbbi that Ezra will help him, and when he dies, they say, "Who's the son? Who's this person?" You shall run. But when you leave a shul, you don't run, because it looks as if you're running a list of things that what we might perceive that you get schar for. It's in fact something else. You don't really understand this. Get this. Being quiet is what's preferred. When you fast, and a fast, you think that the desires for fasting and fasting greater when you give money to the poor person to break his fast. If you daven in a shul, outside of the shul, according to Rashi, means opposite of Naran Kodesh, that wall, if your back is towards Naran Kodesh, so the Rothschild verse is a story that Aliyah Navi sword and he killed the person. It says in the pasuk proofs such as davening, and people disregard the davening, they don't treat it with proper respect. It says of a the Gemara says you must be careful with all mincha. You see that Navi was answered during mincha. And the Shachar says Hashem boyer tishma koyim. The benefit from a wedding meal without being super benefit from the 5 pillars that it says like pillars of rock. If you ate it says if you brought it to or it says if you built one of the ruins that's also the creation of the same possible. The Usher is Shusahar. You should try to say hello before your friend does. As it says in the pasuk, "Baki shalom v'refeyu." You snub him out. You don't say hello back. You can send him. You don't have anything. All you have is the ability to say hello, ability for you, that other person is not having a wonderful day. Rocha is not Zion. The Lord tells us that even HaKadosh Baruch Hu davened. But what does he say? What does he say to? The Lord says he says it himself. It's actually the same exact word as the famous song just says it himself. He goes to serve HaKadosh Baruch Hu with Paris. The Ro'isi HaKadosh Miguel Pash and Tzvakos. I saw HaKadosh Baruch Hu himself. And he's sitting on our land. He told me, "Baruch Hu, give me a bracha." What do we look at? Wait until I'm not angry anymore. When does HaKadosh Baruch Hu get angry? Every single day for a split second, for 16 seconds. Or the time that says that it takes the word as you shown, there wouldn't be anything left. Once in the story, what he did was, he took a chicken and tied it to his bed. In the world, they take him to the ground, they bow down to the sun. If a person has self-discipline, it comes from within himself. It's not from outside. It's a lot better than if somebody would hit him and give him malchus. So the Rosh is better than 100 malchus. But it says in the Gemara that Moshe Rabbeinu asked for 3 things, and he got all 3 things according to Oman Omer. He asked that Klai Yisrael should have Shekhinah. He asked that Gedolim should not have Shekhinah. And he also asked to understand why is it that sometimes Tzaddik Baralo, the good guy, who sometimes has a bad life, and sometimes Rosh of the life, the bad guy has a really good life. Supposedly. And he was told that he's not a Tzaddik Omer, but he's a Tzaddik. He wouldn't have done it. What's the time? Or who wants the person to be Surim so that the Tzaddik Omer should be Omer. Going on it. The mayor says, Moshe Rabbeinu said, I want to see what he looks like. I was Moshe said, listen, I didn't look at his hero. What does that player mean? His words. So, it tells us, should be the first one to fall. Master, Other, and when the needle was saved, was my son Ruben lost his authority, yet playing. Not only that, he wasn't jealous, and he tried to save Yosef by slaying the other. He rose. Comes to describe David Ashiro is prophet as a bar. In fact, the simple person has a tremendous effect on the person. A son, a kid, who's rebellious is worse than the war of the mother to his parents. And the Gemara asks the question, when David HaMelech was running away from his own son Absalom, it should have been the worst thing in the world, yet David HaMelech says, Israel and David, saying a praise that was Baruch. He knows David. But he was relieved that if you go home, you're going to have a rebellion from within your house, and he thought perhaps it's a monster. When are you allowed to start off with the bad guys, with the Russians? So there are 4 ways. He's on the down. So on the down, you let it go after him. Or he's on the up. He's doing really well. But from within him, in front of him, and finally the girl day must be one of the highlights of that career. Take it to show, and he can't gather 10 people to his home. It's preferable that he should daven at the same time that they're davening in shul. Because there's a shul in the city, and he doesn't win, he's considered a bad neighbor. And because of him, he creates golos for him and for his children. Rabbi Yochanan was under the impression that there are no extremely old people in Babel, because it says in the Pasuk, that's referring to Israel morning, and they leave shul late at night, and that is Arichas Yom. Rav Chisda says one should not sit right by the door to the entrance of the shul, because it looks as if he wants to run away from doors. Into the shul. Brings fork shut them. In fact, they would ask, Matzah? What you might say, after you married, now that you find out the woman you married, is she a matzah, isha, matzah pipe, is it a good woman, or you should ask for a good death, a pleasant death. In fact, you want to difficult, you should ask for a good misa. My Zutra says it's referring to a bathroom. You should find a good bathroom. The Gemara says, in fact, my Zutra seems to be the best out of all of them. Says Rav Chisda, it's in the Pasuk Hashem, Shari Tzion, Mikom Mishkanei Yaakov. Oyev Hashem Shomer Tzion Ba'alacha. He likes the places more than shuls and Bati Medrash. The halacha is one should daven where he learns. When Abaye heard this halacha, he changed his ways. He used to learn at home and go daven in shul, but then he changed it to where he would daven and learn in the same place. Rabbi Rasi, it had 13 shuls in Feria, yet they chose to daven by the pillars of where they used to learn. It says, from the time of Korban Abayis, and Baruch only has 4 amas of halacha. So in other words, that's why Abai also he decided to daven in the same place that he learned halacha. That's why the Baruch is. Gemara says somebody who has Shemayim and earns a living. We learn Ashrecha by Lazeh, the Tavlach by Mabah, whereas just Yerushalayim only has Mabah, not Lazeh. There's that halacha that one shall live right next to this Rebbe. If he supports Rebbe, if he accepts everything as Rebbe says, otherwise it's not good to live. They didn't sin, they didn't marry Rabbbi Shimon Gary was alive and lived next to him. Said the pasuk, I turn my back and say the one should not wait until Yom Kippur to say the Kar Shnai Mikra, because every Yom Kippur, the day that we eat, is as if you're fasting, and do not say Shnai Mikra Targum earlier than the week that you need to say that. You should make sure that the blood comes out. Be careful that the cough on the zone. That it's a goya mamish. Why? Why can't you believe in the shoulder? Where it says there's enough wearing something heavy, it's obvious that he's not trying to avoid the shoulder. He's wearing tefillin, it's obvious that he's Yerushalayim. If he's run, it's also obvious that he's trying to get somewhere, and if the shul has another door, then people think he's trying to go to the other door, and it's not that they cut their meat. They so nobody else. So, Kriyash Rosh Hashanah, have a wonderful day. Rothschild is that. Yes. Also went away, but they didn't have a notice. They didn't go home drunk. They asked for a wheel. They say Krishma. He said, yes, up until the father made it a kanas. Yeah, say Krishma before Katzos. The lesbian is Ari Hazek. It's their shop. It's an extra word, Hazek. And he learns out that the time to eat covered Pesach is only up until Katzos, which Rekiva holds. Time to eat covered Pesach is all the way to the morning. Rekiva learns from the word he puzzle. Puzzle he holds is the hastiness of lights from when the day leave. In the morning, so therefore you can eat before Pesach till the morning. Lezer holds that others referring to the Mitzrim, they were in a rush to get Klal Yisrael out. The Gula started by Chatzos, by Chatzos the players, they wanted Klal Yisrael out. In reality, Klal Yisrael only left. There's a pasuk that seemingly has a three-way contradiction says, Shopsa, when do you shop? Which means in the afternoon. It says, we learn, says to try. When the place will be try in the morning. So which one is it? Is it noon, Shkia, or the morning? Gemara. What's this telling us? A few super. There's more of a published Rabbi Israel. The Baro, Golden Sitrum, the possibilities of the interesting law. Not very no. Ozne, all the shop. What's this? No. I beg of you, please. Vayashihum with the body means that the mitzvah will force the leg. Another sheet says, Baro, they felt that it might be too deep and they need to run away from this room. Might give chase. You want to go lighter. And therefore, they didn't want to borrow. The price was for just like I was with them now, I'll be with them in the future dollars. So Moshe Rabbeinu said, Faisal has enough on their head. Why should I tell them about future dollars? Says Rabbi Shalom, you're right. Just tell them I'll be with them. What's the thing? Bring an ace. Bring down fire from Shemot. And maybe the second time was why Yisrael shouldn't think Kriyashma in the morning was said when you could differentiate between painless and love. This is painless and love. That's we had that's the shear. That's what you could say, Kriyashma. Rabbi Lezer says between painless and kerosene is a leap. So when you differentiate between the blue and the green, that's the shear of Kriyashma. The same shear. What about the one time you say Kriyashma? One sheet is until Leisa Chama. That's the Lechatila. The other you go even further. The Mishra says until 3 hours. It's manias. In other words, you divide the day into 4. The light. That's the place for the draw. And we're going to roll. The Rebbe says you start from the Shachar. The Rebbe says you start from the Tzachama. And that's when the kings wake up. 3 hours before. The Mishnah says, whoever reads Kriyashma past this time, at least they'll be the time to listen to the right of Ibn Torah. We're going to explain what's the Kiddush. It says because this person is saying about that. The person beside him can't say about that. Unless he gets a favor. He says, no, that's only in regard to Tefillah. But Kriyashma is Kivasika. Kivasika means kind of a person that's a chassid. And a chassid would say Kriyashma immediately before night, and not Shemona Esrei right after night, because it's the reason why people mitzvahs, he wants to say Shemona Esrei the really fast in time, but like we saw the Tefillah, you have to put Kriyashma right before, and say Krishma at the last available moment, right before Nates. It says, how do we know this concept? It says, Yerucham Shemesh should have fear right when the sun comes out. That's Krishma, Omach Shemai. Plus continues, play a rap, it's talking about Mincha should not be said after Shkia. Ula, right next to Tefillah, won't be damaged that day. Seriously, what's damaged the day before it says? Why? Because he had a monetary loss, he had to bring Hadassah to the king. Rabruna says he was happy the entire day. He had a smile on his face the whole day. It's wrong. Shemona Esrei is because of the 8th. No, but I know if I had to correspond to the 18th. Yul Rothschild is in Kapitel Yutes, the 19th. That's why we say Yul Rothschild after Shemona Esrei and not before. Have a wonderful day. Rabbis not you. The Gemara tells us a story. The mayor had really bad neighbors. So he died that they should die. Bruria's famous wife told him that's not the way to do it. You're probably thinking, you should get rid of all the chatayim. Yes, get rid of the sins, but don't get rid of the sinners. What you should do is daven that they should do tshuva. You can't keep daven that they should do tshuva and the requires of tshuva. A min once asked Bruria, how does the pasuk make sense? The Navi, Rani Akara Shalai Lada. Because she didn't get burned, she came out in a song. And she said, Shaita, look at the end of the pasuk. Lost and loved by the Geula, there are going to be many more Klai from Yerushalayim than Edom. In fact, the word Akara is referring to that our children don't go into Gehenna like your children do. Rabbi Bo explained to Amin, why is it that David HaMelech put the parak of Avshalom, him and Avshalom, is the third parak in Tehillim, and the parak of him and Shol is all the way at parak Nun Zayin. It shouldn't be the opposite. It's not in order of how it happened. So he told them, we believe in a concept called smuchim. When a pasuk is next to another pasuk, or a parak is next to another parak, we learn something from it. We learn from the possible that God is going to rebel against Baruch. I'll tell you, look, my own son rebelled against his father. Shimba Yochai explained the famous pasuk in Yeshua Chayim. He was a chachma, v'sari as chesed al shayna, shalom amelech. That he had you nurse from a place, or you nurse and he said, Shira, so therefore the person that has a neshama within him should come and praise HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Or Pinafshi, it says, my inner, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, not only can he infuse it, but he can infuse something within something, a baby that's within it, infuse it. And we learn here, there's no artist like our God. Create humans and nobody can do it. We learn meaning Chizkiah was the king. Yeshayahu was the They didn't want to visit each other. Each one held that they had more honor than the other one should come also. You explained you're going to die in this world and you're not going to have a my above because you didn't do prove who you didn't get married. Because you said, like Son of HaKodesh, that I'm going to have descendants that are not worthy. So Yeshayahu told them that famous line, the Hadi captured the Rahman Allah, her daughter, and our two Schusim will be likely that I won't have bad descendants. So he told him it's too late. Xavier already happened. So Hiski got upset and said, got up and went to the wall. What's the wall? The walls of his or lady says he with the walls. He said, if he shot Navis with the story of in his schos because she built him a wall, as Gemara is going to discuss later. Told her that Sisi, I did everything. Who says the Gemara, amazing thing? He was Simon who blew the tefillah. Lady says it means that he took the full remedies and he buried it. As Gemara says, this kid did 6 things. 3 things the Rabbanan Chachamim agreed with, and 3 copper snake that Moshe Rabbeinu made to heal people. People started doing Avodah Zarah to it. Father the Russian rope to show people this is what happens when you do Avodah Zarah. Those 3 things. Soldiers and they should have water. They agreed to that. It said, let us go. Chizkiah gave the door to the Midrash. They didn't agree to that. And when he didn't, etc. So they used the schus of David. Now do a wall. So Machlokes is where did she put Elisha? She put him in an open Aksaka and she had to build a wall to divide Aksaka. And then, what does Aliyah mean? Aliyah usually means in the attic. It means that she put him in the best of her housing. One shot is she put him in the attic. And she had to build a roof. So why is it called a kir, a wall? Because it's kiru is a lashon of roofing. It says that she put a bed, a table, a chair, and a lamp. The Gemara says Elisha benefited from it. You're allowed to benefit from things that people give to you. But Shmuel would refuse favors. He came with his own little suitcase. Wherever he went, he had all his belongings. Nobody could give him a favor. She knew more than her husband that Elisha was in his sheets were clean. They didn't have any carry on them. Whereas his Misharis, Gehazi, didn't have Kusha. He grabbed her inappropriately. Gemara that Shmuel like Yeshua, the Kriyashma said until 3 hours of the day. Right? So after this when we say Mashal Arvis, you have to be in the laying position. When we say Kriyash Mashal, otherwise the Pasuk would say, but boy, he's not laying down, and therefore you can say Kriyash Mashal when you're sitting, standing, laying, and even while you're working. We can learn a big finish. That somebody that's spicing a mitzvah by doing another mitzvah, he's pumped from saying Kriyash Mashal. And not only a person that's actually doing a physical mitzvah, but even somebody like a Chasamayim is preoccupied, also putter from Kriyash Mashal since he's about to marry a Psula. If he's marrying a Mana, he's not occupied and therefore he's chayim. You need a combination of two things. You need to be preoccupied and it has to be with the mitzvah. So therefore, if somebody's about to lose this ship that's sinking, that's not enough to give him a tour from saying Kriyash Mashal because it's not a mitzvah. And Avel, who's preoccupied, he just like Peher, and since he has Aver on his head and he's in the Tsar, he's puzzled. Even though they still use Uvalech Chavadera to teach us this concept that basic mitzvah nevertheless they learned that physical words Uvalech laid down like Rabbi Shmuel, he was laying down, jumped up, say Kriyash Mashal. Lay down, so it looks as if he's passing like the Shmuel. So what is the halacha? According to Rabbi Cheskel, it's okay, you're not yotz at all. Similarly, we have that if somebody does a sukkah, like most of his body's inside the sukkah, but his table's inside the house. When they sold, it's fine. You say if you do like this Shammai, they sold the whole, you didn't do anything. And according to Rav Yitzchak, you did not do anything. Chayav Misa. You see the Mishnah, Tarfon says, I once put myself in order to be yotz like the Shammai. I told him if something would have happened to you, you would have deserved it. Mishnah tells us, based on the pasuk, you should say 7 brachas. You say 2 very long brachas. Anytime Chacham or Masak any long bracha or short bracha, bracha that finishes with Baruch Atah Hashem or doesn't finish, and you add or take off, you're not doing the correct thing. One of the brachas that we see in the morning, we don't use the word noiga because we want to say chaysha, which is darkness, which is light during the bracha of the night, where we say according to Shmuel, what's the second bracha? Ahava Rabba, like Nusach Ashkenaz. According to Chachamim, it's Havas Olam, like says therefore one like Nusach Ashkenaz. Places word, Chachmei, Tzarfas, Ashkenaz. It says halacha that if somebody gets learned, should say Birkus Hator. He said, Kriyash Mashal, you make a Torah, last thing you believe in Torah. since these are all important brachas, we say all three. After the Gehanim brought the carbon in the morning, they salted, they buttered. This God of Gehanim would announce, make one. What is that one bracha? According to Shmuel, it's a Havarabba, and according to Rish Lakish, it's Yotzer Ar. And then they would say Aser Sadibremer Israel. They would say MS V'yatzik, and they would say the bracha Bavoida, which is similar to the ends up shows that if you say Yotzer Ar and Havarabba, because Rish Lakish says from here you see that brachas are not mad. In other words, if there's two brachas together and you see one and one, similar, let's say for them, you say just a bracha on Shliad, and that's right, you only have one pair, or you can't put on the other one, you're Yotzer. How does he prove it? The fact that they said one bracha, and if that one bracha, for instance, was Yotzer Ar, then that's a great proof. Why? Because why did they say Havarabba? Havarabba you can say too early. Yotzer is only when the light comes out. And maybe they said it later on. The Gemara says perhaps they said both brachas. But he meant to say that it's not ma'akim, that the Seder's not ma'akim. One the other. Bracha is not based. Although the Beis Hamikdash they would say Aser Sadibros, the Chorma Misakin, that outside of the Beis Hamikdash would say that's the only part of the Torah that we have. Pre-Yishman Aser Sadibros. Today, Aser Sadibros is so important that one should say it in private, but not in public. There were 24 Mishmaros of Gehanim. Every week, a different Mishmar would take over the Beis Hamikdash. When the incoming Mishmar came into the Beis Hamikdash, the outgoing Mishmar would say another bracha, and he would say, Misha Shiken Shmoy Bebayis Hazeh, V'yashkin B'neichem Ahava V'achva V'shalom B'reis. The Gemara goes through a series of questions regarding brachas. If a person starts in Ma'ariv, he starts off thinking that he's saying Shachris. He says Yotzer Ar, but he finishes off Ma'ariv Aravim. And the same thing in Shachris. He thinks he's saying Ma'ariv Aravim, and he finishes off Yotzer Ar. In both cases, he's Yotzer because he finished off correctly. The reverse, if he started off correctly but finished off incorrectly, in Shachris he started off Yotzer Ar, but he finished on Ma'ariv Aravim, and in Ma'ariv he started off Ma'ariv Aravim and finished Yotzer Ar, he's not Yotzer. The person is holding in his hand a cup, and he thinks that it's beer, but in fact it's wine. So he starts saying Shahakal, and he finishes off a Gofen, he's Yotzer. What about Bracha Achreina? Person thinks that he ate bread, but in fact he ate dates. And he finishes off correctly. He started off Birkas Hamazon, but he finished off Mein Shalish, the Bracha Achreina. He's Yotzer because even the Birkas Hamazon that he started off with would work for dates because dates can satiate him. What happens, and this Gemara remains in a suffix, if he thought that he's holding wine, but in fact it was beer? So he started saying Hagafen, or the latter part of the bracha, and therefore he'd be Yotzer. If a person thought that he ate dates, so he started saying a bracha achreina, and then he realized that he ate bread, and he finishes off with Birkas Hamazon. Remains in a suffix. The Gemara says you can't prove anything from the halachas that we said by Greenishma. Bracha, Baruch Atah Hashem, that's enough. That's broken in itself. According to Rabbi Baruch Atah Hashem, Amar Varavim, it's not considered a bracha because you have to say Baruch Atah Hashem like King Mel in order for it to be considered a bracha. Nevertheless, you can't prove anything from Kriya Shema, because biggest Kriya Shema, when a person starts the bracha, he intends to Hashem, he must start coming up. It's important to remember that by Baruch Hu also, we say Hu es Hashem, you start coming up. You pick up a step very slowly to show that it's not a burden on him to do the Kriya. So there's the image. We know we say what if it says still he feels sick, literally sick, he has to fast and daven until he becomes sick?
Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay, can you give me 2 minutes so I can go to the bathroom?
No.
You can't?
Yeah, sure.
All right, please don't go.
Rabbi.
Alrighty, Zoot. How you living?
Yeah.
How are you?
Not too bad.
All right.
Rest in peace, Charlie Cup.
There you go. Did you know who he was before today?
Yeah. Did you?
No committee, but he spoke at the RNC. But I wasn't a follower. That's not really my political flavor. I mean,
Yeah. Look, it's a great bit.
yeah. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't really know too much about him. Did you see the video?
Yep.
Oh man. That was gruesome.
That's the saddest part.
Right. Did they see it?
How did you die?
but they let that person go.
Right.
They let that person go.
And I got someone in custody. That was just some mentally ill guy. Girl was there as well, and it was meant to be speaking next.
I did not know that.
Oh. I think I fucked up. Oh, no, I didn't. What did you think of that movie?
I loved it. I feel like my.
Well, I consider it obvious movie.
I feel like my microphone is delayed. Does it sound delayed?
No. So, it's a bit of an echo.
Yeah, I mean that's because
But it's not like,
that other one's going.
yeah, Ben Shapiro was at the event and he was meant to book off to it. I feel like Ben Shapiro would have been a bigger target.
Oh, for sure.
I think it would have been a target to get dropped.
Conservative speaker.
Huh?
Conservative speaker, conservative leader.
Did you ever say that he would run for president?
I mean, he was only 31, so he's been old enough to run for president.
Yeah. He's younger. I mean, I hate Mr. Bass would make a terrible president. it scare you that people today are still getting assassinated even to today?
No.
Like, you don't really hear of this in the Western world. I mean, we had Trump nearly get assassinated last year, but it doesn't happen often.
Are you sure they have somebody in custody?
Yeah, they're not going to announce it yet, though. But was.
Who says?
Who says what?
That they have somebody in custody.
They have someone in custody. It's on the news that they have someone in custody, but they're probably not going to report it in case it's like, until they're 100% sure they're not going to report it in case it's the case of mistaken identity.
Isn't that what happened with the other guy?
They never, the news reporter never said this is the guy who got him. They said if you under every post, it was just like, this is not the guy, it might be the guy. It was never confirmed.
Look who the fuck it is. Look who the fuck it is.
The Rabbbi?
Yeah, dog.
Okay.
Yeah, it is. He keeps joining and leaving. Yo, are you going to keep joining and leaving? Is that cool? How are you?
Rabbi. I heal. I heal, you take damage.
I don't know.
How many states in the US will be? That's it.
Use. Yo, what's going on? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I know these.
Why so long?
We're a liberal state, and so executions have been something that the state doesn't like to do. I think there are like 500 people on death row. It might have been the 90s when they did it, but it's been a long time. It hasn't been in the last 20 years.
Oh my God!
Fuck you, Zoo.
I wasn't even trying to get the win there.
Riser, can you hear us? Can you hear us, dog?
That was the biggest luck I've ever seen.
Okay, I'm gonna just refresh my browser. Maybe he can't hear us because it's on my end. What's up, baby? What's up, baby? Can you hear me? Yo, you can't hear me. Yo.
Seen the post.
Yo. There he is. Face.
Yeah, neck, face.
area.
Yo, can you hear me?
Kind of,
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. It's like I said, my browser on my computer, for whatever reason, the mic actually like shitty, like they app.
Okay.
This is like you never know, like who wants to just come.
That's me.
Just if you don't want to give us that, if you don't want to give us.
Riser, are you ready to lose?
I'm ready to harder than Zoot's comedy.
Dude, he is a legend. He's a comedy legend.
I know. Melbourne.
Okay.
Melbourne. I'm not in Melbourne, you fucking idiot.
What's your nearest city? Is it Sydney or Melbourne? Or what's the city?
What do you mean with my north city?
Don't force him to
You
dox
mean the
him,
city I
Joe.
live?
Yeah, where's your what city is the comedy club at?
I was like,
Riser, can I get in your head?
Absolutely.
Okay, well, it's Zoot's turn.
You're up and you're.
Zoot, go.
We've now lost the game.
Zoot, go. What happened to you? Zoot, can you hear us?
Zoot.
What happened to you?
press.
There's two major ones. There's three if you count Perth, but on the East Coast.
That's the West Coast. No, it's just the West Coast.
It's the capital city, though. It's like, that's not true.
No, it's definitely true.
That would be.
Always fuck.
Is it because you suck cock?
I don't know.
Riser, that was really bad.
But why am I out?
Intentionally didn't want to fucking do it.
Why did I quit?
You weren't gonna win anyway.
Rabbi won.
No, not you guys.
No, this bitch is over, Riser. Riser, this bitch is over.
It's a little warm-up game. It doesn't count.
Riser, when's the last time you watched the William Montgomery show?
I watched the most recent one with his brother.
I did too, dude. What did you think of it? Dude, you're doing really well. You did really, dude.
Oh, Jeff Fox. You're I saw William Montgomery perform for the first time the other day.
Where? Adelaide?
The one with the blind guy.
Oh, that was this week.
No.
Yeah, that was Monday's
That was
episode.
like different.
Oh, he was on again.
So he used his gun ticket.
Yeah.
Was he good this week?
Yeah, he was pretty good. He's pretty funny.
Can you get 2 golden tickets?
No. I mean, I'm sure they could, but that doesn't really do anything. There was a guy, his name is Rick Diaz, and he bet his golden ticket up against another guy, and the deal was that if he lost, then he would lose his golden ticket like forever. What a shot. He just hated this other guy, and he ended up losing in Madison Square Garden, even though he definitely did not lose, but they just fucked him. It's because he lives in like Belgium or something, and he couldn't do the show regularly.
Oh, fuck. Speaking of fucking things, I just fucked things. I just gave Riley positive review. I appreciate that, dude. You did give me all. Fuck. Good news is I get it. I tied with Rabbi. Right where I wanted it.
You could be a security team. SEAL Team Zoo.
How many? I don't think it's wise to hire someone with the Reds for your security team.
No, I want you with the finger on the trigger, baby.
If I was in the security team, okay.
Oh, I know you will. That's
Good idea.
I'm going to be live streaming my life, so that won't really matter. Look at this shot, folks. There you go, Zoot. That's good.
You fucked yourself over. Oh, that was not a good shot.
Oh, stop.
Oh, Rabbi. Oh, we're good. So you can win the hole right here. He's not going to, but he could. Real talk. How many days away are we from AI robot Walmart greeters?
Dude, I saw a robot in Walmart like 6 years ago. I took a video of it. It was a cleaning robot, and it was cleaning, and if you steal, and I took a picture of it, and I've posted it to the internet before. It's like, oh, it was a floor scrubber and a loss prevention. So it would go down the aisles, cleaning the floor while simultaneously seeing.
Wow.
Yeah. So, in answer to your question, uh, um, it's actually in Walmart. When the people die, Walmart, if they die on the clock, Walmart gets money for that, and the families do not.
Are you serious?
Yeah, you can. You can.
So they have done the math and they calculated that more people will die on it as long as they're employed.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually not one in three. It's not quite one in three.
Fuck off. Oh my god. That wasn't even done, man. Rabbi is in the best position now. And he fucks it. Now Duke's in the best position. Suit, you're a fucker. Fuck. Now I'm in the best position. I don't think anyone's gonna score here. Maybe Zoot now. Yeah, definitely me. Oh. Oh. We can get it in there, sure. Finger five. I mathematically won the game.
That's incorrect.
You can't. This is probably the worst. I would go for.
I know.
That's not illusion, folks. I'm probably in the best position right now. Bye-bye. What the fuck was that shot? He knows the hole is where I am. He's hedging his bets. Hit. Are you fucking kidding me? That was the best move I could have made.
Yo,
Oh, what a shot. How is there no hold yet? Dude, I think it's right by you. You just have to tap the green tree. Oh.
yo, what up? How are you?
And I'm still in the best position out of anyone here. Ow.
Welcome. How'd you find out about me?
Bye-bye.
Frank H. Berger. How'd you find out about me?
God told me about you.
Okay, that's cool. How's your day going?
Good. How's your day going?
Kicking ass, taking names. How old are you, if I may ask?
I'm 26. How old are you?
That's amazing. I'm 39. I'm just making sure you're an adult.
Are you seriously?
100%, but these calm down.
Fuck. Why did I do that? God damn it. I'm a dumbass.
What? You guys are in your 20s like me?
Yeah.
I literally both of you to win.
We're playing a game. So that's why.
It still fucks.
I don't know. Do you guys know?
Oh, wow. In your profile picture.
Who are
You. The Kurt
Who?
picture.
I don't know who that is. Rabbie?
What up, girl?
Are you trolling? The dude in your profile picture is Charlie Kirk.
Who
Not a
is?
good troll. You, Frank H. Berger.
That's who that is?
How do you not know that?
It was from a random PFP generator. So, is that really who that is?
I believe so. That's exactly that.
Yeah, that's who that is.
That's interesting.
All right, did you find about me from
What are the
Socialize?
chances?
From what?
Socialize?
No.
Did
When
you?
did you change your profile picture? Is there a way you can check when someone changed their profile picture?
Who gives a flying fuck? Who gives a flying fuck? Frank H. Berger. Did you find out about me from Kay?
No, God told me about you in a dream.
Okay, that's amazing. All right, do you mind if I tell you about myself,
It's
Frank
really
H. Berger?
I've been in here before. You've done this. Come on.
Okay, well,
What the hell?
I don't memorize everybody. Okay, so you already know all about me.
All about you, yes.
Okay, amazing. Have you stalked me?
No.
Okay, well, that's good. Riser, what'd you do with Zoot?
Those are things.
Certainly. Frank H. Berger, what are your hobbies?
Rabbie, how do you make money?
Slaying a dick like it's going
Being a
out of
pimp.
style?
He pimps hard.
Whoa.
He has multiple fur coats that are purple, and when he's not streaming, he's walking the streets.
Word. All right, so Frank H. Berger.
Yeah.
So what are your hobbies?
What?
What are your hobbies?
Your mic's cutting out. I don't know what you're saying.
That's what I thought. Okay, I asked somebody this earlier. And they're like,
Hobbies.
it's fine. What are your hobbies?
One more time, I didn't hear you.
What are your hobbies?
What's he saying? Is he cutting out for anyone else?
No, hobbies. HOBB.
No, you're cutting out too. Something weird and crazy is going on here.
All right, well, refresh your screen or whatever. You know how to do it.
I don't know how to do it. Can you walk me through it?
Yeah, it's called refresh.
I don't know how to do it.
Are you on an app or are you on a browser?
He's definitely lying.
I'm on a tablet.
Okay, just close Discord, reopen it, and come back.
Can you walk me through how to do that? I'm sorry, this is my first week with an iPad.
Yeah, so does it have a button at the bottom?
On the bottom. Which
probably
page
just
the
the
bottom?
screen. Please swipe up.
Okay, so
Swipe up.
yeah.
No, it's the old one.
Okay, so it does have a button. So double click on the button, swipe up on Discord, reopen Discord.
Wait, now you're super loud. I double clicked on the button, now you're loud. You're louder than you were before.
All right. Can you hear me?
Yeah. What'd you say?
What are your hobbies?
I don't know what you're saying.
Riser, what is this garbage?
What?
Riser,
Hobbies are going.
Riser, keep her thing.
Bravo.
He left. Where'd he go? Riser, where'd he go?
He literally joined Charlie Kirk because you're so annoying. So good job.
Who? Who is that?
It's literally all over the internet. Do you have the internet or no?
No, I don't.
You don't have
What
the
is
internet? Go
Who is
install the internet and then go look at it.
I'm good. I don't think I need that stuff. I want to pollute my brain.
He is a Christian radical supremacist who got assassinated because he was belittling children at his college speeches. One of them got upset that they were intellectually strong-willed.
What?
And now he's with George Floyd and a bunch of other fallen angels like that.
Yo, girl, did
Ozzy
you get...
Osbourne, dude. Do you know who Ozzy Osbourne is or no?
No, that was before my time.
Do you know who Malcolm Jamal Warner is?
Yes,
No shit, you do?
I do.
Frank H. Berger. You're amazing.
Well, thank you.
Do you know him from the
You don't have
Cosby?
to tell me twice.
Do you know him from the
Huh?
Do you know him from the Cosby Show?
No.
How else do you know Malcolm Jamal Warner?
He did sound on Oprah.
Malcolm Jamal Warner did sound on Oprah?
Yeah.
Like,
Well, it looks like you're the number 2. Malcolm Jamal Warner.
he didn't do sound for Oprah.
Yeah, he did.
No, they were in a documentary together.
He did sound for her show.
You're crazy, girl.
Crazy smart.
Yeah. No, he's from the Cosby Show. Did you ever watch the Cosby Show?
No.
Okay, you're missing out. All right. So, how was your day?
Do you like Bill Cosby?
I like the Cosby Show. I'm not a big fan of people who rape people
Why not?
because I'm big on consent.
How big?
Like, whenever I'm with a chick, I always make sure that I get it, and I want to make sure that everybody else gets it in the world.
When was the last time you were with a chick?
Oh, Digging deep. Well, on the stream, right at the beginning. Word, girl. My body count, I lose track of 42. So I am not missing out on any action.
Yeah, Rabbit got game.
Word, girl. All day, every day. Sideline to sideline.
God,
Word.
Riser can't say the same.
Oh, no. Definitely not. And then 42, but I lose.
Oh my god.
Yeah. I did this thing for like when I was a young man that I would not have sex with chicks, but I would get by them. And so if you include that, it's like hundreds.
How do you find these women?
Well, college was a big part. And then I was a paid blow for some. So I was with guys' wives for money, or chicks would just pay me to have sex with them.
Yeah.
Let's read. All right, well, maybe we can hook this.
Hell yeah.
Excellent. So she like loses. I like to use toys. Do you know what this is?
That's for your hair.
Girl, this is a womanizer. This goes over your clit and creates suction.
Oh, I'm trans.
Oh, you're trans? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm trans.
You're really good.
Oh, interesting.
I mean, you can be whatever you want to be. Anyway, so yeah, basically that's a quick rundown. So Frank H. Berger, what are your hobbies?
Did you say something? You got out.
You're so fun. All right, cool. Riser.
I know her. I think her hobby is J-line.
Yeah, exactly.
Like it's going out of fucking style.
Word. Hey, so Frank H. Berger, how do you like having a penis?
It's good. It's awesome. It's fun, and I like playing with it and smelling my ball sweat. What you know about that, Rabbie?
Oh, dude! Not only do I do that, but I do it on camera.
Oh, do it! Oh my god! Yum! It smells delicious.
Yummy.
Mm-hmm. Amazing. That made my night. 2 weeks.
Oh, that's...
How long have you been trans?
California since 2023 when I became a woman, but I actually went to being non-binary in 2021.
Are you Jewish?
Oh yeah. 100%.
Israel or Palestine?
World peace, girl.
So Israel?
World peace.
Yeah, I think Israel's cool too.
Very well. Did you get your gender changed on your license?
No, I'm 2 weeks in.
All right, I did it 2 weeks in. I have it documented.
Oh my god.
Word, girl.
Jealous.
Yeah, it's amazing. Okay, so you got your penis 2 weeks ago?
Huh?
You got your penis 2 weeks ago? Well, so what are your hobbies?
Why do Jews like money so much?
Why not?
They're needy.
So is being a normal person.
No. No.
Oh yeah.
Money actually gives you the ability to
Shut
be
up.
quite useful.
Shut up, Riser.
It can be pretty
I'm not
useful.
talking to you. I'm talking to a real Jewish person.
Where'd go?
I'm Jewish too.
Oh, really? Prove it. Hop on cam. Let me see that.
Proof shit to you.
Right.
I'm Jewish.
Right.
Because Charlie Kirk was Christian.
Who is that? You
I've
keep
told you like
bringing
8
this up.
times.
Really? I don't remember. When you talk, I just kind of block you out.
Same here. But
Aww.
with myself, I block my own self.
What about mushroom burger?
No, asshole.
What's wrong with the mushroom burger?
No. Something different.
Psilocybin? Psilocybin? You don't do
No. No. Clean.
You can still be clean and do those. Alright, that's cool.
That's not true.
LSD comes from ergot, which is
Shut up. Shut up, Riser.
Frank H. Burger, what sports do you like?
Is Riser your goon, Rabbbi?
Everybody's my
I'm
goon.
just asking a question if mold qualifies as fucking.
Rabbbi, is this your goon?
Everybody's my goon.
Can I be your noon sucks?
What does that even mean?
Henchman.
What does henchman mean?
Oh my god. Can I say the R word on here?
Yeah, that's not cool. Let's stay away from that. Alright, so Frank H.
Okay, Rabbbi.
Frank H.
Just because
Burger.
you're such an I'll listen to you.
Okay, I appreciate that. Do you have lots of friends?
No. Can you be my friend, please?
Yeah, if you tell me what your hobbies are.
What'd you say?
You're cute. Ears for your emoji.
They come with everyone's Discord account. They're people.
Oh, that's amazing.
You could just get them in the portion of your Discord client.
Wow, do you work for Discord? You know a lot about it. Okay, that's cool.
No, I don't.
Alright, so what sports do you like?
No sports. None.
None?
None.
You don't like any sports?
Are you a sport? I like you.
Yeah, absolutely I'm a sport.
You're a good sport.
Excellent. Dodgers or Angels? Good girl. Rams or Chargers?
Charger.
Ooh. Okay.
Charge my iPhone.
Alright. Are you a Kings fan or a Ducks fan?
Oh, that's so cool.
Okay. Very well. So, are you excited about the Olympics?
Woo, that was good.
Excellent. You like to go to Disneyland? I've been to Disney.
No. Yes!
Excellent. Have
Just
you?
me and you, not Riser, right?
Absolutely. Riser. Ever been to Disneyland or Magic Mountain?
No.
What did you do? Like,
You're hating.
no, or just don't think you're. Yeah,
Really?
yeah.
Can you kiss me?
Mm-hmm.
Closer.
Mm-hmm.
Come closer to the camera.
Calm down.
Closer, please.
Tell me what
Rabbbi, please.
Tell me what your hobbies are.
I'm feeling very unloved right now.
Well,
Feeling like unloved.
how about you tell me what your hobbies are?
Singer.
Frank H. Berger, how'd you find out about me?
Singer.
Singer?
Frank H. Berger,
Roger, can you sing?
Same. All right.
Lots of those.
Sometimes. Yeah, if I have not really intense sex dreams, and then
Woman, asshole.
oh, you went from being a dude. I did the same. So you wanted lesbians?
Sure, well.
Okay, excellent. So, watch out. All right. What's the H in Frank H. Berger stand for? Hobbies? You are going to Disneyland. What else are you doing?
Probably gonna eat butt after.
You're going to eat butt after?
Yeah.
You like to toss salads?
No. No, I don't.
Okay, well, what does eat butt mean?
like eat, but
That's what tossing salad is.
oh, I think you meant like a real salad.
No, it's a euphemism for licking a butthole.
But yeah, MILFs only.
Dog, milfs are my jam.
Would you eat Razzy's butt?
Not in a million fucking years.
Fuck
What
you.
the hell?
Actually, I guess I shouldn't be mad.
Me to eat your ass, Riser? That's disgusting.
I don't know why I got offended by that. I kind of retract my offense. I didn't know either until I heard what I said, and then I was like, oh, that sounds pretty gay, doesn't it?
That's cool. All right.
But it's not gay. Because you're female. It's stay comfortable.
That's true. Absolutely. All right. So Frank H. Burger, are you single?
Complicated.
Oh, of course it is.
Yeah.
Because you're trans. So you got. Are you? Let's see here. So you were a guy and now you're a girl. Did you have some guy in your life? Did you have some guy in your life?
This sort.
All right. So you just get dick down every once in a while. I get you.
You just wanna jerk off to me on cam.
Actually hot, yeah, but not. Don't have to worry about that.
Aww, that's so cute.
All right. So you
What's my favorite?
movie?
Yes.
That's not a movie. That's like a series.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
You know a lot about it, huh?
Isn't it a series? Isn't it a series that caused all kinds of controversy? A movie.
It's a movie.
Oh, what like normal?
Why?
Because it's about children.
Okay, Frozen's about children.
Is it? I don't know. I've never seen Frozen. I haven't seen Cuties either.
We should watch Cuties together.
Yeah, that's not my
After
thing. They made a Cuties about MILFs. I'm down though. So Frank H. Burger, in the future, after you have children, then you can be in my movie. We're gonna call it Maturity.
Okay, I'm down.
I can hear the excitement in your voice. Okay, you like some weird movies. What TV shows do you like?
Probably Cuties if they turned it into a TV show.
Okay, but aside from that,
don't really like any TV shows.
You
but Cuties would be really good if it was
okay.
chopped down.
That's enough of that. You don't like the Office?
What is that? You going to work?
It was a show on NBC that ran from like 2005 until 2013. Something like that. 2015 maybe. And then they came out with the last on Peacock last week.
I don't know anything about this.
Okay, do you know what Parks and Recreation is? Okay, excellent. But you just only watch cuties?
Yeah, over and over, and I stop it and pause and really admire the cuties.
That's weird. All right.
It's not.
It definitely is. Okay,
It's a beautiful movie.
quit that. All right. So, do you see sports on TV?
No.
Okay. So this guy who it's a guy with complicated.
They don't identify as anything non-binary, if you will.
Oh, okay. Are they like a unicorn?
No, asshole.
I'm a unicorn.
An ugly one at that.
Baby, I'm like a Lisa Frank unicorn. You don't even know what that means.
Lisa Frank, are you gay?
You know who Lisa Frank is? Right. What did you keep in that note?
Words. Knowledge.
Okay, we'll accept that answer. Lisa Frank notebook.
Can you flash me and Riser?
These guns.
You got guns?
Of course you would be with that profile picture. All right. So do you like to go to the beach?
Beach.
There's an entire
No, I've never
ocean.
been.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, you've never been to the beach. All right. That's cool. Do you have any friends who are girls? Yeah,
Well, you.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
You.
Yeah, definitely me. Okay. Like
This one.
all right. What YouTubers do you like?
Rabbbi.
What social media do you go on?
Cuties forum.
You're weird.
Yeah.
Are they cool? Very, very well. Okay. You like to drive? Kaiser says that you can.
No. For legal reasons, I cannot. They're listening.
Bullshit. That's bullshit.
They're listening. They're listening.
Who's they?
There's no state the legal reason why you can't say it.
I can't. They're listening.
Well, no,
All right.
Oh, interesting.
Who's they? Okay. Do you like to drive?
I can't. I'm not allowed. I'm not allowed to.
I didn't ask if you're allowed. I asked, do you
I'm
like?
not allowed to.
All right, you're not getting
I'm not allowed to like it.
Oh, okay.
Probably today, 9/11.
All right. Never forget.
Should I do something big today?
Well, if you're on the West Coast, it's not yet 11, so I don't know why you're celebrating 9/10.
I'm mentally 13 minutes out.
9/11.
Probably. I was probably in the audience at Oprah.
That's cool.
And you?
I was dancing, watching it all happen. I was gonna be on the flight, but I figured, you know what? Let those other people do their thing.
You were gonna be on the flight.
Why not? It was heading to LA. All right. So, you would have been like 2. So you would have been just a baby. All right. Well, like 975 or so. What are your thoughts on invisibility cloaks? Go.
Cuties more.
Calm down. Are you pro or anti space elevator?
Space elevator?
Yeah, it's an elevator that goes to space.
Anti.
Why?
I like Earth. Space bad.
No, space is
There's
amazing.
no burgers up there.
There could be.
Really?
You might be the first burger in space, girl.
Damn, true.
Pro or anti transatlantic tunnel?
Trans. Anti.
Why?
I don't like the whole trans thing.
I thought that's what you were.
Yeah, I am.
Okay, well that doesn't. Okay, I understand that logical sense, so I get it. You have a fantasy football team?
Yes.
Who's your quarterback?
It's Jonas.
Okay, did you see that the Jonas Brothers? I think.
Yo, Rabbi, which hundreds of the Joe Rogan episodes, like 100, 200, 300, 400, do you think is the best JRE era? Go.
Okay, 1 minute on it. Actually, she's from Vermont. She's Joanna Noel Levette, known as JoJo. The best series, the best episode of Joe Rogan is episode 1000.
Like the 100 episode, like.
Yeah,
like,
episode 1000 to episode 900 to 1000.
Yo, why?
when he started to get serious about it, but he wasn't yet with Spotify or anything. So he had really good guests on and really funny people on, and they didn't take them to 100. Like, if you go before then,
You think he's more filtered now?
oh, definitely. He even talks about it.
Oh, that's us.
There's
this comedian, Trevor Moore, that he's dead now, but I was just watching an episode with them, and Joe Rogan's like vaping, and he's fucking cracking jokes about all this. Yeah, he's like really like offensive shit.
Offensive?
Yeah, H Burger.
No, I don't know who that is.
Okay, I watched it. Riser, do you know who?
Carrot Top?
Yeah, Frank H Burger. Riser, do you know who Carrot Top is?
Yeah, I've talked extensively about Carrot Top.
We have.
Yeah, probably.
It was a pretty good episode. He had Did you see his episode with Tim Dillon? Just they talk about Tim Dillon going to Riyadh, $1,000. What are your thoughts?